Good morning.
I'm Sana.
How are you?
I've been better.
Oh,
Did you get my message?
let me see. I didn't. I've been looking at something else. Let's see.
I called you at 7:30 this morning
Uh,
to tell you where I would be. And the computer parking lot or the parking lot is blocked. Sorry, false alert. I'm gonna try to get there. You might want to mute so everybody doesn't hear that, Anna.
okay, hold on.
Okay, people, I will be right back.
Good morning, Mr. Black.
Good morning, Marilee. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. I hope you are too.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for a total hip joint replacement.
Oh my goodness.
So that's going to happen in a couple weeks.
I understand from others that you'll be really happy to be on the other side of that.
Hopefully. Yeah. They set us to a little training, and this is what's going to happen. And this is, you're not going to be able to move for 2 days and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, uh-oh, I guess I got to fix my house a little better. So
Well, perhaps, but the good part is
yeah,
it won't hurt the way it does now.
right.
I want to remind you that we are already on YouTube.
Oh,
okay. Good morning, Mr. Herman.
Good morning, everyone. Hips appear, from what I hear, hips are better than knees. But I had wrist surgery, and I'm still recovering from that. That was in February, and that has just been. Uh, I did not think it would disable me as long as it did. That whole week after surgery was awful. But I think for our line of work, hands might be more important than legs.
perhaps.
We'll see. Nan had her hip
be able to get
replaced.
places. So. Yeah.
Nan was back in the office a day later after her hip, and if you're doing it, yeah.
Well, that's Nan Winter. So what can I say? She was probably shopping at the Smiths. Who knows?
On her way home from surgery, yeah.
How funny.
But my dad had his knee replaced, and um, going through it, he said he needs to do both, but he's very reluctant to do the other one after going through one knee. But Nan did her surgery at Prez, and she had a great experience there. And I guess there's a new method where the incision that they do is so tiny. So
yeah.
anyway, all the joys of modern medicine.
Yeah.
And so knowing full well everything I'm saying is on YouTube right now.
Hmm.
Mr. Lee, are you there? I just want to confirm his email for the deposition errata.
Okay.
We're your high achievers, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Pardon me.
I said, we are your high achievers,
Ah,
present and eager.
well, hopefully you didn't have your parking garage blocked off and denied access to park. And then whoever uses the last water in the building doesn't see fit, apparently, to change the container. Normally I change it without complaint, but I tore a delt a couple of weeks ago and I can't lift that bottle. Fortunately, there is a very accommodating new person in HR. And I'm sorry, I don't know her name, but she changed it. Yay.
Well,
And
I would
I
have
don't
hoped your
know.
day got started better.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Okay, are we going to have anything procedural that we need to deal with? Hello there, Miss Olson.
Good morning.
How are you?
I would say I had about a similar start to yours, so.
Oh, okay. All right. Did your dog get bit by a rattlesnake too?
No, I think my dog
Okay.
has some sort of parasite, so she's sick, and then my son woke up sick this morning, so he's playing like
Okay.
office. Here's hoping he doesn't,
Get sick. I hope you don't get sick.
yeah, me too.
I hope he doesn't get parasites.
Yeah,
All those things.
I
Yeah.
hope I don't get parasites. If you see me starting to sweat and running out of here, I hope you'll excuse me.
Okay. I was gonna say that's me anyway, but that'll be me running to the parking meter so I don't get a ticket.
Oh, no.
Okay. So we'll have to have parking meter breaks. I'm sorry, I don't have anybody. I put in a request. You know, I was not
Madam-
deemed worthy to have a parking permit, so I'm a daily parker.
Good morning,
Madam Chair,
everyone.
can you let Linda present in? That's where the big PE witness will be. Because we can't change the,
Okay,
The
IT of EPE, you might want to mute yourself. Oh, there you go. Okay, Mr. Herman, what are we going to have to talk about?
First thing is I just want to confirm with Mr. Lee his email address to send some corrections for the deposition for Mr. Stradell. I have cumbrecourt at Comcast and I have davidlee.cumbre@gmail.
If you send it to both of those, that'd be great.
Okay, and
If
I'm
it's admitted.
copying.
Normally, we don't
No, these
wholesale.
These are for depositions that I took
Oh.
months.
Sorry,
And
Not-
Carrie,
not-
and I'm copying
not
you and
related
Jeff
to
on
the
that too.
case. Wait, you're trying to do other work on my time, Mr. Herman? Shame on you.
It is related work.
She's heard that one before, I'm sure.
Okay, what else?
I wanted to talk witness schedule.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm hoping today we get through the company witnesses, and
yeah,
I
me
can
too.
I can tell you right now, I'm not going to have any cross-examination for is it Daniel Dominguez?
Okay, you
And
reserve 10 minutes?
okay. Well,
No,
I'll waive that right now.
okay,
And then are we gonna do Joe Provencio if we finish the company, Anastasia?
Um, Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, I seem to be slow in getting into these connections, and I don't know whether I
I
need to
thought we were
upgrade.
doing Mr. Stridell and then Mr. Trethway and then Mr. Provencio last.
No, I think we always had it as Mr. Provencio, then Mr. Strudel, then Mr. Tretheway. Mr. Tretheway is the only one, I think what
Because
Mr. Newman's
because
getting
you
to.
switched. You switched presentation order, so
Oh.
I switched your witness order.
Oh, okay. I didn't appreciate that was that you considered that to be part of that came part and parcel. That's okay, but I need to let Mr. Provencio know because I was just communicating with him about his redlined errors, and I was assuming that he'd go up this afternoon after the company finishes its case.
Well, I just sent the commission out on Sunday a witness order based on
Oh, okay.
your
Let me, if you give me
order.
if you give me just a second, that's fine. But I think what Mr. Herman's getting at is that the one of the three witnesses for the city and
Right.
the county who has a
Well,
conflict or
He has to be
potential
after Mr.
scheduling
Trethway,
is
after
Mr.
11:30
Tretheway.
today, right?
So how are we going to, Keith, what are you proposing we do to make sure he's not,
um,
not chopped in half
depending,
tomorrow?
let me pull up my notes
Yeah.
briefly. Depending how it shakes out today, if we can get Mr. Stridell and Mr. Trethaway up today, that would be great, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think
Um,
after lunch.
Okay.
And I'll just need to give both of them a heads up that they will definitely be on today.
Okay,
And
just
then,
confirm with me. My note here says that Mr. Trethway has to be after 11:30 today.
yes, that is correct.
Okay,
It was either that or I wanted to get him up before noon
yeah.
tomorrow. But if we can get them both up today, I think that works well for us.
Well, I think, if we get going here in a minute, I mean, I think we have Mr. Martinez and Mr. Bustillos, Mr. Dominguez. I think we should, if you need him before noon tomorrow, I think I have then Mr. Stridell, then Mr. Trethway, and then Mr. Provencio. So I could switch that around and to make sure that we get try to make sure Mr. Trethway is this afternoon or definitely before noon tomorrow.
So
Does
you're
that work?
saying put him first
And then Mr. Provencio. I would put him at
after or before?
number one in line of the three witnesses.
Oh, okay.
I have him number two right now, just because I thought that's the order that you all were going to go in. Does that work?
I believe it will work for us. I just want to make sure all the other parties are okay
Yeah.
with that as well.
Okay.
I need to make sure because I'm going to be presenting Mr. Trethaway and I didn't expect that I expected Mr. Parenzo to go first. I need to make sure that he goes after lunch. So I have a few minutes to, communicate with him.
Yeah, let's see where we are, Ms. Stevens. I have on my little sheet here, I have 200 minutes were reserved for Mr. Martinez, 130. So that's 5 hours right there. And then an hour for Mr. Dominguez. So it may
Yeah.
have to be
Oh.
first thing in the morning.
You have that much lined up for Mr. Dominguez? My notes don't show that much for Mr. Dominguez. Maybe I had like,
Well, 10
40.
minutes just got taken away, so 45
Yeah.
minutes.
Oh, okay, I guess I missed somebody there. I know I just have a few.
15 for the city, 20 for Miss Souls, and 10 maybe for staff. So I think that adds up to 45.
Yeah, maybe I put, I know, I put. Mr.
Okay.
in the wrong place.
Anything else we need to
may I take a
discuss?
second here to communicate this to Mr.
Please.
Provencio?
Go right ahead. Does
Okay.
anybody else have anything?
I'll mute my.
Madam Hearing
Hearing
Examiner, I'm
Examiner.
not.
Go ahead. Miss Olson.
I wasn't clear on the witness order. We just need a definitive order because we need to prepare the cross-examination. I think we had started preparing Provencio. Sounds like someone else might go first, but I got a little lost
Yep.
in that conversation.
Yeah, so basically we're going to continue with Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Bustillos and then Mr. Dominguez. Right? Then the company that's all the company witnesses.
That's
And
right.
hopefully we get all that done. We will get that done today. And then hopefully if time permits, we're going to have the one witness who's time constrained, Mr. Trethaway, at the end of the day.
Fine, that's fine.
Okay,
And if
so
that's not, and if that doesn't happen, then he's going to be first thing in the morning.
okay, but out of the city county witnesses, Trethaway is going first.
Right, because
Okay.
he's time constrained, and then Stridell, and then Mr. Provencio.
So Provencio will be third. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I had a hard time following that conversation.
Okay, that's how I plan, unless somebody has an issue.
One
And not-
last,
Yes, sir.
can we revisit this at lunchtime just to see if things are moving faster? Because Mr. Streedell told me he would need an hour's notice.
Well,
Okay.
we
We can revisit. You mean, is he going to be today or tomorrow?
If we're moving quickly, and Mr. Trethaway would be after the company's witnesses,
Yeah.
and we finish with Mr. Trethaway today, Mr. Streedell would need at least an hour's notice if he were going to be going today.
Okay. I get that. Yeah. I mean, we can talk about it at lunch after I run to the parking meter.
Great, because fingers crossed, we're flying today.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm hoping too. I'm hoping we move efficiently and productively. And yeah. Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Yes, Miss Souls. Good morning.
I have twice seen messages asking you to admit Linda Pleasant.
Who is it?
Madam
I
Hearing Examiner, apparently the EPE witness room can't change the name, so it just says Linda Pleasant, but that's the EPE witnesses.
Oh, it's Mr. Martinez of
Yeah.
yesterday.
Mr. Martinez the third, the actual.
Okay, admit. Okay. So the IT support is different than the witness.
Yeah, the
Okay.
IT support is supporting the witness room since they're remote to make sure that they're not having any technical issues.
Okay. All right. Great. Okay. Well, if we don't have anything, Mr. Lee, how are you doing?
Good.
Good. Are we ready to go, sir? I guess I need to
Yes,
log
ma'am.
in over here. Let me put my All right.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
Okay, I'm ready to go then, sir. Let's go back on the record. We've had a brief discussion about witness order and other procedural matters that will take shape here today, and we're ready to go ahead and continue the evidentiary portion of this case. And we are going to continue with the presentation of El Paso Electric witnesses. And with that being said, let me just remind parties, the YouTube is live streaming. And okay, so that's what the live chat message was about, was to let the witness in. Okay, great. Good morning, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning.
Miss Olson, you have a witness.
Yes, EPE calls Mr. Victor Martinez for its next witness.
Very well. Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness in?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Martinez, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Miss Olson.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez. Can you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
Yes, of course. My name is Victor Martinez. First name Victor, last name Martinez.
And what is your current position at El Paso Electric Company?
Right now, my title is Director of Energy Resources, which I oversee the entire power marketing and fuels area for El Paso Electric.
I'm sorry, the entire.
The power marketing and fuels area for El Paso Electric.
Just slow down a bit.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll try.
I know you're happy to be here.
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Miss Olson.
Mr. Martinez, do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE Exhibit number 5?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that document as your pre-filed direct testimony filed in this case?
Yes, it is.
And was that direct testimony drafted by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
And it looks like you have 5 exhibits attached to your direct testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And were those exhibits identified on the table of contents as part of the direct testimony that you prepared for this case?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
And is the direct testimony and exhibits that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
If you were asked these same questions here today, would your answers be the same under oath?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE exhibit number
5.
the direct testimony of Victor Martinez.
Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Martinez direct testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, EPE 5 is admitted. Ms. Olson?
And Mr. Martinez, do you also have before you what's previously been identified as EPE exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And it looks like your rebuttal testimony on the table of contents lists 6 exhibits that are attached to your rebuttal testimony.
That is correct.
And were those exhibits prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do.
Can you please walk us through those corrections?
Yes, of course. So the first corrections are going to be on page 19, starting on line 14. we will be replacing the word on for we will be putting the word trading in between March 5th, 2022 and Montana 1. And we will also be inserting the words projected to be in between all and unavailable on line 15.
Thank
So you
you.
want to reread it now with your correction, sir?
I'd be happy to, hearing examiner. Yes. So now the correction would be for March 5th, 2022 trading, Montana 1 and 2, Newman 2 and 5, and Rio Grande 6, 8, and 9 were all projected.
I'm sorry, sir. Montana unit,
Montana 1 and 2, Newman 2 and 5, and Rio Grande 6, 8, and 9 were all projected to be unavailable due to either major outages or summer prep.
or summer prep.
Yes, sir, summer prep or summer preparation.
Thank you, sir.
And the reason for that correction, sir?
Well, reason is because when I was rebutting Mrs. Soul's testimony, I wanted to, in essence, let her know what it was that El Paso Electric was seeing at the time that it was trading. So at the time when El Paso Electric, their day-ahead trading was trading for March 5th, at that time, there were some units that were on, these units were projected to be on summer, unavailable for summer outages. However, once the day actually occurred, they were no longer unavailable. They were actually available. So I think I just misworded this incorrectly. I meant to say this is what the traders were looking at the day they traded, not exactly for the actual day in question.
All right, sir, go ahead.
Okay. The next correction will be on page 28, line 11 through 16. And if it's easier, I can just read the sentence and then just read the sentence that it's going to be replacing. So the original, what the sentence that's going to be replaced, it's going to be starting from EPE booked out 121 megawatt hours of the power that was curtailed at the eddy tie at an average price of $127.36. EPE sold back the power that was curtailed from the purchase side of the arbitrage transaction at the same price it was purchasing the power. The book out sale of $127.36 per megawatt hour was beneficial to Epe'S customers because the incremental cost of generation was less than $70 per megawatt hour. That whole line will now be replaced with this new line, which reads, EPE adjusted the volumes from the curtailed energy purchases, creating an uneven arbitrage. WebTrader adjusted the volumes of the arbitrage transaction so that both the sale and the purchase side match each other and sent the remaining amounts to the non-arbitrage report as a 121 megawatt hour non-arbitrage sale at an average price of $127.36. The non-arbitrage sale of $126.36 per megawatt hour was beneficial to Epe'S customers because the incremental cost of generation was less than $70 per megawatt hour.
And what's the reason for the change?
Again, when I was rebutting Mrs. Soul's testimony, I noticed that for on this specific day, there was a non-arbitrage transaction for a long-term deal that only occurred for 1 hour. I know that there is no way that there would be a long-term transaction listed in a non-arbitrage report for just 1 hour. So I knew that the only way that could happen is if a long-term arbitrage transaction was curtailed. Typically, when a long-term transaction gets curtailed, a book out occurs. So when I saw that, I automatically interpret that as that being a book out. But when going through some of the discovery responses and doing a little bit more research, I had identified that deal as incorrectly. It was not a book out. All it simply was, it was an arbitrage that was, again, linked together. Part of the purchase was curtailed. When that happens, it now creates an uneven arbitrage. the way our web trader system works, it will only arbitrage the both sides so that they're even to each other. And any uneven volumes are now sent to our non-arbitrage report so that they can be costed in our costing model. So again, it was just, I had incorrectly identified those volumes as a book out when in reality they were not a book out.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
And the last,
Just a moment, please, just a moment.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying web, internet, or?
oh, yes, it's a web WB trader. It's the name of our deal capture system.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the last changes I have is just on the headers of my exhibits, and I just changed the name of the exhibit. So on my first exhibit, I had originally named it VMR-1. I would like to change it to VMR-1R. On the exhibit, the second exhibit, it's going to change from VMR-2 to VM-2R. My third exhibit, I want to change it from VMR-3, I apologize, VMR-3 to VM-3R. Fourth exhibit, change it from VMR-4 to VM-4R. Fifth exhibit, change it from VMR-5 to VM-5R. And last, my sixth exhibit, I'd like to change it from VMR-6 to VM-6R.
And why do you want to change the header?
Because on my testimony, I was calling it, I was going with the second convention.
Okay,
Yeah, so my testimony said one thing, but the exhibits had another one. I just want to make it match.
very well.
And
Anything further?
That was it.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Olson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. And with these corrections, is the rebuttal testimony and exhibits that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
If you were asked the same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 6, the rebuttal testimony of Victor Martinez, along with accompanying exhibits into the record.
Ms. Olson, the version of El Paso Exhibit 6 that was placed in the Dropbox, does it contain the corrections that Mr. Martinez has identified in the record?
Yes, it does. They're all in, the stricken text is struck out and the corrections are identified in red.
Okay, and that was the version that was put in the Dropbox before noon on Monday?
Yes.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified by Mr. Martinez as his rebuttal testimony as corrected by him here today? Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 6 is admitted. Ms. Olson.
Madam Hearing Examiner, that's it for direct. At this time, we tender Mr. Martinez for cross-examination.
Very well, thank you. And Mr. Herman, I believe that you reserved 20 minutes for questions for Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Examiner. And can
Thank
I ask
you.
for a 5-minute warning if I'm running close?
I'll give you a some minute warning. I'll try for 5.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Martinez. How are you today?
I'm doing great, Mr. Herman. How about yourself?
Doing well. Can I ask you what you read to prepare for your testimony today?
I've read previous filed testimony from Mr. Jesse Gonzalez, and I looked at previous cases as well to prepare me for this case.
Were you watching the hearing yesterday?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And prior to hearing, you met with the city and county's consultants, Mr. Trethaway and Mr. Streedell, correct?
That is correct.
So I want to explore your rebuttal a little, particularly question 10,
Okay.
which is starting on page 4. Because I think that question illustrates, or that's where we start talking about the differences between security constrained unit commitment versus security constrained economic dispatch, correct?
Sorry, security, you broke up. Security, something, economic dispatch.
Security constrained economic dispatch, or SCED, as opposed to security constrained unit commitment, SCUC. And none of those sound like words I want to sound out. So I'll probably just refer to them as unit commitment and economic dispatch, if that's all right.
That is perfect. I'd like to do the same as well.
So could you describe what unit commitment, or for short-term unit commitment refers to?
Yes, of course. So unit commitment for us means the selection of units that we will be committing for the day in order for us to reliably, safely, and cost-effectively meet the load for the day.
And how about economic dispatch?
Dispatch is once we have committed the units for the day, then the dispatch is now becomes which generation we're going to be ramping up first in order to be able to meet the demand for the day. And again, we will do so keeping consideration any reliability constraints, but once those reliability constraints have been met, we will try to dispatch the unit at the most economical way possible.
So I have a simplistic way of describing this, in that unit commitment is like going to the grocery store and buying your meals for a week. And economic dispatch is when you're cooking your meal and you're adjusting the temperature higher or lower, or adding a little bit more salt. Is that an oversimplification, or does that give you at least a simplistic understanding of those two concepts?
I guess I'd be okay with that simplification.
So in your testimony, you start talking about that EPE mainly does an economic dispatch when it's making WEIM purchases and sales, not a total unit commitment, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that's correct. So for WEIM purchases, again, it's something that occurs afterwards. So again, in order for us when we're going into the WEIM, and again, you could probably talk a little bit more about to Mr. Daniel Dominguez, but once we go into for EIM, we have to go and already balance for the hour, which we already have to show which units we've committed. We also have to show how we're going to planning to dispatch the system, and then WEIM for there will maximize and either ramp up units up or down to maximize our resources. So, but however, we do a unit commitment and an economic dispatch in order for us to be able to transact off-system sales and purchase power and the Western Interconnection, or WSPP.
I'm
Okay, so
sorry,
that
transact off-system sales and purchase power.
In the Western Interconnection or WSPP?
I'm sorry, WS.
PP.
Thank you. If you could slow down a little bit.
I will. Thank you, sir.
So that might be a misconception I had, is that your economic dispatch doesn't really have anything to do with, and when I say the WEIM, the Western Energy Imbalance Market, well, let me back that up. I'm asking a compound question. When you say WSPP, do you also mean the WEIM, or are they different?
I would consider those different.
Okay. And what relationship does your economic dispatch have to either the WEIM or the WSPP?
Okay. So as far as the WSPP, Our day ahead department trades again for the following day, and they'll look at the entire day, they'll look at our load, what resource we have, and then from there decide what transactions to conduct on a daily basis, whether it be purchases and sales. Once those purchases and sales are finished for the day, then our day group will put together, again, it will be the unit commitment, which will be which units we've committed for the day to not only meet our load, but any firm obligations if there were any off-system sales that were done. And then it'll also create the daily dispatch that will actually show exactly which generator we're going to be ramping up or down in order to meet load and any off-system sales. So that's done. Now, once you go into the hour, then EIM kind of takes over. And then from there, it'll decide how to dispatch the units in the most economical way to maximize our resources.
Well, let me back up a little. I just want I want to approach this from 30,000 feet and drill down. What I'm getting at is, are the economic dispatch and unit commitment and the WEIM and the WSPP, are those all separate? They might be related, but they're independent, let's say.
I would think so. However, I would like to consider the unit commitment to be somewhat embedded in our economic dispatch that we send out every day.
Okay. So when you're doing, or scratch that, I'm sorry. EPE was doing off-system sales and purchases before it was a member of the WEIM, correct?
That is correct.
And it was always doing an economic dispatch, correct?
That is correct.
So when, and to do your economic dispatch, the adjusting of the temperature, you first had to do a unit commitment, correct?
That is correct.
The buying of all the groceries. So when you're doing the unit commitment, when you're buying the groceries, do you consider potential sales or purchases instead of running EPE's own generation?
No, whenever we're doing the unit commitment, specifically when we're deciding to turn on older convention units, older steam units, we only commit those to meet native load. So Paso Electric will not commit one of our older conventional units specifically to meet cost of sales. They're all solely made to meet our demand for the day. Once they're committed, then if we have any excess resources, we may decide to engage in off-system sales, but only after our native load has been met.
And that's what you mean in your answer to question 10 when you say EPE does not conduct a fully economic unit commitment, correct?
Yes, that is correct. So what I wanted to say is that, yeah, we are, again, what we've always said, we're constrained on our side because we're constrained on a reliability side. There's a lot of reliability metrics that need to be met. You probably referred to Mr. Abel Bustillos for that. But when we commit units, the main purpose is to make sure we can reliably meet load. And it's not solely based off of economics. We first need to make sure all of our reliability metrics have been met. Then once that happens, then we decide what else could we do to still keep the same level of reliability, but at the lowest cost possible.
Okay. So when you're participating in the WEIM, well, let me back up. The WEIM is a independent market that facilitates certain transfers, correct? Or certain energy purchases and sales?
Right, and they're all intra-hour.
And the WEIM will sometimes issue, is it advisories that you could fire up generation and sell into the market? And or you could buy because energy prices are low?
It potentially could, but for the specific question, I'd refer to Mr. Daniel Dominguez. He's our EIM witness for this case.
Okay. I might have to unwaive my cross-examination of Mr. Dominguez then.
Too late.
Okay.
But to try to help out, if I may, it could, within the hour, it could potentially dispatch some of our quick start units if it feels it could recover all of our costs, plus be able to make an additional margin that could be used to help lower costs for customers. Again, I'm just trying to be as helpful as I can.
Sure. Well, what I was getting at was I wanted to understand if the WEIM says, you know, energy in this market is very expensive. EPE, if you could fire up some quick start generation and you could, you know, cover your expenses and make a nice little profit. What considerations or what would EPE consider before it listened to that opinion or rejected it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think for that, I'd have to defer to Mr. Dan Dominguez. Again, I was trying to be as helpful as I could.
Okay. Okay, I'll move on. Were you watching my cross-examination of Mr. Schiestel yesterday?
Yes, I was.
And more specifically, my recross examination, where I was asking him if having a fuel clause poses a benefit to the company.
I think I might have missed the recross.
Okay, well, and this was a question that hit me as I was listening to discussions about why we have a fuel clause. And I asked Mr. Schiestel some questions about whether it was a benefit and why fuel and purchase power are lumped together. So I kind of want to pose that to you as just philosophically, why do you think we lump together fuel and purchase power?
Well, I think because fuel and purchase power are both sometimes used to help meet the demand for the day. So to me, it makes sense that they would both be lumped in together to show what resources and the cost of those resources used to meet the demand for the day, for our customers' demand for the day.
And I asked Mr. Schiestel if what he thought if we were to break that out, at least for, well, I don't know if I asked him this specific question, but I'm asking you, what would you think if we were to break out fuel and purchase power in one end and market sales in another item on a bill?
Well, I really wouldn't be able to tell you as far as like what the ramification would be on the regulatory side or on the billing. But all I could tell you on our side, it would not change how we do our day-to-day practice. We would still follow our same policies and practices to assure that we get the lowest cost for our customers.
Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking just as far as educating customers, maybe, and if EPE is doing a great job with off-system sales, that concept might get lost when everything's lumped together in fuel and power purchases. So would you like a way to advertise how good you guys are at off-market transactions?
Yeah, if the question is, would I like for people to know how great of a great job we're doing? Yes, of course I would. I would like to advertise it as much as we possibly can to show all the work we're doing for our customers.
All right, that's I want to explore that concept a little later, maybe in another proceeding, but I don't know if now's the time to get you off the cuff on it. So I'll close and have no further questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
And Madam Examiner, since I do have a little bit of time left, perhaps I could follow up with Mr. Dominguez on those questions?
Sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Stevens, you
Yes,
reserved an hour for questions for Mr. Martinez, so if
Sure.
you'd like to go ahead.
thank you. Good morning, Mr. Martinez. It's good to see you again. How are you doing?
Good morning, Stevens. I'm doing very well. And how about yourself?
I'm okay. You know what? The company gave me your full resume in Discovery recently, and I've never thought about it. But so I have just a couple of questions about that. I actually have a long list, but since we have limited time, some other time for that. So you're not an electrical engineer, are you?
I am not.
And it looks like since joining EPE, you've held a variety of positions of increasing responsibility that involve off-system sales and purchases of varying durations. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah. And with your present position being the highest, but it looks also like from January 2020 to September 2023, you sort of took a hiatus from that and were focused on sort of longer term resource planning. Is that right?
That is correct. I did move to the resource planning department for about 3 years or so.
Mhm. And during that period, part of your personal portfolio obligations was quality assurance, right?
That is correct.
Does that mean that you were a leader in developing the current policies or the current revision of the policies that are attached to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, that was part of my responsibility at that time.
Well, I mean, so this is interesting. So we know that you're quite familiar with EPE's generating resources. I'd like you to turn to your direct testimony at page 8, if I can.
Of course.
And on page
there.
8, you provide a pretty detailed list of PPAs, correct?
That is correct.
And then at the beginning, bottom of 8 to top of page 9, you provide a system-wide average energy mix during 2017 through 2022. I'm looking at that on page 9, and I see renewable at 1.8%. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And when we go to the exhibit that you refer to, exhibit VM1, that's in your direct, so no switching of the R's. Would you say that the renewable energy portion, the top strip, I guess I wouldn't call it a bar because it varies, but this top colored level stays pretty constant over those that 6-year period? With seasonal variations, but overall fairly constant.
Yeah, somewhat. I see that line, yeah, on the very, very top.
Yes,
I can flip it real
I
quick.
can't quite call it a line, but that's so in light of EPE's RPS requirement of 20% that's increasing to 40% tomorrow to next year. I mean, does this table and that graph in VM1 indicate that a lot of the energy that EPE generates must be used for off-system sales?
No, I would not say that at all.
Well, of just this breakdown here, nuclear, natural gas, purchase power, renewable, this is, would you say system-wide, this is everything you generate, correct? Including off-system sales?
That is correct. Yes. The energy mix includes all generation to include native load plus any off-system sales as well.
And as far as the renewables in this breakdown, is this company generated renewables, or does it also include the PPAs, purchase power agreements?
Yeah, that is all renewables plus all PPAs as well.
Okay.
And it is for the entire EP system and not just what's allocated to New Mexico.
So can you, were you listening when I asked Mr. Schiestel yesterday about how will meet the 40% RPS when, as he testified, 60% of the energy for New Mexico comes from natural gas? Can you elaborate on how you think that, oh, I'm sorry, that EPE is positioned or plans to meet the 40% RPS next year when you present this breakdown of generation of resources? I won't say generation because it's not all generated by you, by the company.
So again, this graph shows all of the resources on EPE basis. However, to meet the REA requirements, those are now would have to look at just the resources that are directly allocated to New Mexico. So the percentage, the energy mix will change dramatically, especially since on my testimony that you pointed out earlier, I believe it was page 8 that had all of the PPAs listed in there.
Right. 9 the top of 9.
9, yeah. Yeah, page 8. A lot of those resources are directly allocated to New Mexico in order for us to be able to meet REA requirements. So those are two very different energy mixes and would be very different graphs. Again, what I presented today was on a whole system basis and not just what's allocated to New Mexico.
And how is that differentiation between system, I guess there are two ways of looking at whole system, aren't there? There's literally what happens on the ground, and then there's the cost allocations that show up in the, good heavens, what are we here for? The fuel and purchase power adjustment clause, right? Mr. Martinez, do you see that there's some differences in kind of reality and what shows up in the fuel clause statements?
I'm sorry, Misty, I don't know if I quite understand.
Well, is there a difference between when you talk about system things, you're talking about literally what's being generated, consumed every single day. And then we get into this world of the fuel and purchase power agreement, there are a bunch of different sort of allocations and assignments to different jurisdictions. Is that right?
That is correct. I think that might be a better question for Ms. Ressa, since she's our regulatory accounting, was in charge of looking at jurisdiction allocations and deciding which resource gets assigned to which jurisdiction. But it is my understanding that that's the way it works. Again, I think it might be a better question for Ms. Ressa.
She's already testified, so I'd like your best shot at it, Mr. York. You're not gonna get that easy with me.
Yeah, and I'll try. Obviously, I'm not an accountant, and I'm not in the regulatory accounting.
Well, you are really, you've been in a lot of regulatory cases. You can't get away from this.
That is correct. I have been in a lot of regulatory cases, just not a regulatory accounting. Again, from what we have all these resources, right, that are used to meet our native load plus off-system sales. And from what I understand on the accounting side, the accounting side's how to allocate the cost to either New Mexico or Texas customers based on the resources that are directly allocated to them. And that might be as far as I could go from my understanding.
Well, and I'm trying to think which of the annual renewable portfolio cases you've been involved in, but as a general principle, aren't the resources that are directly allocated to New Mexico recovered through the RPS cost rider? And
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object. I think the witness has already answered this question, that he's not a regulatory accountant and he doesn't do the cost allocation.
Ms. Stevens?
well, I do believe that Ms. Reza yesterday said that Mr. Martinez's group provides her with numbers, and I think those were in the context of the off-system sales costing. But if you let me go a little farther, I think we're just trying to get to a point having to do with the general objectives of the rule, not necessarily specific accounting. Maybe I'm just asking the questions in the wrong manner. Maybe Mr. Martinez doesn't want to go there. So this accounting.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes, ma'am.
do you provide any cost information to Ms. Rizza's department with regard to renewable resources and their use, similar to what you do for off-system sales?
I do not. All of the costs for renewable generation comes from our energy accounting group. And then those costs go to Ms. Reza for the allocation. The only as far as cost that comes from my area is the cost to supply off-system sales.
Very well. I'm going to sustain the objection. Move on, Ms. Stevens.
All right. So following up on what you just said there, Mr. Martinez, what's your personal involvement in the security constrained unit commitment and security constrained economic dispatch processes?
Mm-hmm. So I oversaw the day ahead department for about 5.5 years. And when I oversaw the day ahead department, I was in charge of, again, overseeing the development of the security constrained economic dispatch that's done on a daily basis. And at the end, I went ahead and signed off on it, as well as all of their daily transactions. And currently, in my current role of Director of Energy Resources, I'm still overseeing the development and the distribution of our security constrained economic dispatch on a daily basis.
So the documents that we've attached to your direct testimony, now they are VM-2R through 6R. Do those documents represent the entire thing that you and to some extent Mr. Bustillos calls the daily dispatch?
Yes, that is the daily dispatch that Mr. Bustillos was talking about. And the daily dispatch, in essence, it's the output report that comes out from what we call our security, I apologize, it's our Economic Dispatch Unit Commitment, or EDUC. The EDUC is built on a daily basis. That's the tool that we use to, in essence, model the entire day and model all of our transactions. Once that is completed, the daily dispatch, in essence, it's the output report from the EDUC.
Well, I'm interested to hear you use the word model, Mr. Martinez, because the city asked a discovery request of the company, and I'm going to find the reference to it here somewhere, about asking for how you perform that process and to give us your algorithms, models, what have you. Do you remember that question? It would be CLC exhibit, the discovery request of the CLC exhibit number 32.
Ms. Olson, did you have an objection?
Yeah, I'm gonna object to Ms. Stevens characterizing what she thinks she asked. If she wants to show him the exhibit and ask about his answer, I'm fine with that.
I'm
Okay,
fine.
I think she just identified the exhibit.
I think she's saying I was chattering while I was looking for the exhibit number.
Okay.
So the exhibit, so Mr. Martinez, if you could look at CLC exhibit 32. Pretty sure that's the right one. And that's a full set of this company's objections and responses to part 1 of the 11th set, but I'd like to direct you to question 11-9. And it's towards the end because this is first half.
Mhm. I have it in front of me.
Okay. And do you see question not 11-9C? The question asked, does EPE plan its unit commitments on a daily basis? This was in the context of your testimony, one of your rebuttal bits of your rebuttal has some, but says, does EPE plan its unit commitments on a daily basis?
I'm sorry, Miss Stevens, can you speak up?
Slower, yeah. Does EPE plan its unit commitments on a daily basis with an assumption that its import capacity from the WEC will or may be curtailed in the absence of knowledge of specific circumstances relating to such a potential to transmission constraint?
Mhm.
If your answer is yes, please explain in detail what transmission-related assumptions EPE makes in planning its daily unit commitments, and provide copies of any rules, protocols, agreements. No, that's not the one I wanted. I'm sorry. This is what I am so sorry. Modeling. Let me look for the one that asks for modeling. This is in slightly different context. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong question here. It's 11-1C. And this was a more general question, but also about your rebuttal testimony. If you look at the top, I'm on page 8 of 54 of the PDF.
Which C?
The second C. Okay, on page 2 of 2. And this is the broad question, Mr. Martinez. Describe in detail the criteria or requirements that EPE utilizes in determining which is of course this was a typo, which of its local generation units it plans to operate on any given day in order to achieve what Mr. Martinez generally refers to as reliability. Provide copies of EPE's internal documentation, rubrics, models, or algorithms for making these determinations. And your answer to the second C is CEP's response to CLC 11-01 above.
Mhm.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I just want to object to Ms. Stevens' characterization of these as Mr. Martinez's response. These are not.
Yeah.
Mr.
No,
Martinez.
I didn't say this was his response. I said the question was asked about his rebuttal testimony. You see at the top of the interrogatory, all the predicate for all these questions was Mr. Martinez's testimony. The company chose to have Mr. Bustillos answer them. That's, I guess, their choice. But since the question was about Mr. Martinez's testimony, and he just mentioned in his oral testimony models, I'm wondering why we've not been alerted to or advised of models.
And I'm not objecting to asking Mr. Martinez what his opinion is on this. I'm objecting to your characterization, which you said, and it may have been inadvertent, your response was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. And Ms. Olson, I have to be careful because your usually means the company, as opposed to the individual. So my apologies for that. Would you agree that the company's response, which was provided by Mr. Bustillos, refers to his rebuttal testimony, and doesn't give doesn't provide a model or the name of a model? Is that right?
Based on what I'm reading, yes, it looks like the
Okay.
response just points to Mr.
And
Bustillo.
you are familiar with Mr. Bustios's rebuttal testimony, Mr. Martinez?
I am.
Okay, could we turn to page 8 of his 8 to 9 of his rebuttal testimony? Because this answer seems to come up quite a bit. It is after
Ms.
you.
Stevens, what's the purpose of questioning this witness on another witness's rebuttal testimony?
It's his testimony. The company is diverting this, but Mr. Martinez it just told me that there are models that they use. And this is the first that they have disclosed the existence of models. Mr. Bustios's question and answer, if you look at it, talks about discussions and analysis. We asked for models. We did not get models. And so now I'm going to ask 2 questions. What
All
are
right.
the models and why didn't we get them?
Okay, ask your questions.
Okay, so Mr. Martinez, do you agree that without returning to Mr. Bustios's testimony, do you agree that the company did not provide models in response to this, or provide copies of, or even identify?
One question at a time, Ms.
Okay.
Stevens.
Do you agree that the company did not provide copies of models or rubrics or algorithms in response to this discovery request?
Well, what I can tell you is that there was another discovery response that did make mention to our economic dispatch and unit commitment models. And our response to that was that EPE does not save the economic dispatch unit commitment models on a daily basis because the file is too large, and that those files get, in essence, replaced on a weekly basis. So we actually,
Okay, and I think that what you're referring to,
The witness has not completed his
I'm sorry.
response.
Pardon me. Go on.
yeah, just that, again, in the other response, we did make reference to the EDUC and stated that we were not able to provide the models because they get overwritten every week because the files are too large.
And would you refer to CLC Exhibit 45, please?
Take a look.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I just noticed when I opened that up from the Dropbox, somehow it's not showing with the exhibit name that I put on it. I'm not sure why it doesn't on the top of the PDF. It should say Exhibit 45. It does say
Showing on mine.
Oh, maybe I've got the wrong, maybe. Let me try again. I thought I did this correctly.
Well, for example, I mean, it's showing CLC Exhibit 45, EPE's objections and responses to Sol's fifth set.
That's good because what I downloaded.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. I'll have to look at that or download it again because so Mr. Martinez, are we talking about are you referring to your response to interrogatory MLS 5-7?
I can't recall the number, but
Well, if you look into, if you've got Exhibit 45 open, you'll see Exhibit 45 open and you scroll down to 5-7 to refresh your recollection. Does this look like the one or is it one of the other ones in this packet?
I believe it is that one.
Okay, and that answer also refers to 5-6 above.
That is correct. And there you can see our security control unit commitment process.
I'm sorry, you say that just a bit too fast. Our what process?
Yes, that talks about EP's security constraint unit commitment process.
And let's kind of look at this answer of MLS 5-7A very carefully. The sentence by sentence, right? The daily dispatch, first sentence, the daily dispatch is the output of EPE's security constrained unit commitment process and represents the anticipated system dispatch for a given operations day. The word output, given the documents that you've attached as VM-2R through 6R, what do you mean by output? Is that really spewed out of a model, or is it?
One question at a time.
What do you mean by output in light of what you've provided as examples of daily dispatch?
So our EDUC that I mentioned earlier, once the units have been committed, once all the inputs have been put in there, once all of our transactions have been modeled for the day, then from that report, it links to another spreadsheet. And that spreadsheet is what becomes our daily dispatch, which just has all the pertinent information that needs to be sent out for the day. And again, all the information comes directly from the EDUC. So it's somewhat of an output of the EDUC.
Of the EC?
EDUC is what I mentioned is our economic
UC, the unit commitment.
Correct.
Okay. So
Examiner,
there's mention here of files, but where have you described models or rubrics or algorithms?
The EDUC that I mentioned is in a form of a file of an Excel spreadsheet. And that spreadsheet itself is what we sometimes refer to as our model. And within there's a lot of formulas, a lot of algorithms in there that helps us dispatch the units for the day.
And you did not provide that in response to, or even describe that in response to the city's discovery request, did you?
Again, that was Mr. Bustillo's response, but
I'll ask him.
Mhm.
And do you know why Mr. Bustillos was answering a discovery question directed to your testimony, Mr. Martinez?
You'd have to ask Mr. Bustillos for that.
Well, when discovery requests come in, don't they get sent to the person whose testimony they're about?
Madam Hearing Examiner, the question's been asked and answered. I object to repeating the question.
You know, I'd like to hear the answer to that. So I'm going to overrule the objection about how that works.
Okay, so while the question did come in referencing my testimony, Abel Bustillos was the best person to talk about it because it was talking about specifics of the process needed in when going through the process of committing the units solely for reliability purposes. Now, Mr. Bustillos is the director for our system operations, and he's the person in charge of all of the reliability, and he's the person that makes the final say so on what units are needed for the day in order to reliably meet load. So while it was referencing my testimony, he was a better person to answer that.
And who made that decision, yourself or someone else?
Madam Examiner, I'm going to object to this as going into asking about legal strategy for this case. These are getting into attorney-client privileged communication.
Ms. Stevens?
I'm not sure whether it is. I mean, I guess if he named somebody, I did not mean to go there. If the answer is that the objection is that it was a legal decision, that's information enough.
Okay, very well. It's sustained. Move on.
Okay, so, so the next portion is that the daily dispatch is saved and distributed I'm back to the answer 11-1A. The daily, no, 5 MLS 5-7A. The daily dispatch is saved and distributed every day. Is it correct to understand that the daily dispatch that is saved and distributed every day consists of the approximately 3 pages per day that you've attached as exhibits to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes,
And that's all of it.
that's
That's the
all.
whole shebang. Okay. And then you say, due to the large size of the files required to complete this process, EPE does not save the daily files for the security constrained unit commitment. So here you're telling us that there are no records, is that right? Other than the output, the daily dispatch document?
That is correct. The security constrained economic dispatch that is created on a daily basis does not get saved. It gets overwritten
Okay.
once a week.
Now, I have 2 questions, a couple sets of questions about that. First of all, you testify in your rebuttal testimony, and I don't think we necessarily need a page reference to that, to the process that was instituted in the beginning of 2022 to review transactions, or at least to review non-transactions, sales and purchase transactions transacted for purposes other than reliability, correct?
Yeah, I mentioned my testimony that in January of 2022, we created a new process that
Mhm.
now identifies all of our purchases and sales and lists the criteria used in order for the traders to engage in that transaction.
And am I correct in reading that testimony and that description of that process to mean that at the end, after the end of the month, you gather the data, and run the run the program on a whole month's worth of transactions?
That is correct. At the end of the month, we import all of the transactions from our deal capture system into a database. It's in the database, we run an SQL query or script to be able to test all of the transactions to make sure that they're abiding to our policy and procedures. So like I mentioned in my testimony, we import all of the transaction as well as system Lambda on an hourly basis. System Lambda. System
Can
Lambda.
you spell that?
Yes, it's LAMBDA.
Thank you, System Lambda, and continue, please.
System Lambda, which in essence, it's representative of the EP's generation cost on an hourly basis. So with those 2 pieces of information, we're able to test the economic transactions. For the reliability transactions, we just need to make sure that there's an explanation of why they're labeling it reliability. Once the script identifies that, it kind of classifies it as a pass for the
It
month.
gets an automatic, there is an exhibit that gets an automatic pass, right?
Correct.
So looking at, but before we get into that, into your testimony on a specific process, I would like to ask you, you mentioned earlier that you override the files on a weekly basis, but you do this review of the script on a monthly basis. Doesn't that mean that the files are gone by the time you check out the transactions?
No, ma'am, those are two separate items. One of them is our security constrained economic dispatch model. That's the one that gets overwritten. The other one is deals that are entered into our deal capture system. Those are two different systems.
Yeah, I understand that, but when it comes to under the review process, I got it right. If something's been labeled, if a transaction, sale or purchase transacted by the company is labeled for reliability purposes, it gets an automatic pass, correct?
Correct.
And do you ever check those to verify that they really were, met the criteria for being reliability related?
Most certainly. In fact, our supervisor or any manager that's oversees, say our day ahead group, they need to sign off on all of the transactions for the day. But before they sign off on the transaction, they need to make sure that if they label something as reliability and they give an explanation, they check to make sure that it's meeting that. And if it does, then they sign off for the transactions for the day. Same thing with our real-time supervisor. He's in charge of overseeing all of our transactions done by a real-time group, but before he can sign off on those, he needs to make sure that they are adhering to our policy and procedures before they sign off on it. So yes, they are reviewed and checked and verified.
Okay. So, and then we're going back, and I guess I should really pull up your testimony on that process now. If I can get this one out of the way. Madam Hearing Examiner, before we move on and close it, I would like to move to admit CLC Exhibit 45, please.
I'm gonna object because, or is that the one that was able
It's
to?
Mary Lee's.
Is that the one that's responded to by Victor?
No, this is Mary Lee's about the retention of the records that Mr. Martinez himself raised in his oral testimony.
I don't think so. Mr. Herman tried to admit one of staff's exhibits yesterday. I don't think that's appropriate. I think you can utilize the exhibits, but I don't think that I think that amounts to friendly cross, trying to admit another party's exhibit. So no, I'm not going to do that.
It's
Madam
not another
Examiner, I'll
party's,
just note that
it's
that was
another
Mr.
party's
Wexler.
discovery.
You all can't talk at the same time.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just noting that that was Mr. Wexler, not myself.
Oh, it was.
Okay.
I apologize.
So, Madam
It was
Hearing
Mr.
Examiner,
Wexler.
for my edification, are you saying that, and this is a general question, across all cases, that a party cannot ask to admit a discovery response that one of the other parties gave to discovery propounded by a third party to the case ever? I mean, it sounds like
This is the first time. This is the first time that I can ever recall anyone else trying to offer somebody else's discovery requests or exhibits as into evidence.
Okay, I know it's just a fascinating concept because it sort of suggests or invites a lot of duplicative discovery. But I'll have to think about that. I understand. I think we've covered well, let me before we close it out, before I personally close it out, let's just finish off so we get it into the record. The last sentence of that response, Mr. Martinez, is due to the large size of the files required to complete the process, EPE does not save the daily files for the security constrained unit commitment. Is that right?
Yes.
And what you've testified is that actually you override them on a weekly basis.
That is correct. We have seven models, one for each day, Monday through Sunday.
Oh,
and they all get overwritten on a
Oh,
weekly
that's-
basis.
that's interesting. So let me close CLC exhibit and let's go to your rebuttal testimony. Oops, I've got too many things open here. Go back to your rebuttal testimony and see if I can locate that question quickly. Okay. Yeah, the discussion of the script and this verification process it begins at question 14 on page 6. Is that right?
I apologize, Ms. Stephen, can you point me?
Oh, you're in your direct, page 6, question 14. Is that where we start talking about this verification of the deal capture data that we've already begun speaking about?
Yes, this one, it's describes Epe'S generating resources and the types of fuel they use.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in your rebuttal. Did I direct you to your, I'm sorry if I sent you to your direct, it's my mistake. It's a rebuttal on page 6, beginning on question 14 on page 6, line 6, question 14.
Oh,
And
yeah.
thereafter.
Does EP take additional steps to verify that the transaction criteria is being met? Yes.
Okay. So, to summarize this review process, you there are various categories. Am I correct in understanding first that if the trader labels a purchase or transaction as being for reliability, EPE does not review it under the script and it receives a passing grade automatically? Right?
Yes. The only thing it looks at is just to make sure that there is a reason
Okay.
behind that we can later identify.
And you've just said that the supervisor is also responsible in real time for checking that there is a reason given.
That's correct.
Right?
Zach,
Right?
go ahead. Verbal answer. Mr. Martinez?
Oh, I'm so sorry. That is
Not.
correct.
So if the trader labels a purchase as an economy purchase, and the hourly purchase price is less than the hourly system lambda when the script is run, it gets it earns a passing grade, right? And that's it.
Yes.
And if the purchase is labeled as economy but does not get a passing grade under that script, it is returned to the trader for his review. Would that be the supervisor or the actual trader who did the transaction?
It gets sent to the supervisor and the supervisor will now relay to the trader.
Okay. And the trader, you said, and the way you describe it, the trader may recategorize it as reliability, as being for reliability?
It has happened in the past where the trader mistakenly categorized it as economy instead of a reliability.
So my question to you, in light of what you just said about the document or the record destruction, is how is the trader, this is possibly 3, 4, 5 weeks after the transaction was transacted, and now it's coming back to him or her for an explanation. What is that trader supposed to rely on? You can tell me.
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, our security control economic dispatch is overwritten, but the daily dispatch is not. So the daily dispatch again gives you all the pertinent information you need for the day. So they are able to go back to the daily dispatch and from there, kind of refresh their memory of what had kind of occurred for the day. And when they do come back, and again, it hasn't happened often, but if it comes back saying it should have been reliability, then we will test looking at the daily dispatch that was created. And then we also have another report on the real-time side called the bottom of the hour report. that in essence looks at the entire day as well. And in there's notes that that the trader puts in there that occur. So we can use both the bottom of the hour report and our daily dispatch to try to see if in fact it was a reliability transaction.
And how long do you retain these bottom of the day? Did I get that right? Reports?
They follow our retention criteria, which we keep them for at least a 7-year period.
So now let's move and now we're going back to how the script works. If the trader labels a sale as economy, meaning that it was, and the total system margins for that day are positive, the script automatically assigns that sale a pass result. Is that right?
That is correct.
And EPE doesn't review the individual transaction to see whether it was economic or a dud. You just I shouldn't use that. You go by the whole net day results in that case.
That is correct. Because if the whole transaction for the day resulted in positive margins, which then that automatically means that it met the criteria of an economy transaction.
Well, are you talking about the individual transaction there as a or all of the transactions for the day? I interpreted your testimony to mean the net of all the transactions during the day.
No, ma'am. We test every single transaction on a daily basis. And if
Okay.
the transaction has a positive margin at the end of the day, then it passes.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense, because I was thinking you were, just lumping them together and saying it was a good day. So what?
Can't testify, Miss Stevens.
All right.
Questions?
Okay. So Mr. Martinez, you were telling me that it doesn't just get lumped together and get a pass. And so I think then I have a misunderstanding also of what happens if the economy sale doesn't. So we're talking about the total margins on the plus or minus side. It's only for that particular transaction. Is that what your testimony is? And it doesn't matter if it's a 24-hour sale or if it's a 2-hour sale, you just look at each hour of that particular transaction, right?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to this question because there's a number of assumptions built in and compounded question.
I'm not sure it is, but maybe I should, Madam Hearing Examiner, might I ask?
Hang on.
Might you ask him to answer, if he can answer?
The bottom question posed was, well, if it's a 24-hour sale or a 2-hour sale, you just look at each hour of that particular transaction, right? So that's the question posed. I don't see it as necessarily compound. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question, sir, if you know.
Well, I'll try to answer based on what I think I understood is I understood that if it's a transaction that has only 2 hours in it, or if it's a transaction that has a full 24 hours, we just look at the daily at the end of the day. And if the end of the day has a positive margin, then it passes. So I'm hoping that's answering your question, Ms. Stevens.
So the treatment of sales, economy sales and economy purchases is the same in that regard, is it not?
It is. It's a little bit more complicated on the sales side, and I think I do explain that on my testimony.
Please.
Okay.
Can you summarize that again? I'm not sure that I grasp that.
Okay, yes. So on the purchase, again, all we simply look is if the purchase price is less than system lambda, then it passes. That means it's helping reduce fuel cost.
Mhm.
Now on the sales side, it's a little bit more complicated. So it first tests to see if it has a positive margin at the end of the day. If it does, then we pass it. But if it's not, then we send it to another step. And let me explain why. Because it's possible for a trader to engage in a off-system sale transaction for economic purposes, but then things could occur during the day that once the day has passed, it is no longer, it will no longer produce positive margins. Again, if I may, I can explain, if I may. So let's just say, I'm going to make an example. I think it might be easier to explain. So let's just say our cost is, say, $30. And let's just say we were selling at $40, hoping to make a $10 margin. And that was when the trader engaged, that's what they were looking at. And they thought they could make $10 margins. Once the day comes in, it's possible for EP to say lose a generator. And now it has to replace it with purchase power that is now at a cost higher than the sell price. So in this case, let's just say the trader now had to purchase at $50. Now, when it gets costed in the costing model, the $50 purchase will now be assigned to as a cost of the sale, making the transaction look that creating a negative margins for the day, making it seem that the sale was no longer profitable. It makes it seem like it was a bad transaction. So when that occurs, we go to a next step. So if at the end of the day we see negative margins, then we do another test. We now test to make sure that the sale price on every given hour is above lambda. And if the sale price is above lambda, then we now pass it, even though it created as negative margins. I hope that makes sense.
I think so. That lambda stuff, I get a little nervous over. But can you explain to me which, again, you just this last test that you do, what records do you utilize to get this data?
We use our EMS or energy management system. There's reports that we can kind of query information out of it. And our system administrator will go and get the system lambda on an hourly basis. And will now input that into the database that I mentioned, and is now able to compare sell price to our lambda, our system lambda, or our marginal cost on an hourly basis.
And the other events that might trigger these consequences, or this passing the second or third level of review, are those records maintained in a sort of a systematic fashion, or would somebody have to go and sort of recreate the day from a lot of sources?
Like I mentioned earlier, one of the reports that our real-time traders use is a bottom of the hour report. And it's a spreadsheet that in essence lays out the entire day. It has our load, has our generator, all of our transactions done for the day, checks to make sure that we're balanced. And within there, you could see if there's a generator that tripped. You'll see the generator trip, and many times there'll be a note explaining what happened and so forth.
Gotcha. Okay, this is very informative. Probably not helpful to my beating up your in the case, but very informative, Mr. Martinez. It usually is talking to you. I do want to ask you about the the example that you use, not one of, well, actually it is kind of in response to Ms. Solz's first March 5th date. And I'm looking for March 5th. And it's, hold on a second. My page. And I'm on page 19, but this is part of your discussion that begins, on 18 about the March 5th scenario. Okay.
Okay.
Page 19,
I'm on
line
page
18.
19 of his rebuttal, question 41.
Okay, and you understand that testimony was corrected?
Yes, and I'm looking at the corrected version.
Very well. And you're at 6 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And my questions don't go to your I don't think they go to your corrections. I think that my questions are about your discussion of the need to have the potential for a transmission line loss, Mr. Martinez. And so I'd like to know, in this particular case, first of all, is this totally a hypothetical within the day, or are you actually talking about a loss of transmission line that could possibly have reduced system imports to 300 megawatts?
So in regards to my testimony, this was listed as a hypothetical. However, it is a hypothetical that could potentially happen and
Okay.
something that we must make sure we plan on it in case if it happens.
So do you, and I'll have more questions for Mr. Bucios about this because I know transmission is his thing, but from your perspective, does the company on a daily basis plan its unit commitment around the possibility of the loss of a transmission line for, that would severely restrict imports into the service to the New Mexico, into the, retail service territory? Is that something you do all the time?
Yes, so as kind of described my testimony, we do need to meet what we called N-1 contingencies of what happens. We still need to be able to maintain the reliability system in case if either a large generator happens or a transmission line can occur. We still need to be able to show that we can meet the demand for the day if that were to happen.
And
I'm sorry, did you say N-1 and the
Yes, sir.
letter?
Yes, sir, it's
Thank you.
capital N-1.
Thank you.
so the company's total import capacity from the WEC or from Palo Verde is 645 megawatts, isn't it, Mr. Martinez?
That is the limitation for our southern New Mexico imports.
Yeah. And how did you pick for this hypothetical? How did you pick a limitation to 300? I mean, let me put it simply. Why didn't you assume complete loss of transmission, all 645 megawatts of import capability?
Well, in order for that to occur, you would need the loss of more than one transmission line. And we don't deal on N-2 contingencies or N-3. It's just the loss of one potential. So that's why.
And the 300 megawatt number you use here in your rebuttal hypothetical, is that what you believe is the N-1 for EPE?
Yeah, for that specific question, I think I'd probably refer you to Mr. Abel Bustillos, but there are times where that does become our N-1.
Okay, I'll ask him, but just to kind of tie up the hypothetical here. So for this hypothetical, you just picked one example of what might be an N-1 contingency on a given day, or okay. And is the intent of your testimony to say that every single day of every single year, EPE assumes that its import capacity into southern New Mexico will be limited to 300 megawatts?
The context of my testimony, it was just meant as a hypothetical of something that could potentially occur. But I did not mean for it to be, this is what we have to plan on a daily basis. But again, for that, I'd highly encourage you to talk to Mr. Bustillos on that.
And this is probably one for Mr. Bucios also, but I'll ask you just
1 minute.
Okay. Does the company put into the programs you're talking about, the models that we haven't seen for unit commitment, do they plug in fixed numbers every day based on loss of the Southern New Mexico import capacity or some portion of it?
Yes, we do model import limitations into our model to make sure that, we're not going above those limitations. So, and as transmission line outages occur, we adjust those numbers on a daily basis.
And when there's no outages in place and none that you have reason to believe on the horizon, you still input a number? Do you still input a number as a contingency?
Not as a contingency, but just as a limitation factor for our imports into our system.
And is that
Hey,
required?
Ms. Stevens, that's it.
I'll ask the next question of Mr. Bustias, and thank you very much, Mr. Martinez. It really always is a pleasure to see you.
You're welcome, Ms. Stevens. Likewise, pleasure to see you as well.
All right. Before we go to our next cross-examiner, Ms. Souls, who hopefully can conduct her cross-examination in 75 minutes or less, we're going to take our break. I have down that it is 10:40, so that will take us to 10:50. Don't worry if it's a couple, if you don't see me, but I have to run to the parking meter. I don't know if I can get back in 10 minutes. I was not kidding about being denied access to the garage. And so I had to park on the street. So we're going to take our break now, and I'll see you all in a couple minutes. Just remember that you need to
Okay, I don't know.
Mr. Martinez, is security constrained unit dispatch and security constrained unit. I cannot hear you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Sorry about that. It's a security constraint unit commitment, and it's also security constraint economic dispatch.
Give me just a second, Judge.
Take your time, sir. Just trying to check on the prognosis of my dog. See if she's going to make it or not.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, Judge. I'm ready when you are. I apologize, Mr. Martinez. Those terms roll off your tongue, but do not roll off my fingers.
I understand, Mr. Lee. I'll try to slow down. Thank you.
I understand, sir. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Don't slow down too much. My time is limited with you.
Mr. Lee, you're not in
I'm just
video.
wanting to see how-
There you are.
Okay, bye.
You
I'm
know,
sorry.
Mr. Martinez, I'd like to spend
I'm
days
sorry. I
with
missed
you.
you.
Oh.
So much.
We would learn
Thank
so
you.
much,
Well, I'm
especially if
happy to
Ms.
help with
Alter
whatever I
weren't
can.
there.
But you're not going to consider $1,000 shots. It doesn't. Just doesn't make it. Okay. Even though she was walking? They got her clothes. Yeah. 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 Well, she's a tough little dog too. Okay, so did she give us a time frame of when she might go? Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Lee.
I'm ready, Judge.
All right, great. Let's go back on the record. Ms. Souls, you have
Yes,
cross-examination, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Mr.
Please go
Martinez.
ahead.
I would like to start with Ms. Reese's testimony. I believe that's exhibit EPE 3. In my cross-examination of Ms. Reese yesterday, referencing the 550 work paper A documents, I asked her about the costs of off-system sales. She referred this line of questioning to you. Were you listening to that exchange?
Yes, I believe I was listening to that.
All right. If you would go to her exhibit JIR 2, page 342 of 390.
Okay.
I
I'm sorry.
believe that the
Ms. Hall, I
PDF number
apologize. Is this from a direct or rebuttal?
direct exhibit, EPE exhibit 3. And I believe it's page 370 out of 419 of the PDF numbering to help you find it.
Okay. Let me go down there. Understood. 370 of 390.
Of 419, I'm sorry. There's two different numberings. The exhibit has a number. The PDF numbering would be 370 of 419. Or
What
page
is the,
343 of 390 of the exhibit. This is the work paper A for March of 2022.
okay,
Okay. Do you have it up, hearing examiner? Oh, sorry. Let me see if I can find it. So I have
there you
page
go.
3. Oh, thank you.
Okay, could we go back to page 342, please? Thank you. I asked Ms. Riza about the costs of sales that are representing on line 20. And my question to her was, I asked, where does the value come from? This is what she referred to you.
Okay, so this is okay, line 20. I'm sorry, can you repeat the line number again, Ms. Solz?
Line 20, it's indicated under interchange out firm.
I see firm. I do see that.
You said it was the cost of sales. Where does the cost number come from?
Again, are you referring to the 5.7 million or so?
Yes, that would be the total company number.
Okay. Just to let you know, Ms. Solz, I'm not very familiar with this specific spreadsheet. So I'm not sure if the 5.7 million is the margins, or if it's the cost of the sales, or perhaps even the revenue. I'm not sure exactly where this number came from.
Very well, let's move on.
Thank you.
Please go to your rebuttal testimony at page 12.
I'm there.
All right. Line 1, you state that Ms. Souls contends EPE could just assign the highest cost to off-system sales. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
What problem do you see with assigning the highest cost to off-system sales?
Well, that would not be incorrectly. What we first need to assign to native load is all the must-run generation of all the units that need to be online to specifically supply the demand for the day. So those costs need to be assigned to customers first, again, because those units were turned on specifically to reliably meet the customer needs for the day. That needs to be assigned first. After that, then becomes our must-run, or I apologize, our must-take generation, which now becomes our Palo Verde generation. Once that is assigned, then after that, then you would assign the incremental costs of our local generation. So there's an order of what needs to get assigned to first. So it's not just as simple as assigning the highest cost to off-system sales.
Do you recall Ms. Riza indicated that the entire revenue from off-system sales is credited to El Paso Electric customers through the fuel clause? Do you recall that?
I do believe so. Yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that she said that the revenue was represented as the combination of cost plus margin? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do agree with that.
So would you agree then that if a higher cost was assigned to off-system sales, that the same amount of the revenue would be credited to El Paso Electric customers?
That is correct.
So let me ask you again, because my question was, what is the problem with assigning higher costs to off-system sales?
Again, it just wouldn't be incorrectly. Like I mentioned earlier, we first must have to assign the cost to run these the units that, again, that were put online specifically to meet the demand for the day. That needs to be allocated first. Because these units were not turned on to make off-system sales. Whenever we commit units for the day, it's solely to meet the demand for the day, not for off-system sales. So those costs need to be assigned to customers first.
Is there some other stakeholder in this besides El Paso Electric customers?
No, not that I can think of.
So either way, El Paso Electric customers would receive the same revenue. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you're determined that there's a correct way, but the result doesn't change. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree to that.
Very well. Would assigning higher costs, would it change how El Paso Electric maintains the reliability of the system?
None at all.
Look at line 17 on this page 12.
Mhm.
You say the costing model should not be used to evaluate EPE's decision to engage in off-system transactions or to determine if EPE was purchasing power at the lowest possible price. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is.
What should be used to evaluate EPE's decision to engage in off-system sales transactions?
I think the main question should be we need to evaluate EP's decision at the time that the decision was made. Simply because, again, our job is to predict the future. And we have to make decisions based off that prediction of the future. And as you can see, a lot of things could potentially happen. A lot of changes could occur. So for us to evaluate the day after it occurred is not a right approach. You need to evaluate the decisions that were made at the time that that decision was made to make sure that EP was prudent in its decision making. We want to prove that any other utility would have acted as prudent as we would have made the same decision based on the set of facts that were there. So we don't really go back and after the day has passed to evaluate ourselves. We mainly try to prove that when that decision was made, it was the best decision the EP could have made for its customers.
Is it possible that with all the best information, it still might have been a poor decision?
You'd have to show me an example, but right now I can't think of one.
Is it possible we're talking about the difference between the result of your practices and policies and what those practices and policies are?
Right now, our policies and practice are set so that EPE can trade in what's the best for our customers at the time that the transaction occurred.
And let me ask you again, what should be used to evaluate the result of those decisions?
And I think I've already answered that, but again, because our day-ahead group is sometimes trading on Friday for Monday. A lot of things could occur after the fact. So there's really no sense for us to evaluate after the day has occurred, because again, so many things could happen. What we need to evaluate is what decisions did EP make when it was transacting, for 2 days in advance. And our policy and practice are set up so that our transactions are done so that it's most beneficial to our customers and reliability of the system as well.
Are you saying that if the day ahead trades were made on Sunday for Monday, that they would be better informed?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm gonna object to this question. It's speculative and it's not, it's asking about hypothetical questions that aren't how EPE conducts its operation.
Ms. Souls, what's the purpose of asking a question that's not reflective of how the market actually works?
Well, I didn't hear Mr. Martinez say that was how the market actually works. He was making the point that because they were transacting Monday on Friday, that a lot could happen in those 2 days. So I was asking him about if day ahead trading was done actually a day ahead, if he was indicating that it would produce a better result.
Mr. Martinez, is there day ahead trading on Saturday and Sunday?
There's not, ma'am.
May I follow up, ma'am?
Go ahead.
Is that because of industry practice?
Correct. That's based off of the markets themselves. They don't trade on weekends or national holidays.
What is your real-time traders doing on Sunday?
Well, we do have a real-time trader on Sunday, and their job is to now trade for the following hour.
The
Did they
following.
also trade?
Wait a second. I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I'm sorry, they're trading for the next hour forward.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Souls.
Could they trade for Monday?
They can. They typically don't for the same reason, because they understand that a lot of things could potentially happen. So they would usually just wait till Monday to transact. Again, it's all about timing. So if it's on, say, Monday, hours ending, 1 and 2, obviously they would have to be transacted on kind of Sunday evening. But our real-time group doesn't typically go out too far for the same reason. There's a lot of uncertainty with that.
I'm trying to determine if this is because EPE chooses not to staff trading on Sunday, or if it's because they can't conduct day-ahead trading for Monday.
Is that a
on
question?
Sunday. Is that the reason that you don't conduct Sunday trading for Monday?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object because there is several questions within there. Is Ms. Souls talking about day ahead trading or real-time trading?
You want to clarify your question, Ms. Souls?
I'm asking about the opportunity to trade Monday from Sunday, regardless of what Mr. Martinez calls it.
I'm going to object. I think she needs to clarify if she's talking about the day ahead trading or the real-time trading.
Ms. Souls? Are you asking one or both?
I am asking if trading can be conducted on Sunday for Monday as if it was day ahead trading.
Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, we do have a real-time staff that is, in essence, a desk. It's mandated 24/7. So there are real-time traders that are there on Sunday that could potentially trade for Monday, but typically don't do so because they'd rather just work on the day they're at and try not to go too far ahead.
So referring to your previous testimony about trading on Friday for Monday and saying that a lot can happen in 2 days, is it also true that a lot less that is unexpected could happen in that 1 day?
Well, let me first clear on my testimony. I was mainly referring to day ahead trading. Day ahead trading on Friday, they trade for both Sunday, Monday, on Friday, typically unless there's a holiday. So, and again, day ahead traders based off of just when the market is open. So, which is why in my rebuttal testimony, I showed exhibits showing our daily dispatch, which is the dispatch that our day ahead put together, and in essence was a plan that they had in place for that specific day. Was there another question in there? I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm missing something.
I'm ready to move on if you are.
I'm ready.
Please go to page 10 at line 20.
I'm there.
You testify that EPE will engage in reliability sales when native load is less than must-run generation and must-take generation. And sales must be made for reliability requirements to balance load and resource levels. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is nuclear generation considered must-take generation?
Yes, it is. I explained that in my direct testimony.
And does El Paso Electric have any discretion over whether or how much nuclear generation it receives?
We do not.
Is renewable generation considered must-take generation?
I would consider it as well. Yes.
Do you typically treat it as a reduction to load, or do you track renewable generation?
We see renewable generation as a reduction to load.
Does El Paso Electric have discretion over how much renewable generation it receives?
There are some contracts that will allow EPE to curtail some of the renewable generation. But ever since we've had renewable generation, if I'm not mistaken, there's only been 2 instances where we've had to curtail renewable generation. All the other times we've been able to absorb it.
Is there anything else in the category of must-take generation?
Not that I can recall at this time.
What constitutes must-run generation?
Our must-run generation is, we're mainly talking about our local units. And this is our gas generating units that need to be online in order to sustain the reliability for the day.
When you say need to be online, what's your definition of online?
Online, that means it's generating megawatts and it's synchronized to the grid.
So throughout your testimony, when you say online, you're not talking then about available quick start units?
No, ma'am. When I'm talking about online, that means they're producing megawatt and again synchronized to the grid.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Would you agree that El Paso Electric does have discretion over how much natural gas-fired local generation is online?
Somewhat. The only reason is because there are a lot of NERC standards, a lot of reliability standards that must be met. So it's just not 100% to our discretion. We need to make sure that we're meeting all our reliability metrics in order to do so.
Would you agree that the conversations and discussions you were reflecting in terms of planning your unit commitment is pretty much about how much natural gas-fired generation needs to be online? Would you agree with that?
I would agree. Yes, I think most of the conversations have to do with the online generation. Again, mainly our conventional units that are not quick starts.
And would you agree that El Paso Electric has discretion over which natural gas-fired local generators run?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, is it your conclusion that Ms. Souls objects to El Paso Electric engaging in reliability sales when native load is less than must-run generation and must-take generation levels?
I'm sorry, Ms. Sold. Are you asking that if EPE disagrees with you about having to make reliability sales?
Is it your conclusion that Ms. Souls objects to El Paso Electric engaging in reliability sales when native load is less than must-run generation and must-take generation?
No, I don't believe I object. If Ms. Sold is stating that EP must make reliability sales when it has, too much must-run and must-take generation levels, I would agree that we do need to make reliability sales in order for us to balance the system.
And would you agree that Ms. Souls comes to the same conclusion in her testimony?
I'd have to look at it again, but I don't recall rebuting that part.
Thank you. Please go to page 14 at line 18.
14 and 18, I am there.
I've asked you this question. We can go on. Now, you indicate that generation online for reliability considerations is, quote, without regard to their dispatch economics. Is that your testimony?
Yes. Yeah, I'm on line 20. Yes. I don't know if you want me to read the whole statement, but yeah, I think you read part of the sentence. I'll read the whole sentence. It says, reliability considerations cause EP to have some amount of generation online that can respond to system contingencies and support local transmission without regard to their dispatch economics.
Does that mean that if El Paso Electric has a choice between running, for example, Newman 1 or Newman 2 for reliability, that El Paso Electric does not consider which is more economical?
If El Paso Electric does have a choice between 1 and 2, and if either 1 and 2 can still supply the same level of reliability, then yes, EP would have a choice to decide which unit to commit, and would commit the one that be at the lowest cost.
And so in what way would Newman 1 or Newman 2 be different in terms of their reliability characteristics?
Well, I guess it all depends on the unit. Sometimes certain units are having problems, which they might not be able to ramp up as fast or ramp down. They might be having, I don't know, just certain issues that may not make it as reliable. So that's mainly what I'm referring to.
Thank you. Do you know, Mr. Martinez, which of Newman 1 or Newman 2 is more economical to operate?
Yes, based on my experience, it'd be Newman 2.
Thank you. Please go to page 15 and the paragraph that begins at
Wait just a second. Why?
I'm sorry, why?
Why?
So every unit has, we've calculated a heat rate, which in essence, it's a number that'll tell us exactly how much MMBTU it utilizes per megawatt hour. And again, just based off of my almost 20 years of working for El Paso Electric, I know more or less the characteristics of each unit, and I know that the heat rate on Newman 2 is typically a little bit lower than Newman 1.
And are there any characteristics of 2 that are different than 1 that makes that so?
Yeah, so they're different units built at different times. Newman 2 is a little bit a larger unit than Newman 1. It's a newer unit as well. Relatively, they're both like close to 60 years old, but Newman 2 is a little bit older than 2, so it just has a little bit better heat rate. Somewhat of a newer technology than Newman 1.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll start your time back now, Ms. Olson.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please go to page 15 in the paragraph that begins at line 2. What is the difference between reliability required online natural gas-fired resource and other non-reliability required natural gas-fired resource?
Give me a second to read here, please. Okay, so I think in this context, I was just simply explaining that there's going to be certain units that need to be online for reliability, specifically for reliability, and then there's some other units that looks like they would not have to be turned on specifically for reliability.
How can you tell which are which if multiple units are operating?
Again, that would probably be a question for Mr. Abel Bustillos. I know there's times where there's got to be certain generation online, either on the east side of our system or on the west side of our system. So in order to help support, kind of voltage support and VAR support, and sometimes they'll tell us that they need a certain generator online at a specific location. But yeah, for that, I'd probably defer to Mr. Bustillos on that.
Okay. Let me follow up. You may have to refer to this also. Could Montana 1, for example, with 90 megawatts of capacity, could it substitute for Newman 1 with 84 megawatts of capacity as a reliability required online natural gas-fired resource?
So just know if MPS 1 is available, then whenever we're looking at the reliability requirements, we're looking at the availability that Newman 1 can be there. So I'll try to give you an example. So if I may, so I'll try to simplify the examples as much as I can. So let's just say, for simplistic reason, let's just say we needed 5 generator units online. And let's just say we had MPS 1 and 2 available, then that means the other 3 would have to be from our conventional units, meaning that you couldn't just replace MPS 1 with another unit, because MPS 1 is not part of the overall mix of units that are needed to reliably meet the needs for the day.
Ms. Martinez, earlier you told me that to be online, a unit had to be generating and synchronized. Does that not apply to MPS 1?
Of course it does. But because our MPS units are quick start units, meaning they can be online in 10 minutes, we could still use those units to help meet the reliability needs of the day, knowing that they can be on in 10 minutes. So they don't have to be online.
Very well. So even though this says reliability required online, that would include MPS 1 that is not online. Am I understanding you correctly?
No. When we talk about must run generation, it is mainly talking about our local units, but it's our older conventional units that cannot be started up quickly. So again, if we feel we need the unit to meet our demand for the day, say hour ending 15, and knowing that we just cannot turn that unit offline, because if we do, then we know it could take potentially days to bring it back on, that unit needs to stay on, because again, we're gonna need it for hour ending 15. So then we're talking about must run generation that's being online, we're mainly referring to our local units. However, if there are any MPS units that are offline, but available for us to dispatch, those are all taken into consideration when considering the amount of generation needed online to meet the demand for the day. I hope that helped explain it.
My question had been, could MPS 1 with 90 megawatts of capacity substitute for Newman 1 with 84 megawatts of capacity? I'm still not clear as to your answer.
Okay, so what I want to say, if for whatever reason we dispatch Newman 1, and if we make the decision to have Newman 1 online because we need it for the day, we took in consideration that MPS 1 was available to us. As part of our, reliability needs for the day.
Okay, let's move on. At line 5,
Yes.
you say that the more expensive reliability required online natural gas-fired resources are dispatched first. What do you mean they are dispatched first?
Okay, let me look at the question to see what we're talking about. Impacts is, okay, we're talking about, okay. So in the context of this is asking how do reliability considerations impact EP's dispatch of generation cost. So when we're talking about these, is that if we ever have any online must-run generation, which again, we're referring to our older conventional units, those units needs to be dispatched first, obviously, or they're going to be at the bottom of the stack. Because again, they're already online. They're already online and are there specifically to help us meet the demand for the day. So those will naturally be dispatched first.
So let's keep talking about Newman 1 that we were talking about a minute ago.
Sounds
So
good.
Newman 1 is online and operating,
Okay.
right? Isn't Palo Verde also already operating?
Yes, it is.
And as they're already operating, what is this notion of dispatch?
So in this particular case, it's just referencing, we have a dispatch order. I think probably that might be the best way of describing it. And in fact, if I may, let me see, if I may point you to page 21 of my rebuttal testimony, it kind of gives you the stack, or how is it that we stack the units and that stack will determine how those units are dispatched from 0 megawatts all the way to the top. So this particular graph, and in fact, it's graph VMR-1 on page 21 of my rebuttal testimony, it shows that a reliability must-run generation, which again mainly includes our local older conventional units, are at the bottom of that stack, meaning those are the units that will be dispatched first. After that will be our Palo Verde generation. That's now next on the stack. And last will be our incremental gas-fired generation. That'll be on the very top of that stack. So it's just a representation of if we were to start dispatching units from 0 megawatts all the way to the top, which ones are the ones that are going to be dispatched first. So in this case, it'd be our reliability must-run generation.
So is it appropriate to characterize that as a representation or conceptualization rather than physically dispatching, physically causing more generation? Is that accurate?
Yeah, this would be more of a representation of how it is. Because obviously, if the units are online, they're already generating.
And so then in regards to incrementing, would you increment the more expensive units or the less expensive units?
And again, once we're talking about incremental, we start dispatching the units with the lowest incremental cost first, assuming reliability needs have been met first, of course.
And by that, now we really are talking about something physical, incrementing, rather than dispatching, which is conceptual. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, so now we're talking about physically moving units up or down, opposed to units that are already online generating.
Thank you very much. Please go to line 15, where you state.
What page?
Well, that's a good question. I was on page 15. And at line 15, reliability related costs are properly allocated to the provision of native load service. Is that your testimony?
I'm sorry, Ms. Sosa, what's the page number in line again?
Page 15, line 15.
15. Yes, consequently, reliability-related costs are properly allocated to the provision of native load service.
Who benefits when reliability-related costs are allocated to native load?
Well, are you asking who benefits when reliability costs are assigned to native load?
Yes.
Well, customers do, because we're serving, we have a system that's going to reliable meet their needs for the day. So customers certainly benefit from that.
If those costs were assigned to off-system sales, would you do anything different?
No, I don't believe we would.
And would assigning those higher costs to off-system sales, would that result in lower costs to El Paso Electric customers?
No, I don't believe it would.
And why not?
Like you mentioned earlier, so like you mentioned earlier, regardless of how off-system sales are costed, ultimately customers are going to get the full benefit of the revenue. Like we talked about earlier. So, when cost goes up, margins go down and so forth and so forth. So the fact that they're still going to get credited on the revenue, it would not make any difference to customers.
Very well. Would it perhaps make it clearer that the reliability related costs are expensive for El Paso Electric customers?
We're not classified as that. I'd classify it as the cost that's needed to help maintain the reliability of the system.
Okay, please go to line page 16, line 19.
I'm there.
You refer to reliability must run generation levels. Is that equivalent to the costing model designation of local must run generation?
Yes, so in this context, the reliability must run and or take must run generation would be equivalent to the must run generation that's in the costing model.
And would you agree that that is minimum operating levels for the reliability units?
It is minimum operating units plus 35 megawatts of regulation. Because we cannot just trade, right at the bottom, right? We need some wiggle room because we know load fluctuates within the hour. So it's minimum levels plus 35 megawatts of regulating margin.
And do I understand the costing models are constructed so that they are using those assumptions?
That is correct.
Thank you. If you would go to page 19.
I'm here.
I don't need to ask you that. You've already answered that. Please
Okay.
go to page 20 and your response to question 43. Can you take me to the part of Ms. Soul's testimony that you're referencing in this response?
Oh my goodness, it'll take me a while if I try to sort through your testimony and find it, but there were part of your testimony that referencing that it was impossible for us to make positive margins on this specific day. If you like,
May I take you there?
Please do so, or you can point me as well.
All right. If you'll go to Souls Exhibit 1. And at page 46, line 3.
I'm scrolling down. I'm almost there. Okay, I'm on page 43. Yes.
Page 46, line 3.
Line 3, yes.
Is this what you're referring to?
Hang on just one second, Ms. Souls. You said Souls 46 or Souls Exhibit 1?
Souls Exhibit 1 would be the direct testimony.
Okay. As you can see on my screen share,
ma'am.
the header says confidential direct testimony. Is this in fact your confidential direct testimony?
No, ma'am. It is the corrected direct testimony, which should have removed that confidential term
Okay.
in the header.
I just want to make sure that I'm not showing something on the share screen.
No, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you find it, Mr. Martinez?
I did find it, but that was not the section that I was referring to, ma'am. The section I was referring to can be found on your Exhibit 1, page 46, line 3, where it says it was impossible for EP to make a positive margin on March 5th, 2022.
That's what I was trying to direct you to.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry.
And you object to this conclusion, am I correct?
I do, ma'am.
So would you go then to further, previous to this point, I want you to go to her page. Page 39.
Is this on your?
Table MLS 02. Are you there?
I am right here, yes.
So do you disagree with the details that are included in this cost of power comparison for March 5th, 2022?
Okay, I'm not seeing a table on page 39.
You're not seeing table MLS 02, cost of power comparison.
I do see it.
This is in Souls Exhibit 1.
Okay, page 39, right?
Well, what if you went to 38? I don't know why yours looks different
Nope.
from mine.
I'm pulling your Souls Exhibit 1 out of the Dropbox.
Well, let me go back and pull it again.
You say it's MLS 2?
Madam
It
Hearing,
is table MLS-02, cost of power comparison.
I think you're looking at the exhibit to her direct testimony, maybe, because that doesn't have the right case caption at the header either.
Okay.
This looks like testimony from the RPS case, maybe.
Okay, so I was in her attachment.
Yeah, this is not the correct one, ma'am. And I did just pull it up again.
Okay. All right, well, that's what's in the Dropbox as Souls Exhibit 1. Maybe I'm in the wrong Dropbox. Hold on.
I think, yes.
Believe it or not, I have more than one file.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Page 39. Table MLS
Yep.
02, and I'm asking Mr. Martinez, do you disagree with the information included in this table?
I don't disagree with the deal numbers. I think the part that and again, I'm unclear of is that I believe for the generating units, Newman 1, 3, Rio Grande 7, Newman 4, and MPS 4, you are.
I'm sorry, 1, 3, and the other one?
Rio Grande 7, Newman 4, and MPS 4. Based on your testimony, it seems you are using an average price there, which whenever you're looking at cost the cost of off-system sales, you should never look at average cost. You should always look at incremental cost. That's the only thing I disagree.
Did you calculate different values for those generators?
I looked at what was on the at the cost for the day, but again, I'm not sure where. Yeah, I believe it's, and again, I believe that those numbers were from average, and if they're average, I wouldn't agree with that. But if they're incremental, then I would have to reference to make sure they're correct.
And what cost was El Paso Electric using for these generators on that day?
And when we look at the cost for off-system sales, we look at incremental cost of generation, not average.
Okay, but you don't have those values, is that correct?
I don't have them with me at this time. I do not.
Very well. So if this calculation for those costs was reasonable, would you agree that there's also the Palo Verde cost represented here?
Yes, I do see that.
And it's quite a bit lower at $7.36 per megawatt hour. Would you agree?
I agree.
And looking at this information, would you agree that operating local gas generators on March 5th was more costly than any of the sales that were executed? Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry, would your question ask me if Palo Verde was less than the sales, the purchases, or the
No,
sales?
the local generators,
Oh,
cost for those was more than any of the sales transactions El Paso Electric engaged in.
that is correct.
Very well. Let's go back to your testimony on page 20.
Okay.
This is still your rebuttal testimony.
Yeah.
On page 20 at line 13, and you say when El Paso Electric is engaging in reliability sales, most of the costs of the off-system sales will come directly from Palo Verde generation. That's your testimony?
That is correct. What page was it again? I apologize, but yes, I do recall that.
Page 20.
Page 20.
And does that benefit El Paso Electric customers?
Sure does.
Please explain.
Yes, so it benefits them by having a system that's balanced. Again, we must be able to make sure we meet all our reliability metrics. The more reliability our system is, the better it is for our customers to not have a reliable energy resource that can help kind of meet the demands for their homes.
And that explanation has to do with your reliability dispatch, not with the costing. Would you agree?
No, I think what we're talking about right now is about the reliability sales that need to be done. Those need to be done for reliability to help balance the system. Which I may add, all the sales that occurred on March 5th, 2022, even though the costs were lower than our incremental cost of generation, they were all done for reliability purpose to help balance the system.
Yes. Do your traders understand that those sales are at below the local cost of generation?
Yeah, of course they do.
Very well. Would you please go to your exhibit, I believe it's now labeled VM-2R, page 1 of 3. Please explain what we're looking at here.
This is my second exhibit.
VMR2R, yes, sir.
Perfect. Scrolling down there. So is this page 1 of 3?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is the daily dispatch that was sent out by our day ahead traders. And what I wanted just to show is this is the plan that our day ahead traders had for that specific day. And it shows again our load, shows all of our generating resources and all the transactions that were done for the day in order to help kind of balance the system.
And would I be correct that that day ahead trading was conducted on Thursday, March 3rd?
That is correct. On Thursday, they trade for Friday and Saturday.
Very well. And what is represented on the line total local generation?
Total local generation is a summation of all the generator that's online and actually dispatched at those specific levels.
The levels that are dispatched, they're based on your expectation of load for 2 days hence, is that correct?
Yes. Load and then off-system cells that were done for that hour.
So this is after the day ahead trading?
Yes, after the day ahead trading's been done, this is the daily dispatch, or in essence, the plan for the day. That's
It
now
is the
sent out to-
result then of the day ahead trading, is that correct?
I'm sorry. Speaking at the same time, can you start your question again?
Sorry. Then this is the result of the day ahead trading activity, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And which hours have the lowest total for local generation?
I'd have to look at it here. It looks like hour 13, looks like it possibly.
And that's what, 199 megawatts?
Yes,
And that's maybe hour ending 12, 13, and 14 at 199 megawatts.
yeah, approximately.
So why, if 199 megawatts is reliable for those hours, why are the other hours with total local generation greater than 199 megawatts?
Let me look at it here. Yeah, so I don't know if you can also see on that same level, hours ending 12 and 13. I don't know if you see that blue line that says forecasted real-time transactions.
Yes.
That one tells us, in essence, right now, that is telling us that the system is not necessarily quite imbalanced. Those are forecasted sales that need to be done. So in these particular hours, we're kind of bottomed out already. And it's meaning that we probably need to make more off-system sales to help balance the system. But to also help you answer your question, whenever our day-ahead traders are trading, they trade in blocks, meaning they trade either light load or heavy load. If it's light load, they're trading for all hours 1 through 6, hours 23 and 24. If it's heavy load, it's hours 7 through 22. So they need to choose a number that they feel would be good for every single hour for those times. Meaning that they don't trade on a per hour basis. They base on blocks. That means that some of the hours will actually be producing a little bit more, but then as the day occurs, then it'll be producing less. So they need to choose a volume that would be good for the entire trading block. I hope that makes sense.
Well, I think I know what you said, but let me ask you some additional questions.
Yes.
199 megawatts plus a little bit would be the reliability required generation amount. Are we agreed on that?
I don't know if I quite understood. I'm sorry, can you repeat it again?
Well, you pointed me to the blue line, forecasted real-time transactions, and there are some small numbers there, maybe 4. So 199 megawatts plus 4 or so, a little bit.
Yeah.
Be required for reliability. That's sufficient for reliability on March 5th. Is that what you're telling me?
That is the minimum amount that needs to be sold for reliability. but we won't be able to know the exact amount until we get to that specific date. But right now, based off this plan, based off the load that they're expecting, here's the minimum amount of sales that need to be done in order to have the system in balance.
Would you compare that, please, to say hour ending 20,
Okay.
which looks to me as if the plan is 440 megawatts of local generation. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Uh,
So
Yes.
how does that relate to reliability?
Again, the transaction was done for heavy load, which was done for 7 through 22. So our real-time traders need to trade an amount knowing that whatever amount they trade will be equal through all hours. So since our load is not static, it varies. Whenever they trade this for reliability, they're going to know that there's going to be some hours where we'll have our generators need to come up because again our load is going up. But they wouldn't be able to, again, any less that they reduce it, then now we're causing some reliability constraints for some of the earlier hours. So again, they need to choose a number that will safely be able to kind of balance the system for the entire day.
I still don't understand the explanation for 240 approximately megawatts of additional generation that's not required.
Well, again, it might not be required for that hour, but it was definitely required for hours 12 and 13, as I pointed out earlier. So our day-ahead traders, when they trade in the day-ahead market, it's usually done in blocks, what they call. For heavy load, heavy load and light load. And for heavy load, whatever amount they trade, it's got to be for the full day, hours 7 through 22. So as you can see, we cannot reduce that amount anymore for hours 12 and 13, because if so, it'll create a reliability issue. So they need to choose a number to make sure that they're able to safely, reliably balance the entire day for the full day. And in this particular day, it's March, we peak in the evening, which means that our load starts going up. So obviously our generator is going to be coming up. But again, it was still a necessary transaction that had to be done in order to balance for the previous hours.
Let me try again. And I'm understanding you that this is because of the dynamics of trading, not the dynamics of the reliability of the system.
It's both.
Is that correct?
It's both. It's because of the reliability of the system and because of the dynamics of trading.
Would you please go to page 3 of your exhibit BM2R?
Page 3 of 3. Yes, I'm right here.
All right. I have to make this bigger. And please describe what this is.
What I wanted to show is that aside from the fact that EP was conducting these sales for reliability only, we were still able to generate close to $18,000 in margins for just that specific day. And I wanted just to show how I calculated those numbers.
Very well. And does it indicate that El Paso Electric made multiple sales transactions for every hour of March 5th, 2022?
Yes, this shows and actually this only shows the non-arbitrage transactions done for the day.
So these are the ones that are related to El Paso Electric's system, correct?
Correct. That is correct.
Thank you. And were any of these sales transactions at a sales price equal to or greater than $46.15 per megawatt hour?
I'd have to look at these. But again, I do want to just point out that all of these transactions were done for reliability, meaning we had to balance the system. So at that moment, we don't really look at the economics. At that moment, we go out and in essence kind of send up, look for different traders that are willing to take power, and then from there we'll choose the offer that has the highest price for our customers. So we're kind of like at the mercy of what the market is at that particular time. But we know it's power that has to be, in essence, sold to balance the system.
And did you answer my question? Were any of the sales transactions at a sales price equal to or greater than $46.15 per
I-
megawatt hour?
I'd have to look, like, and there's a lot of numbers, but based on quick glance at it, it doesn't appear that they are.
Thank you. And let's go to page 2 of 3 of your exhibit VM-2R.
Page 3 of 3 or 2 of 3?
2 of 3. 2
Okay,
of 3,
2 of 3.
please. And what are
Right.
we looking at here?
So what I wanted just to show on this particular day is I wanted just to show what the day ahead traders were looking at when they were engaging in when they were trading for March 5th. And when they're trading, they're seeing all of these outages that occur on some of these units. And I just thought it was important to tell the full story as to why, why they traded the way they did and why the units were committed for the day. And this is what they were looking at.
And is 771 megawatts that's represented as available capacity, is that what you're considering as being online capacity?
No. So again, our copper units, you can see that it's online. It's available capacity 70, but that one is one of our quick start units, so it's not online.
Go ahead.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize, Ms. Souls. This report, it's a dynamic report that is constantly being updated. So if it has a current status of online, that means it is online at the time the day ahead trader took a screenshot of this report. So if it's reserved, that means it's available, but it's not online. I apologize for that.
Well, then maybe we should go back. This is related to March 5th or not related to March 5th?
No, this is actually this report. I believe it's, I think my headings are covering it, but it was on March 3rd, 2022. So
This is
report,
what, go ahead.
yeah, again, this is a report on March 3rd, 2022. March 3rd is when the day ahead traders were trading for March 5th. And this is the information they had available to them when they're making all these decisions for March 5th.
Okay. So I want to go back to this question of the 771 available. What does that represent in terms of our reliability discussion?
Okay, so on this specific day, if you're to add up all of the available capacity generation, then that will give you the total of local generation online again on March and available on March 3rd, 2022. But again, this is a report that they're looking at when they're trading for March 5th.
So in your testimony on page 19, we can go there if we need to.
Sure.
You talked about EPE would need a minimum of 650 megawatts of local generation online. Do you recall that?
Believe so. I'm getting to it. Line, it was page 19?
Page 19, line 13.
Yes, I do see that.
And how does that minimum of 650 megawatts of local generation online relate to this total available capacity of 771 megawatts?
And so once talking about the minimum, we would need a minimum of 650 megawatts. The other report talks about maximum total available capacity. So that's the difference between the two.
Can I conclude that you had more than enough capacity on March 5th?
We had adequate amount on March 5th to, again, not only meet our load, but to make sure we keep the system reliable.
And so this comparison of 650 minimum required and 771 available. So you pulled it back to adequate. Can you explain why?
Of course. Yeah, I mean, we had adequate generation online that's needed to meet the demand for the day. Again, on my rebuttal testimony, I say we need a minimum of 650 megawatts, which now becomes our minimum. The other report showed a maximum of 771. Each generator unit has a minimum capacity and a maximum capacity. So there's always be a range between the two. So this one was just simply talking about, we need a minimum of 650, But however, we had up to 771 that we could potentially use.
Well, does that mean that if, say, Newman 1, available capacity of 77 megawatts, that it could be turned off and you would still be in a reliable position?
Now, again, if Newman 1 was dispatched for the day, was needed to help meet the reliability demands of the day.
And you don't know what that rationale is behind that. It wasn't because of these minimums. Is that correct?
Now, again, if you want to get into specifics, I'd probably highly recommend talking to Mr. Abel Bustillos, but our unit configuration for the day is committed for the sole purpose, and again, of reliably meeting our system demands for the day. And all generation that's online is adequate and again, needed at times to be able to do so.
Okay. Would you please go to page 18 of this testimony and your response to question 40?
Okay. Sorry, Ms. What was there a question?
At line 20, you say all off-system sales were transacted to balance the system, reliability sales, and not done to generate positive margins. Is that your testimony?
That is my testimony.
Do you mean all off-system sales, or do you mean specifically day-ahead sales?
I meant both. They were day-ahead sales, and I think if I recall on this specific day, I believe there might have been some real-time transactions, but I don't know if I'm getting days confused.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to deal 25891. I believe it's represented on that VM-2R page 3 that we were just looking at.
Yes, 25.
This is a monthly transaction.
258. 25. You know, I'm sorry, Miss. I don't see it on my. Is it on my exhibit?
It's, yes, page 3 of 3, VM-2R. I believe it's the very first one.
In 25891?
Yes, sir. It's represented as a monthly.
I saw it there. Oh, okay. I see it now.
I could walk you through this, but would you agree that this was an economic sale due to market opportunity?
If it was done for the month, yes, I agree. I stand corrected, Ms. Souls.
Thank you.
This one was done for economics.
Please go to page 25 in your response to question 48.
Yeah, I think in my rebuttal testimony, I was mainly just referring to day-ahead transactions done for the day. I think I might have missed this particular one. I should have reworded it differently. But I'm sorry, where should I go?
Page 25, your response to question 48. I'm trying to get there too.
Gosh, what exhibit is this?
This is still your rebuttal testimony, page 25.
Oh, gotcha. Up there.
You reference the cost of generation was approximately $60 per megawatt hour in this world. Where does the value of $60 per megawatt hour for EPE's incremental cost of generation come from?
That I got it from the costing model.
To be an incremental cost of generation, as you pointed out before, doesn't it have to be specific to an hour?
Yes.
And That incremental cost of generation, are you saying it was specific to hour ending 20 and hour ending 22?
Let me see. Yeah, I think I was just trying to take an average.
Would your traders have known that at the time they were trading?
Yeah. Yeah, our traders should know what the incremental cost of generation at the time that they're trading. I do want to point out, if you go a little bit above, I do talk about that was approximately $60 sold power. So again, I'm just kind of, it's mainly an average for those hours in question. And it is approximately $60 per megawatt hour.
So you used an average, is that correct?
Yes, approximately, yes.
And is the costing model information available before the actual day?
No, it's not. The costing model is done after. However, the EDUC that I was mentioning earlier uses a lot of the same logic as our costing model. So our day traders are able to see what the incremental cost of generation as they're trading for the day.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And are El Paso Electric's traders, are they generally expected to be paying attention to these economics as they're initiating transactions?
Most definitely, yes. If they're going to be conducting an economic sales, they need to know exactly what the incremental cost of generation is before they can conduct the transaction.
Very well. Please go to page 30. And at line 6, the sentence that begins unfortunately. Am I correct that you're discussing the circumstances of January 31st, 2021?
Oh, just found the unfortunately. If you could just give me a little bit of time to kind of familiarize myself. There were a lot of days, Ms. Souls.
I know. Yes, sir, I know.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I think I know which day we're talking about. Can you repeat your question again, please?
Are we talking about January 31st, 2021?
Yes.
And was the cost of gas generation greater than the sales price?
Yes, it was.
Was the PV3 proxy price in effect on January 31st,
Sorry,
2021?
what's the what proxy price?
PV3 proxy price.
On January 31st, 2021, I believe it still was at the time.
And how did the PV3 proxy price affect the margins?
It does not.
And would you explain?
Yes, of course. So whenever we're costing sales, we're looking at just the incremental cost of generation. Now, the proxy price is in pretty much an overall pricing that includes energy price and capacity, which should not be, a proxy price should never be used to cost off system sales. We're only looking at what was the cost to go from point A to point B whenever we're increment generation, and just incremental cost needs to be done. So when we're talking about reliability sales, the incremental cost becomes the fuel cost of our units, and the fuel cost of our nuclear generation is usually around the $7 range, and not whatever the proxy price might be.
So the nuclear generation, so there was some part of it that was at the proxy price. Would you agree?
For off-system sales, no, we don't even look at the proxy price. We just look at the fuel cost.
Am I correct that you use the nuclear fuel cost for all of the generation from all of the nuclear generators to be the same?
So yes, we use an average for all three. So
and even though Palo Verde 3 proxy price included an energy component, that was also not used.
Again, we're just looking at fuel only.
Was the Palo Verde 3 proxy price for New Mexico customers basically treated as purchased power?
No, I would just treat it as when New Mexico had was allocated portion of DV3, it was treated as a generating a unit that was used to serve, their native load, it not as a purchase power.
And you mean that in terms of how it was dispatched?
How it was dispatched and how it was used to serve New Mexico customers.
Very well. At line 10, you say that El Paso Electric still generated a total of approximately $49,000 of positive margins.
Yes.
Did that 49,000 cover the cost of natural gas fuel to generate that amount of energy?
If it created a positive margins, then yes. Because in order for it to create a positive margin, it must first recover all the fuel costs and then revenue be higher than that.
I guess I asked you not about all of the fuel costs. I asked you about the cost of natural gas fuel.
And again, whenever we are costing off system sales, if there was some of the if some of the sales came from the Palo Verde generation, then we will take some of that cost as well. So it's a mixture of two. It's not just one, especially when it's reliability sales. We know that the incremental cost is going to be Palo Verde generation. So we must look at both nuclear and gas.
Do I understand you to say that the $49,000 of positive margins depended on the Palo Verde fuel costs as the cost basis?
I wouldn't say it depended on it, but it was just definitely used in the calculation.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Souls, how close are you? You've been going for 75 minutes.
I am actually complete. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I have no further questions at this point.
You're very welcome, Ms. Sosa. Always happy to help.
Thank you. I don't believe that staff reserved any time for cross of Mr. Martinez. Is that correct, Mr. Black?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. I've got a few questions for you, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, of course.
Or if you would go to beginning on page 24 of your direct testimony, EPE Exhibit 5.
Yes, ma'am. Give me.
And
one.
you're answering the question that was posed on page 24. It's question 30. Do wholesale power prices experience price fluctuations similar to those of natural gas? And you begin your answer on line 1 of page 25 and you say, yes. The price of wholesale power is largely tied to natural gas as shown in Exhibit VM-4 and previously discussed above. Then at line 2, you say, natural gas is typically the incremental fuel generators utilized to meet peak load and load following requirements. That's your testimony?
That is, ma'am.
Will you define for the record what load following means?
Yes, it is. So and, our demand is not static. In fact, it's very dynamic and sometimes somewhat volatile. So we need certain load following units that are able to move up and down to help with the fluctuations that load will have within a given hour.
And is a load following unit, is the characteristics of a load following unit include being a quick start?
They can include, but it doesn't have to be. El Paso Electric has, so for the most part, most of our gas generators can be used for load following, meaning that they can increment up or down to help with the variations of load. However, our quick start unit happens to be our newer units, which are a lot more responsive. So they're just quicker response than some of our older traditional units.
So can a unit have more than one characterization? So do you understand? I mean, can a particular unit be considered must run and base load and load following and have more descriptors?
Yes, it can. A lot has to do with how we use it. So it is possible for a must-run generator or a generator that's considered must-run. And again, it's must-run because it's needed to help meet the demand for the day. It's also possible that could be a load following if we decide to have it dispatch up and down to follow load. Or we could also assign it as a base load, which means we would just take it all the way to the top and park it there. But typically we don't do that. For the most part, our must-run generation could also be load following as well.
Can also be.
Load following as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
So typically then load following would be must run?
A load following could be must run. If it's when we here on Paso Electric, when we mainly talk about must run generator, we're talking about our older conventional units that we cannot cycle them easily. Meaning once we turn them off, they typically have to stay offline for a while. And when we do decide to bring them on, they could take days to do so. So those what we mainly classified as our must-run generators. And those generators could also be load following, which meaning we could also use those to increment or decrement the unit up or down on an hourly basis to help balance the system based off load fluctuations.
Okay, but you're not taking it offline.
No, man, we're not taking off. We leave it on because again, especially if we need it for the peak for the day. Again, when we're planning our system, we're looking at planning for peak. That's the hour that we're looking at.
Okay. And I just wanted to make sure I understood your testimony. I'm looking at your rebuttal testimony, EPE Exhibit 6, and I'm looking at page 7, and you're answering the question posed on page 6, question 15 at line 16. What is the process of testing the off-system transactions on a monthly basis? So you begin your answer, and then what I'm interested in is the end of your answer, the last sentence at lines 5 and 6. The script will either label the transactions as pass if they meet the criteria as outlined in EPE's policies and procedures, or label it as review if it did not. That's your testimony?
I'm still looking for it, but yes, that sounds.
Okay,
very much like
well,
it.
zoom to page 7 of your rebuttal.
I'm there.
Okay. And I'm looking at lines 4 and 5 of that page.
I'm there. The script will either label the transaction as pass.
Sorry, sir, if you could read a little slower.
I apologize, Mr. Lee. Yes, sir. It reads, the script will either label the transaction as pass if it met the criteria as outlined in EP's policy and procedures, or labeled it as review if it did not.
And I thought then later on, further on down in your testimony, beginning on line 14, and you talk about if it passed, and if it didn't, it will label it as review and go back to the trader for further investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
And does it go back to the same trader or a different one?
We send it back to the same trader. It first goes to the supervisor, and the supervisor will then go ahead and send it to the actual trader.
So basically then what happens after it goes to the trader? I mean, did it get written up or
Well, we first go to him and have him explain what is it that, have him explain the reason why something was labeled as, say, an economy purchase, but yet the purchase price was under system lambda. And sometimes when they're making these transactions, there's times where they will make an economy purchase that could potentially be more than system lambda, because that means that I'm going to give an example, if I may. Let's just say for a particular hour, EPE seems it's deficient in a particular hour. At that moment, it could either turn on a unit or it could purchase power. Now, some of our older units are like, say, our copper unit. That is our most expensive unit that will most likely be above our system lambda price. So it's possible that the trader put economy saying that it purchased instead of turning on a more expensive unit. However, that purchase still happened to be above system lambda. So this is just an example. Sometimes we might need to go back to trader and ask them, like, what happened? And it might be an explanation as that, that it made the purchase to keep a higher expensive unit from turning on. And that would be a good explanation of us being able to say, okay, check. We agree it was an economy purchase and we understand why it failed. Or it might be that he made a mistake. And if he did make a mistake, then, we'd have to go over there and do some more training on our side to make sure that that mistake does not happen again.
And when you review, or in your testimony on page 7 at lines 4 and 5, where you're talking about the pass and the review, you say as outlined in EPE's policies and procedures, correct?
That is correct.
And you attached to your rebuttal testimony an exhibit that's labeled now, I think, VM-1R.
Correct.
And that has El Paso Electric Company logo.
Mhm.
And then it looks like the title of the document, 71-page document. It says Resource Management Department. And I I don't know, does this document have a name?
We refer to it as our policies and procedures.
Okay, policies and procedures, it says, it's a
Mhm.
compilation of policies and procedures on 3 things. Number 1, fuel procurement and administration. Number 2, off-system sales and purchases. And number 3, middle office compliance and quality assurance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so when you refer to EPE's policies and procedures in your testimony, are you referring to this document?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Are you referring to any other policies and procedures not included in this document?
No, I'm referring to this document that was provided as exhibit VM1R.
Okay. So if you can look at page 18 of your rebuttal testimony, El Paso Electric Exhibit 6.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
And at the beginning of the page, on page 18, there's question 38. And the question is, are the 5 days that Ms. Souls chose for her evaluation representative of a typical day for EPE? And you begin your answer with no. There are no typical days for El Paso Electric. While EPE's main responsibilities and job functions remain the same day in and day out, no 2 days are the same. That's your testimony?
That is my testimony, ma'am.
Are there days or months or seasons that might have the same or similar trends that might cause days to be more alike?
Yes, there would be some trends, potentially some certain characteristics that would be the same, but what I really wanted to emphasize is that even though there are trends and similarities between seasons and days, every day is really different. It's very unique, which makes my job very interesting. Every day has a new set of challenges, restrictions, constraints that we must kind of help navigate. So, and I think that's all I really just wanted to say, that our job is very dynamic, and it's hard to pick just 5 days and show that this is a representation of, EPE's policies and practices. It's very hard to do so because every day is really different.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Ms. Olson,
Madam Hearing Examiner,
you got any redirect?
I do not.
All right. Mr. Herman, any brief questions based upon I didn't ask that much, but
No, no recross. Thank you.
okay. Ms. Stevens,
No,
anything
no
further for
question.
Mr.? Very well. Ms. Souls,
Yes, one quick question.
go ahead,
Mr.
please.
Martinez, at page 18, what the hearing examiner was just asking you about these 5 days that Ms. Souls chose. At the end of that, your response, you indicate that you could likely find 5 days out of the 6-year period to show a number of scenarios. Did you choose to do so?
I did not, ma'am. And it was just simply because I figured if I was saying that it wasn't right, to choose 5 days of representation, it wouldn't have been right for me to do it either.
I understand. Thank you very much. That's all.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, appreciate your time, sir. You're excused.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Mr. Black, I forgot to ask you, did you have any further questions? Or would you like to ask Mr. Martinez a question?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. You're not Linda Pleasant, but Mr. Martinez.
Yes, you're welcome.
But you are pleasant, Mr.
Oh,
Martinez.
thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
And you're
Very informative.
excused.
Thank you all very much.
And I believe now might be the appropriate time for us to take our lunch and recess. Got that it's 12:31, and I believe we'll come back from the lunch and recess, and El Paso Electric will have 2 more witnesses, and just to update you, or just to provide information, I have down that there were 130 minutes reserved for Mr. Bustillos and 55 for, well, then it went to 45 and then it went back up to 55 for Mr. Dominguez. So basically just ballparking it, that looks like approximately 3 hours worth of examination. And so I think that's gonna, with any questions I might have, unless anybody has a radical time change, I'm not thinking, Mr. Herman, Ms. Stevens, I'm not thinking that we'll get to Mr. Trethway this afternoon. Like I say, unless there's a radical change from what people have presented. So I think perhaps that you might let him know that he'll be first thing tomorrow morning.
I'm hearing examiner. I don't know whether I should say this, but I do think that my cross-examination of Mr. Bustillos is going to be significantly less. It depends on how verbose he is, because he has a lot of information. I've never cross-examined him before, but I would expect it to be on the way low side of what I asked for. I may be not a positive at this point, but I just wanted to let you know.
All right, well, I appreciate that, but again, just going for what people have put so far, and knowing that the witness needs an hour notice before he goes on. People, I'll make a final determination when we come back from lunch, but it's looking like to me that that we'll begin the presentation of the intervener witnesses tomorrow morning at 9. So with that being said, I hope everyone enjoys their lunch, and we will come back at 1:35. Remember that the YouTube
Mr. Wexler, if you don't have the corrections to the depositions already, you should have a copy of the correction sheet in your email this afternoon.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I saw them come through. I haven't studied them, but
Well, I can't imagine what else you
yeah, I could think of a few things, but none of them would involve being indoors or wearing a suit. So
Are you in Santa Fe or are you in El Paso?
Santa Fe,
That's good.
yeah.
That's a lot better. Makes it a lot easier when you're still working around the clock, but you're almost home.
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't have any, I don't think you have anything for
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
Very well.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but now seemed like a reasonable time. Staff has an update for yesterday's bench request, if you'd like that this time.
Okay. Wasn't that bench request to El Paso Electric?
It was, but it is staff that read the email, and it's staff who are the ones who are able to tell this hearing unit who reads that email or who has access to it.
And I want to be perfectly clear, we have no objection to staff answering.
I bet you don't. So, Mr. Rossi, you're indicating to me that you can, pursuant to my bench request to El Paso Electric, you can inform me who the FPPCAC group email name. You can inform me as to the names of the people on that email.
I can.
Very well, sir. Go ahead.
The people who have access to that are Jonah Malden, who you'll get to speak with later in this hearing, of course, and as well as Gabriella Dashina. And also to answer another one of your questions that you had about the 550.
Wait. So that's it?
Correct.
Okay, interesting.
Before he moves on, Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Anastasia Stevens, and I have a message from Keith Herman that, oh, he got in. Oh, there he is. He just appeared. Forget it. There he is.
Thank you, Anastasia.
Oh, he's back with his guitars.
Okay, Ms. Rusty, go ahead. You had something else you wanted to say?
You were obviously having difficulty locating the 550 reports within eDocket. It is the best location to find them, but they're not tied to a case, so they're a little interesting to find.
Yeah, and I actually was doing a rule search, and I was searching for 550, and I obviously did not go into the section, but you want to...
I had Mr. Malden walk me through how to locate them. And what he does is he clicks on the utility name. So for example, El Paso Electric. Once you have that utility, then on the far right-hand side, there's the docs list. And then they show up within the docs list. You may need to increase the page size to get the sufficient number.
Well, according to this, there are 2,669 Rule 550.8 filings.
That does not surprise me.
I think I have an easier way that Melanie Sandoval taught me.
Well, I think we can talk about this not during our hearing time. Okay. And appreciate the update, Mr. Rossi. Anything further?
No, ma'am. Thank you for the time.
appreciate knowing who that is, and I will consider Mr. Wexler that my bench request to El Paso Electric has been informed by the people who are actually part of that fppcac.com, Mr. Malden and Ms. Dashino.
Thank you, and thank you.
Okay. Very well. You have another witness, sir.
We do. We call Mr. Abel Bustillos.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bustillos. And Mr. Lee, would you please swear in the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Bustillos, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
Can't hear you.
Yes, I do. Is that right?
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Good
Go
afternoon.
ahead, Mr. Wexler.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Bustillos, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Abel Bustillos, first name Abel, and my last name is Bustillos.
What's your current professional position?
I am the Director of System Operations for El Paso Electric.
Do you have what's been previously marked as EPE Exhibit 7 in front of you?
Yes.
That document's entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Abel R. Bustillos on behalf of El Paso Electric Company, dated May 31st, 2024. Was this rebuttal testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
If you look at page 2, Mr. Bustillos, you can see a list of exhibits. Are you familiar with all of those exhibits?
Yes, I am.
Were you responsible either for drafting or collecting those particular exhibits?
Yes.
And you testified to them in your rebuttal testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And are those exhibits true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
Is the rebuttal testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked the questions that are posed in your rebuttal testimony under oath today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we offer EPE Exhibit 7.
Any objection to what's been identified as El Paso Electric Exhibit 7, Mr. Bustillos' rebuttal testimony as verified by him here today? Hearing no objection, EPE 7 is admitted. Mr. Wexler.
Thank you. We would make Mr. Bustillos available for cross-examination.
Very well. According to my handy dandy chart, Mr. Herman, you have reserved 20 minutes for cross-examination for Mr. Bustillos. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bustillos.
Afternoon.
My name is Keith Herman. I'm here on behalf of Doña Ana County. Did we meet earlier this year at a work session with our witnesses, Mr. Stridell and Mr. Trethaway?
I don't believe so. This is my first hearing. So.
This wasn't a hearing. This was just a working session.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. What did you review in preparation for your testimony today?
What did I do? I'm sorry.
What did you review in preparation for your testimony today?
I reviewed my testimony for that.
And only your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Were you watching my cross-examination of Mr. Martinez this morning?
Yes, I was.
So we were talking about security constrained economic dispatch and security constrained unit commitment. Mm-hmm. And for sake of shorthand, I'll just be referring to those as economic dispatch and unit commitment, if that makes things easier for you and the court reporter.
Yeah.
And you heard Mr. Martinez testify that EPE doesn't base its unit commitment solely on the cost of resources, correct?
Right.
And you kind of illustrate that point in questions 13 and 14 of your rebuttal testimony as well, correct?
Yes.
And did you hear my analogy about unit commitment being, let's say, planning your meals for the week and economic dispatch, minor adjustments while you're cooking your dinner that night?
Yes, I did.
Do you disagree with that? Am I oversimplifying things?
No, I like analogies such like that.
So what I'm trying to get at, and he deferred these questions to Daniel Dominguez, but you kind of touch on these issues as well in these questions, is that you consider off-system sales in the economic dispatch, correct?
Marketing does, yes.
Okay, by you, I mean the company.
Yes, yes.
So does the company consider off-system purchases and sales when it's determining its unit commitment?
Yes, I believe so.
So if it were, as the company were planning its long term, they would, you're testifying that it would consider if it would be more economic to make an off-system purchase rather than fire up your internal generation?
As long as reliability needs are met, yes.
Do you have Victor Martinez's testimony available?
I can.
His rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Go to question 4. Or I'm sorry, question 10 at page 4. Excuse me.
Question 10. Okay.
The second sentence starting at line 4 where he states, however, EP does not conduct a fully economic unit commitment.
Okay.
So if I understand your response to my question before we open this testimony, is that EP first looks at reliability considerations before it starts looking at economic dispatch?
Correct.
Your Honor, I just want to object or interpose here. And in terms of the rule of completeness, I think Mr. Herman read only part of that sentence, but lines 4 through 6 say, however, EPE does not conduct a fully economic unit commitment, meaning it will not commit units solely based on lowest cost of resources. So for my objection is rule of completeness. And now that I've read that into the record, I am satisfied.
Mr. Herman?
No, I have no objection. What I'm trying to get at, I don't want to hide the ball, is the distinction between economic dispatch and unit commitment. And from my reading of Mr. Martinez's testimony, it's more that EPE is using its economic dispatch to make these decisions and not the unit commitment process. So I was going to ask Mr. Bustillos if he could explain his answer a little bit more in the context of this prior testimony, so we're all understanding. With that, could you explain my confusion, or could you illuminate me, Mr. Bustillos.
And I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'll object to this on vagueness, and that is, would you mind, Mr. Herman, referring us to the original question? Because I don't think you're asking him to elaborate on Mr. Martinez's testimony. I understand you to be going back to your original question.
My original question was does EPE consider off-system purchases when evaluating its unit commitment as opposed to its economic dispatch?
Mr. Bustillos,
Yes.
do you understand the question?
No, if you can rephrase the question, I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand it.
Mr. Herman?
Sure, let me try to approach it from a different angle. Can you go to question? Did my video just turn off? I'm sorry. Is everyone hearing me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Could you go to question 14 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes. I'm here.
So you're stating there that EPE consistently performs a unit commitment analysis.
Good.
Is that any different from the security constrained unit commitment?
No, I believe they're the same.
Okay. And you use that to identify what of EPE's base or generation fleet to run, correct?
Correct. From reliability standpoint, correct.
What do you mean by a reliability standpoint?
So and just to break the acronym down, my portion of the contribution for, in this case, the unit commitment we're talking is the security constraint portion. And that is the reliability portion of the analysis. So my department identifies the reliability needs, including fleet dispatch and other mitigations if necessary. Once that is formulated, then that process is passed on to the marketing side, or what I refer to Victor's side, Victor Martinez's side.
Okay, that was what I was just going to ask you. When you say my department, what are you referring to?
What my department is the system operations department.
And what does that system operations concerns EPE's internal generation?
System operations is the main department that it comprises of two departments. NERC defined entities as the TOP, transmission operator, and the balancing authority, known as the BA, amongst other.
I'm sorry, the balancing authority known as?
The BA, that's a Bravo Alpha.
Thank you.
Sure. And we have engineering, outage coordination, et cetera. And so our main task is to ensure the reliability of the El Paso electric grid in retrospect to the Western interconnection.
I'm sorry, what was that last sentence with respect to the Western
interconnection? Yes, we have to assist in the maintenance of the overall interconnection as well, right?
So the Western interconnection will also provide market signals as to whether or not you should or shouldn't use generation, correct?
What do you mean by market signal, sir?
That's a good question. I want to make sure I'm using the right word.
Okay.
My understanding is that the WEIM will
okay.
issue advisories that you could be purchasing energy or you could be making sales that would be advantageous.
So you're talking about ED now, what we call the economic dispatch, the real time is what I refer to. And that is done through the EIM, the WEIM market, yes.
And what's the difference between the WEIM versus the Western Interconnect, which you were just referring to?
So the Western Interconnection is it's the physical interconnection from, and I wish I had a map, but it draws from El Paso to Baja California, Mexico, all the way to Alberta, Canada, and we're in sync and connected on the same frequency. So that's separate from the market entity, EIM, which is controlled by, or started by through CAISO, right? So one is a reliability aspect to maintain the interconnection, and the other one is a market, and it's not a reliability tool. Does that make sense?
It does, and I think that's why Mr. Martinez deferred some of my questions about these market signals to Mr. Dominguez and not you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I'm directing my questions to the right person. Could you jump to question 98 in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, sir. Okay, in here.
Could you please just summarize that question and your response?
Yes, the question is provide an example of appropriate economic decision. So I can elaborate more. This is based on a real-time scenario to where I had an N-1 contingency based on the loss of another, or a limitation based on a contingency to where I needed to increase Rio Grande output. And so, as you know, we have 4 units at Rio Grande, Rio 6, 7, 8, and 9. And so the source of the output was irrelevant as much as the output itself. So at that point, I would say marketing, I need, and I don't remember the exact amount, let's say 50 megawatts. I need 50 megawatts from Rio Grande, and therefore please pick the most economical unit to run. But I need an increase of 50 megawatts, for example.
And this situation, this scenario would be based on reliability concerns.
Exactly. And this is to alleviate a contingency. So I have to perform an action pre-contingent.
And in this scenario, would you also be considering off-system sales, or by the time it makes it to you, has that determination already been made by someone else?
In this scenario, off-system sales are relevant to the mitigation.
Okay. I think that concludes my questions. Thanks for clarifying your
Yes, sir. Thank you. Pleasure.
Very well. I believe, Ms. Stevens, that you reserved 50 minutes for Mr. Bustillos. Go ahead.
I promise it will be less. Mr. Bustillos, it's nice to meet you. I'm Anastasia Stevens, and I represent the city of Las Cruces.
Yes, ma'am. Nice to meet you.
I'd like to ask you a few quick questions about your backgrounds and position at EPE to distinguish what you do from what Mr. Martinez does.
Sure.
On page 1, you say that you started working for EPE in 2012 as a real-time scheduler in the system operations department. Am I correct in thinking that's entirely different from real-time trader in Mr. Martinez's department?
Correct. One is the marketing aspect, which is Mr. Martinez, and our side is the reliability aspect of it. Correct.
So what does a system operator's real-time scheduler do?
System operators real time is one of 4 desks in my department. And so they monitor the transactions for contractual limitations and reliability to ensure, like to give you example, if we have TTC limitations, which is total transfer capability. In other words, are you scheduling too much? Are you obeying the rules and things like that? And so if we have issues, then they were to take actions accordingly, real time.
And what you're talking about, I think now is, or is it happening in are you talking about things happening in real time?
Correct.
Or scheduling in advance of anticipating real-time situations?
No, it's real time actions.
So you guys work 24/7, 365, huh?
We do.
Two.
The whole department does. Yes.
One of your purposes of your rebuttal is to respond to Mr. City County Witness, Mr. Treadway's testimony. Would you
Correct.
please turn to CDLC DAC Exhibit 2 at page, and I think I have it here. What I have it here? Oh, I opened pictures.
You said,
I believe you mean Exhibit 3, Anastasia.
Three?
I'm
No,
sorry, Mr. Chairman.
It's under CLC Exhibit 2. Under my list, it's CLC DAC Exhibit 2.
Okay, sorry, did not mean to.
Maybe you got a different number for your.
I see Mr. Provencio.
Are you with me? It's if you go through the way at least my list comes up, there are 50 CLC exhibits, then 2 CLC-DACs.
Oh, okay.
What's the title of the exhibit, Ms. Stevens?
CLC-DAC Exhibit 2, direct testimony of Donald E. Treadway III.
Okay, so it's not the DAC CLC exhibit.
No, it's the one I uploaded. I just got it. Each of us uploaded. It's the same testimony. He hasn't got any change.
Okay. Where do you want him to go?
Let's go to page 12, where he starts talking about security constrained economic dispatch.
Which line on page 12 then?
Pardon?
Which line?
Page 12. Well, actually, it's in general beginning at page beginning at bottom of 12 through 13 and 14. Do you believe that you and he are using the same term, same meaning for security constrained unit commitment?
Objection calls for speculation and foundation. I don't know that.
No, it's not that.
Finish my objection. I'm not sure that Mr. Bucios can testify as to what Mr. Trethaway was intending.
Ms. Stevens?
I would say let him see whether he can answer the question. I'm just trying to figure out whether he thinks that there's a definitional, whether he has concerns that there may be a definitional difference between himself and Mr. Treadway. That's all.
Well,
maybe
I'm going to sustain the objection for he's not going to know what Mr. Trethway thinks. But if you want to ask the question more specifically, like you just clarified, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Bustios, do you think that possibly you and Mr. Trethaway are using different terms for security constrained unit commitment?
I am not sure.
Okay, that's the answer I think I expected to hear. Okay, so what is your definition of security constrained unit commitment, Mr. Bustios?
So simplistically on my side, it's I refer to it obviously day ahead, and of course day ahead is ambiguous for anything besides real time, weeks in advance, not if it's necessary. Where the process is done units are committed primarily based on constraints of the system, and then economic decisions are made based on that.
And on page 6, lines 8 through 9 of your testimony.
I'm sorry, my testimony.
We're back to your, well, you can close, I think at this point you can close Mr.
Okay,
Treadway's unless you're planning to refer to it yourself. Sorry,
Can you repeat the page? I apologize.
give me a second here. Somehow
sure.
I got a Zoom instead of you. It's page 6.
Okay.
Lines 8 to 9.
Page 6, lines 8 and 9. Okay.
8 and 9, yeah. And there you state that EPE consistently performs unit commitment UC analyses and daily specifies a reliability related generation baseline. My question to you simply is this reliability related generation baseline the security constrained unit commitment, or is there a step that you're referring to in the process of getting to the?
So this is a step. So the final commitment is performed by Victor Martinez's group.
And is this okay? So the step is the baseline. That's what your department, you and your department do.
Correct.
And in that process, do you take into consideration actual contracted forward sales?
No.
So you are really just addressing, you're actually just addressing native load?
One of that and many aspects of reliability.
Okay. But not existing contractual commitments, pre-existing ones. We'll get to the day ahead ones later.
No.
Oh, okay. And does this baseline, does this exist in some sort of a actual written form at some point?
No, they're based on analysis on real-time conditions and real predicted conditions, right?
Your life must be hard. You're doing real time and all, but also predicting.
Yes, I've lost a few years off my life, I'm sure.
So this baseline is something that truly is the reliability related analysis of what native load will require.
Correct. And as you can imagine, that's varying in nature, right?
Yeah.
Load fluctuates, system conditions change literally hour by hour, and we must respond. And we do that as much as we can day ahead with the knowledge we have to prepare. And of course, fine tune it, I guess, real time.
Yeah. I'll complicate things further. Isn't it 2 days ahead, the way Mr. Martinez describes the process of creating the daily dispatch?
I believe the process of daily dispatch is, or depending on holidays and weekends and things like that, but the information can be conveyed if available much earlier. In other words, if I anticipate
Earlier or later?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, earlier or later? And I'm thinking.
Well, what I'm getting at is if I identify a reliability need well in advance than 2 days, I convey that as soon as possible. That way there's as much preparation. But I think the analysis, and you'll have to refer to Mr. Martinez on that, is done within that time period he specifies.
And I understand that you're conveying a need, and I assume that that's based on a specific known contingency. But does that, and that's one little piece, or maybe it's a big piece of the gigantic puzzle that you have to put together, right?
Right.
And is this baseline that the reliability related generation baseline that you refer to in your testimony, is that the first compilation of the pieces, or am I just misinterpreting the
No,
concept?
I think you're right on track. That's why I kind of referred as a baseline. This is the minimum requirements for liability needs. And anything above that is subject to economic decisions. So yes, I would say that's correct, that it is a first method.
And
I
then
guess.
you, and then from there, is it correct to understand that from there it goes to Mr. Martinez's department for the so-called security constrained unit commitment decisions?
Correct.
And is that the point at which they start to take into consideration sales and purchases, sale and purchase options?
Yes.
I'm learning so much here. I appreciate it.
Sure.
And then that daily dispatch document, which you have a part of in your testimony, and
Yes.
Mr. Martinez has some others. How does that differ from what you consider to be the security constrained unit commitment, or are they the same?
How does, I didn't hear the last part.
How does the daily dispatch document that Mr. Martinez attached his and you used part of one in your testimony, how does that differ from the security constrained unit commitment, if at all?
I think that's the dispatch for us is the reflection of the unit commitment. It is given to us real time. It's disseminated in preparation for the real time, and then decisions are altered based on system conditions if necessary. If the system condition requires me to alter the dispatch, then I do so. And when the reliability concern is satisfied or over, we make an attempt to go back to the dispatch parameters.
So at the risk of being redundant here, but let me try to quickly summarize this flow chart that I'm starting to understand here. So your department in advance creates the reliability related generation baseline, which really is a rock bottom baseline. And then you send it over to Mr. Martinez's department. They add in other things, including sales and purchases, and they produce the security constrained unit commitment, which then is reflected in or documented as the daily dispatch.
Yes.
And it's the daily dispatch that comes back to you, or do you get even more information back from them?
No, that's we received that.
And you already have a lot of that other information because it's operational, right?
Correct.
Okay. Isn't it often the case that there are multiple configurations of generating facilities, particularly local generating facilities, that would achieve reliability, and EPE has to pick just one of them?
I would say that's true depending on the situation.
I think we've kind of covered the process, except that I would ask you to refer to EPE, to City Exhibit number 32. And if you were watching, I'm sure you were watching my press examination of Mr. Martinez this morning, but it should be familiar.
I believe I have it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
$42.
32.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. 32. Responses to the city's 11th set. Have you found it, Mr. Bustius?
Yes, I'm sorry. I have it.
Okay, good. Would you look at it's at page 9 of 54, or 8, 9 of 54, but would you look at the response to CLC 11-1?
11-1.
For
11. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Yes, which one are you? I need to, I'm sorry.
Mhm. And do you see that you were the preparer and the sponsor of that discovery
Yes.
response?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Even though the question, if you go back to the first page, was about Mr. Martinez's rebuttal testimony, not your own, right?
Yes.
And as the hearing examiner pointed out to me earlier, there are two questions C in this question. If you would look to the second C, which is near the top of page 2, do you see that it says describe in detail the criteria or requirements that EP utilizes in determining which of its which of its local generation units it plans to operate on any given day in order to achieve what Mr. Martinez generally refers to as reliability. Provide copies of EPE's internal documentation, rubrics, models, or algorithms for making these determinations. And scrolling down a little bit, you see that your response for the second C refers to your response to A, which refers back to your testimony and 3 of your exhibits.
Yes.
Does that testimony identify or provide copies of any rubrics, models, or algorithms that EPE uses during this process?
Rubrics, models, or algorithms? No, I don't believe so.
And in this and so Mr. Martinez informed us this morning about the existence of models. Can you tell us what modeling tools are used in the process that you describe of as discussions in your testimony?
So I am not familiar with the rubrics that Victor Martinez's group uses.
Okay. Are there models or algorithms that your group uses?
Are only well, they're not models. We use studies, system studies to do these, but they're not any kind of rubric, or if you're looking for like an Excel spreadsheet or anything, that's not anything that we perform on our side.
So a system study has the sense, just the term has the sense of something that's prepared kind of in a thoughtful, longer term way. Is that fair to say that that's what you use, something that's durable, not just for the next day?
Yes, there's multiple kinds of system studies: dynamic studies, static stability studies, outage studies, voltage studies, low voltage instability. There's multiple studies that we perform for reliability.
And how does your department then pull that information, which is, across time? How do you pull that together into this baseline document that your department prepares?
We perform studies seasonally, monthly, weekly, daily, and we verify each day.
Oh, so the studies are short-term as well as long-term.
Oh, yes, real time. Studies can be done. If I have an issue right now, we stop what we're doing and do a study to help operate the system.
But you don't
depending on the study.
to be models or.
Ms. Stevens, let him finish his answer, please.
I apologize. I was going to say, depending on the study, some studies require days, weeks, even months to complete, depending on the sensitivities allotted. So a lot of it is, a lot of the real-time studies are done, trying to verify stability and make sure that we have the real-time components based on that condition that has happened.
Let's see. And I believe you testified that, well, you did testify. I won't answer that question. I see. So let's just jump to your rebuttal to Ms. Souls' testimony.
Okay.
And I'm at on question 76. Whoa. Oh, city moves to, before I do that, the city moves to admit CLC exhibit number 32.
And it's
for 11-1.
But it has a lot of things in front of 11-1.
Those
But
are
you-
the way the company presents its objections in like
Okay.
one document that compiles general objections and specific ones.
Okay, but the substance of this is it's El Paso Electric's response to CLC 11-1, correct?
Correct.
And it's the complete,
Packet that they filed.
well, but it,
I could remove the subsequent discovery responses. I would not want to remove the objections because they're a kind of melded thing.
right, but this is 11-1, 11-2, and 11-3, isn't it?
It is. I told the whole thing at the point I was putting them together. And like I say, I'd be happy to stipulate that it's just 11-1 and the objections that are being admitted, or I could modify the exhibit itself if that's your preference, or EPE's.
I think my preference is that if you only want to admit 11.1, then I would like anything after
11-1.
11-1 to be taken out. I mean, you can go,
Sure, I can do that. Not right.
yeah, take all that.
Yeah, and
I mean, get to the end where there's the affirmation or whoever.
Actually, after speaking to Ms. Olson after the pre-hearing conference last Friday, we agreed that it wasn't necessary to do affirmations or certificates of service. There might have been one floating around in there, because the witness names the sponsor, signs the answer. So
now, I guess the only thing
I could just stop at 11-1.
Let's leave it because, well,
I believe EPE already put this part in yesterday. I know what you're looking at now.
yeah.
Totally different question and answer. I think EPE admitted that into the record yesterday.
Yeah, let's just go with 11.1 if you want to change that exhibit.
Okay.
So is there any objection to what's been identified as City of Las Cruces Exhibit 32? El Paso Electric Company's objections and responses to Las Cruces 11th set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents. And we're specifically looking at 11-1 of that document, and the document will be resubmitted to the Dropbox to leave off any additional responses not requested to be included. Hearing no objection, City of Las Cruces Exhibit 32, as identified by me in the record, is admitted.
Thank you, and I'll
Ms.
take care of that.
Stevens?
I'll take care of that this afternoon, or this evening, unless I can't get into the Dropbox anymore.
Okay, very well.
All righty. Again, there's poor Mr. Bustias. Okay, yeah, we're gonna change gears here, so you need a break is okay. I would say it's on page 76 of your direct test, question 76 of your direct testimony. This is about oh. This you're talking about the most single severe contingency, MSSC, and on the following page, and on what was on the following page? You identify a Palo Verde unit as being I'm sorry, I've got my notes in my brain in two different places. Yeah, so on page 30, bottom 33 to top of 34, you state that the MSSC can vary depending on the highest generation.
Sorry, Miss Anastasia, you're breaking up just a little bit.
Okay.
You say
Oh, you know what?
MSSC.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. I realized I just put my notes on top of my keyboard, and that does it every time. I will put it off to the side. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's the problem. Just a few sheets of paper. So what you said that the MSSC can vary depending on the highest generation, typically Epe'S portion of a Palo Verde unit. So it's about 211 megawatts. In question, and do you agree that that is typically the most single severe contingency for EP?
Yes, and as I said, it can vary. So sometimes it can be a block, one of our Newman 4 or 5 blocks if it exceeds that. So minimally, it's usually it defaults to the PV unit.
And if EPE were running one of its larger gas generating units, you know, it's a Newman 5 or the new Newman 6, which is a little bigger than 2011, would that bump it, or is that or would it not? Would that become the largest contingency, or the fact that those are or can be ramped up and down, does that affect the question?
No, as soon as it's the highest. So if it exceeds the PV unit, then that unit becomes the MSSE.
Gotcha. And in question 81, a few pages down.
Okay.
That's on page 35 to 36. You acknowledge that you are not required to carry the full amount of the MSSC or another contingency because of membership in the Southwest Reserve Sharing Group, right?
At that time, correct? Yes.
In that time frame? What time frame?
I'm sorry, just my engineer brain. We joined a different reserve sharing group, so it's no longer called the SRSG.
Oh, really?
It's a different one. Yeah, sorry, but it's the same concept.
Well, educate us. What are you now part of?
It's Northwest Power Pool, WPP, the Western Power Pool, actually. So the SRSG has dissolved officially earlier this year, and so we've all there was actually 2 groups in the Western Interconnect, and so now we've kind of formed one big one, if that makes sense.
Well, we always learn things at these hearings, isn't that amazing?
This is
Thank
just
you for telling us that. But the concept is still the same.
Yes.
And is there anything in your exhibits that documents what numerically the adjustment to the individual companies, individual MSSC is, in light of the fact that it is a member of the reserve sharing group?
You're asking if I keep track of other entities?
No,
MSSC?
I'm asking whether whether your testimony provides, and your exhibits primarily, obviously, provide a quantification or rubric, I don't want to use that word because you don't like it, for determining the extent to which EPE's own planning is planning requirements are less than the full 211 megawatts or whatever it is for that day by virtue of having joined the sharing group.
So you're asking me how much, if we take into account how much we have to have on reserve, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying in the evidence already presented,
Yes.
have you given us information or the formula that would tell us how much your testimony here says you don't have to carry the whole amount, but do you say how much you don't? I'm looking for how much you have to carry or how much less you have to carry thanks to being in the sharing group.
I don't display that in my exhibits as far as I know.
And does that show up on the daily dispatch
I believe so.
document?
Yes.
It does. Can you show me where?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think whether you've got one of them, haven't you?
Yes, let me see.
Patch, I know that Mr. Yeah. This would be ARB 7B. ARB 7R, right?
Yes, let me
Can you show us where on this document oh no, maybe it's
Let the witness find it.
okay. I'll
There,
ask the
Miss
witness to find it.
Stevens. I can't let you testify.
I'm just trying to help.
I know you are.
Floating through these documents.
So the dispatch document I have in front of me, I'm not familiar. I'm not sure which one it is here. But this dispatch I provided on my exhibits for May 22nd. I believe that is. Let me show you here. Exhibit ARB dash 8R. I believe this is.
Okay.
Yes. Part of the analysis that Victor Martinez's group performs, on the bottom, you can see reserves in the reserve column.
The reserves
Yes.
rows.
Yes. So you can see there's no really where to point to it, but there's a yellow bar where it says total local generation. Right below that, our reserve section.
I'm sorry. Can you say it a little slower?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Can you say you were gonna say total generation and I didn't understand?
Yes. There's a yellow bar on the bottom third of the page, and the first one, it says total local generation, and right below that is a word says reserves, and you can see the reserves analysis right there done.
Is there any particular significance in that presentation to the fact that the operating reserves line is yellow and then the required spinning reserves and required contingent reserves are not yellow?
I think it's just to draw attention to that. I think if there was a deficiency, there'd be outlined in red, I believe.
Did you prepare this?
Me, Mr.?
Yes.
No, ma'am. This is a marketing document that dispatch has provided to us.
And so since you're obviously in charge of thinking about things like reserves, how did you what information does your department provide to support marketing for filling in the numbers in the yellow bar for operating reserves,
Okay, well, that's one question.
The yellow bar for operating reserves.
The yellow bar for operating reserves?
Yeah. What input do you guys have?
So marketing is able to through this spreadsheet identify if there's a surplus or deficiency. On our side, we do the same thing. We have a basics, well, it's not very basic, it's very extensive spreadsheet to where we calculate load versus generation and identify if there's a deficiency, obviously is what we're more interested in reserves.
So what we're looking at here, which is what's being called the daily dispatch document, are the that yellow row of operating reserves, is that a decision that marketing makes based on their own spreadsheet informed by
Madam Hearing
yours?
Examiner, you're broadcasting your email. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, okay. I am, aren't I? Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
Okay, so that yellow line there, operating reserves, this whole document comes back to you from, oh, now you've got a crocodile or alligator. It's interesting.
Sharing the wrong screen, aren't I?
That's a really interesting screen, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, it's got a porcupine quill in it. Okay, stop the
Okay.
share on that and share
Mm.
that one. Okay,
Okay, yeah, okay.
we're back there.
We're back
ahead.
here. Okay, so the operating reserves line in yellow, the whole document comes back to you from marketing. And I guess I'm asking whether the operating reserves number that comes back to you from marketing significantly reflects information that you originally provided to marketing for the purpose of identifying what the required reserves are under the NERC criteria that you attached to your testimony.
Yes.
And what is the difference between required reserves, required spinning reserves plus required contingent reserves and the concept of operating reserves?
So operating reserves are an aggregate of two reserve requirements: regulating reserve and contingency reserve. And so contingency is the reserves required in a contingency, if the loss of an MSSE or other element. Regulating reserves are reserve capability that is allotted for real-time excursions of load or fault current. And they're compiled together as operating reserves because both are necessary.
So why, if you say they're compiled,
Yeah.
why in this document are I'm just looking at the first hour just because just because I can see it more easily. Why are the operating reserves on the first yellow bar lower than the required contingent reserves 2 lines down?
Because you can't utilize contingency for regulating. You try to keep them separate. Why? Because if you lose the contingency, then you would utilize all contingency reserve and have no regulating reserve.
So in terms of your actual planning of what units to operate for that baseline or for the final daily dispatch, which of these reserve lines would you sum to get your minimum requirements?
So
if that doesn't work, tell me that's not, it's a wrong premise.
I get I'm not 100% familiar on the reasoning here, but it appears the reserves surplus or deficiency is what I'd be interested in, which is the last yellow.
Oh,
row.
different line.
Yeah.
And can you explain what you mean that that's what you're interested in?
Because my interest is for reliability and I must maintain sufficient operating reserves. So essentially, as long as I'm in the blue, I think that's blue and not red, that is my interest, just for simplicity.
Okay. And the fact that the blue, this day they're all blue, which is good, right? The fact that the blue runs from like 22 megawatts to as much as 200s,
Mhm.
305, 355, 356. What does that mean to you in terms of the what does it mean to you? Is it
So obviously you can, like, as you pointed out, the lower time frame on it, in this specific instance, I believe that's a 22, as you said. This is during our 27. This is during the peak timeframes. So we prepare for the peak. That's obviously if we're able to satisfy peak timeframes, the rest of the day should be satisfied as well. So as long as that hour or hours, we are able to maintain sufficient operating reserves, then we satisfy the requirements of NERC standards and reliability.
and why do you not, I see that on this day you've got Montana, which is a peaking unit. Why do you not ramp the operating units up and down to more closely match the required reserves?
I'm not understanding your question. Why do I ramp them
Well,
up?
why you said that you plan for the peak hour, but
Correct.
I guess I'm saying why, if you're planning in sort of a grand sense that you have to meet the peak hour, why doesn't this document also adjust the output of individual units so that you keep closer to the bone, I guess?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, I mean, you're suggesting there's unused capacity in other units? Is that what?
I guess I'm saying that, yeah, that it's showing, it seems to be showing at least some hours that there's a lot more
Oh,
reserve and less reserve than is needed. So can you explain why that's appropriate?
yes, because some of the units that are being utilized are conventional units that cannot be cycled. Older units, if they turn on, if I were to ask to call one that was offline, it would take 12, some even 24 hours to bring online. So they must run earlier, and therefore we'll have more reserves during the time frame where we don't have a lot of load.
And what about the line for Montana MPS 2? That's Montana, and that's a quick start, right?
Montana, I'm trying to find it here. Yes.
So why would what would be the justification for having that running, at 90 full capacity back in our, well, just again, this is easy, not being arbitrary here, but I'm looking at what's easiest for me to see in the far left hand. Why would you be running Montana 2 at full capacity 90 megawatts in an hour when your surplus is over 200?
I'm sorry.
No, please answer.
Okay.
Why?
So without performing analysis of the day, this was an arbitrary day that I picked. There may be a bit of reliability component, but I can see that during that specific first hour, Newman 1, 3, a one-on-one configuration on block 4. These units do not have sufficient AGC. So my guess without performing analysis is that the AGC unit would be MPS 2.
Are you saying EGC?
Alpha Golf Charlie, AGC. That's automatic generation control. I apologize.
And is that automatic generation control something that's with, either a unit has it or it does not have it all the time, or is that something that kind of turns on and off, or?
No, that's a manual, units, to answer your question, yes, some units have it, some units do not have it, and some perform much better with it, and some don't.
Let me unravel that last
Sure.
one. That you said some perform much better with it and some don't. Are you saying that some of them have it, but you don't always engage it or use it?
Correct.
And who's that? Is that a decision that your department makes?
Yes.
Which would be, why would you make that decision not to use it?
Because some units perform much better than other units. For example, here, MPS2, as you know, is a quick start unit, so it's able to respond much quicker. The ramp rate is approximately 30 megawatts a minute, as opposed to Newman 1 in the same hour, which has one of the worst AGC response rates. So we usually do not, although Newman 1 is capable of AGC, we do not utilize Newman 1 frequently because its response is poor.
Okay, I think I understand generally where you're going here. If I could then ask you about in his rebuttal, if you return to Mr. I think we can close this, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, you're at 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I have just a quick one here. If we can find our way to Mr. Martinez's testimony, and it is at page 19 of his testimony. His rebuttal, I'm sorry, he's got two. And I asked him about this morning, but he has what he described this morning as a hypothetical about a loss of a transmission line.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask you, because you used the MSCC based on generation. What assumptions do you make on a regular basis regarding the potential loss of a transmission line in the absence of knowledge that there's a storm or ice, things that might be kind of an obvious threat? What assumptions do you make as to the contingencies around just basically owning transmission lines or having transmission rights?
Yeah, so obviously in our position in the WEC, we are limited by what is known as WEC Path 47, which is comprised of three major and another line totaling 4. And so all of our studies emphasize the loss of one of these lines, which is known as N-1. It's N-1 is a probability and statistics factorial, but you can think of it as normal system minus 1. And so all of our analysis, that's one of the baseline is evaluating the N-1 characteristics that would cause import limitations.
So 2 questions about Mr. Martinez's hypothetical, because I'm sure that you are much more,
Got a minute.
First of all, is the 300 number that he used the number that you plug into all your, daily planning? 300 megawatts of load. Is that the number that you use day in and day out?
Depending on the study, ma'am, I've seen 100. I've seen any range from the full amount to as low as 100 on system studies.
And what was the other question I wanted to ask about this? And what do you do in the summer? The other question is, what do you do in the summertime in terms of this WEC import capacity when basically Epe'S system may be, running on all cylinders, literally.
Well, I use the phrase, pray to God, but row for shore, if that makes sense. We perform the same analysis as always. There's no leniency. We evaluate an N-1 contingency, and at that time, with summer peaks, we usually bring most of all, if not all, generation online in preparation of that contingency.
Okay, Ms. Stevens, your
Thank
time
you.
is
Thank you very much,
concluded.
Mr. Stevens. It's very
Yes.
nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I hope we'll be seeing more of you.
Yes. Oh,
You may not want to be doing that. You'd probably rather be in the field, but
thank you.
Let's go off the record for a second. Mr. Lee, shall we take our break now, or the next person has an hour?
Yeah, now would be a good time.
Okay, we'll go back on the record. I believe now might be an appropriate time for us to take our afternoon recess. I have 2:50. Let's come back and at 3. And remember that the YouTube is on. And thanks.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
I'm just wondering why everyone else looks so far away from the camera, and I feel like I'm right on top of the camera. Do you all have like really bigger tables?
We're in a conference room, so I can make myself bigger if it's hard to see.
No, the eyesight's not that bad yet.
Yeah.
Although with some of these little charts, I forgot to kid Miss Risa yesterday about the one chart at the bottom of the page. She violated my 10.5, I think, font rule.
I think that's right.
Okay, Mr. Lee, I'm ready to go back on the record, and we're back from our afternoon recess. And Ms. Souls, I believe that you had reserved 60 minutes for Mr. Bustillos.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Bustillos.
Hello?
I am Mary Lee Souls, a pro se party in this case. I believe you already know that. Mr. Bustillos, did you review the testimony of Ms. Souls in preparing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Martinez?
Familiar, yes.
Okay. Would you please go to your rebuttal testimony at page 8 and your response to question 17, where you're describing the daily dispatch process and how unit commitment is determined. Are you there?
Page 8, yes.
At line 10, you reference automatic generation control issues. I know you spoke with Ms. Stevens about this a bit.
Yes.
Would you please explain what automatic generation control is?
Automatic generation control is a parameter in a generator that allows for response to system events, such as generation loss or transmission contingencies.
And by that, do you mean automatic response as opposed to
Yes.
manual response?
Correct.
Thank you. So if a unit doesn't have automatic generation control functioning, what's the impact of that?
We would have to defer to another unit.
Do AGC issues happen often?
I don't know what often means, but they do happen.
How long do they take to resolve?
It depends on the situation.
Is it specific to a generator that it has an AGC that is not functioning, has to be maintained? Is that the circumstance?
Yes.
And does AGC affect the minimum operating level of a generator?
It can, I would assume, but not normally.
Very well. Let's go back to the discussions about daily dispatch and unit commitment. Your response to question 17. Do these discussions include the topic of fuel costs?
For reliability, no.
For your participation in daily dispatch and unit commitment that you're referring to?
No.
Do these discussions include the topic of minimizing costs?
They can.
Is it typical?
Yes, they can.
You would go to page 12 in your response to question 23.
Okay.
I'd like to dig deeper into your testimony regarding Ms. Souls' testimony. Do you recall that Ms. Souls offered detailed testimony regarding 5 specific days?
I'm familiar with that.
And which of those days are you referring to when you state Ms. Souls makes the mistake of ignoring reliability in generation resource dispatch?
Most all of them.
Would you care to pick one of those days of
Sure.
Ms. Souls' testimony?
Sure, you can pick the 5th, I assume.
When you say the 5th, March 5th,
Yes, I'm sorry,
2022,
March
that
5th.
we've used for other discussions, would that suit you?
Sure.
In fact, I think you also say something, okay, let's just go to March 5th. I'd like you to, where does Ms. Souls make the mistake of ignoring reliability in generation resource dispatch? So Ms. Souls is Souls Exhibit 1.
Pull this up, sorry. Souls Exhibit 1.
Is that on page 39?
I believe the discussion of March 5th is a fairly long section. I can go back and identify it from the table of contents. Table of contents say that it starts at page 31 and goes to page 57.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Bustillos, where would you like us to go?
Oh, that's up to you, ma'am.
Well, this is your rebuttal testimony. Ms. Souls makes the mistake of ignoring reliability in generation resource dispatch.
So what is your question?
I'd like you to show me where.
Sure. So the part that stands out to me most and throughout your testimony is the fallacy that the generation is only a resource for producing megawatts, which a lot of people assume, but there's the response in my testimony is to display the fact that there's numerous reasons why online generation provides reliability related mitigations, if you will. So specific in this one, and I don't have the exact section, you suggest that we operate, and I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, Newman 4 and MPS 4, I believe you said, in response to the generation that was online. And that is in itself is a fallacy.
So is that possible that you identified a particular location? Ms. Souls' testimony at page 54, line 7. Shall we look at that?
Are you in my testimony or?
I'm in Ms. Souls' testimony.
Okay. Hey, I'm sorry, can you repeat that 57?
54, line 7.
Okay, 54. Line 7, okay.
And I think you referred to this specifically, but is this an example of what you're referring to?
Where you suggest that if your hypothetical scenario is feasible?
Yes.
Well, yes, I would assume.
All right. Would you read the answer to that question at line 6? How do you know that your hypothetical scenario is feasible? Would you read that out loud for the record, please?
I don't have the information related to all circumstances existing on March 5th that might have justified Epe'S decision.
I'm sorry, so you're reading just a bit too fast. Related to all circumstances?
Existing on March 5th, 2022, that might have justified Epe'S decision to operate more than Newman 4 and MPS 4 on that day. I don't have all the information that might justify operating 1 additional unit, 2 additional units, or 5 units that EP actually utilized. I have included the hypothetical scenario suggest the possibility that operating Newman 4 and MPS 4 could have been feasible and responsible and would have resulted in significant lower costs for EPE customers.
And do you agree that Ms. Souls didn't have all the information related to those circumstances on March 5th, 2022?
Oh, I'm sure I know that she didn't have all
Yeah, I'm going to object because I'm not sure that Mr. Bustillos knows what information Ms. Souls had when she was creating her testimony.
Well, I think the witness can look at the testimony that says she didn't have the information and form an opinion. So I'm going to overrule that objection. Mr. Wexler, go ahead and answer the question, sir.
I know Ms. Souls did not have all the information.
Then are you objecting to Ms. Souls suggesting that something different from what APE actually did might have been feasible and responsible and resulted in lower costs for EPE customers?
There's a couple negatives in there. Am I objecting to the objection? Can you rephrase that? I'm sorry.
To Ms. Souls making a suggestion that something different from El Paso Electric, what El Paso Electric actually did, might have been feasible.
I'm objecting to the proposed situation of Newman 4 and MPS 4 and how that is not feasible.
Very well. So you're not objecting to the suggestion that there might be other ways to approach the situation on March 5th, only that particular one you find not feasible. Is that correct?
No, that would require analysis to confirm that any other of your suggestions would be admissible.
Okay. And Mr. Bustillos, did you conduct any analysis regarding the feasibility of one less unit than what was actually run on March 5th, 2022?
One last unit?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Is it one last unit or one less unit?
One less, LESS unit.
Thank you. Go ahead.
What analysis are you referring to, ma'am? A study?
So this sentence here about one additional unit, two additional units, or the 5 units that El Paso Electric actually utilized. Did you conduct any analysis of any of those different scenarios?
Well, from experience, let me answer your question fully here. From experience, you're suggesting Newman 4 only at Newman, obviously, and MPS 4 only at MPS. This immediately raises red flags and gives me anxiety, frankly. There's multiple issues with that. And the first thought to my mind is, if I lose Newman 4, I am in a severe state of multiple contingencies. First of all, I don't have enough MSSE available or contingency to prepare for this MSSE. I have now created a new impossible mitigation of the loss of Newman Picante line to overload my Newman auto, in which the only mitigation is Newman generation. And now I don't have any method to start up Newman generation because, as I said earlier, we require 10 to 14 to even 24 hours to start a Newman generation. And I could go on and on with voltage and frequency. So the analysis is through experience in these scenarios. So I would say yes. I mean, this is not how we operate at El Paso Electric.
And Newman 4, MPS 4, and Rio Grande 7, did you analyze that scenario?
Yes, because Rio Grande 7 and MPS do not assist in that scenario that I specified.
They don't exist?
They don't assist in the mitigation?
Assist.
Yes.
Thank you.
What does assist?
Newman generation then.
So did you analyze Newman 1, Newman 4, and MPS 4?
Newman 1, yes. So what you're proposing is replacing Newman 1 with Newman 4?
No,
Well, that's what you're suggesting, right? If I have a Newman 4 and Newman 1 configuration and I have the loss of Newman 4, you're suggesting that it's sufficient to replace Newman 1 with Newman 4? That is not accurate, ma'am.
so what does it take to replace Newman 4 if Newman 4 goes out?
Adequate Newman generation depending on system conditions. So I would at least have maybe 3 units comfortably online and Newman. Maybe
Newman
4. 1. It really depends on
Newman-
system conditions.
Hold on, Miss Souls, let him answer. Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. I was finishing that it depends on conditions. As I said, we have to prepare for the MSSC. And so Newman Block 4 has a common element of losing all three units. And I've seen this time and time again. So I can't put all my eggs, so to speak, in that one basket. I must diversify for not only balance of load and MSSC, but multiple contingencies that occur at a Newman.
So if I understand you correctly, sir, if Newman 4 were to go out, all the rest of the Newman units would not be available?
No. What I'm saying is, it's in the best interest for mitigations of contingencies to have more units at Newman because Block 4 is comprised of the 2 gas turbines and the steamer, but I've known from experience that it goes out the whole block. So to say, well, we'll just have Newman 4 on, that I can't count on that because I have the trip. I would say I've tripped it. The block has tripped in my experience numerous times. And so I have to have redundancy, generation redundancy. And so although what you're specifying has happened, I've lost, in my experience, one time the whole plant. That's not, I mean, I don't like to say it, but the probability is low for that scenario, for the common element to occur.
Okay, I'll start your time back up now. Ms. Souls, go ahead.
So Mr. Bustillos, on March 5th, Newman 1, Newman 3, Newman 4, Rio Grande 7, and MPS 1 were all permitted.
Okay.
Do you recall that?
I believe that sounds right.
So is what you're saying that if Newman 4 runs, that 2 other Newman plants have to also run?
Yes.
And does it also require that Rio Grande 7 also runs?
Depending on the contingency, ma'am, yes. So the location of, and this is why I go back to it, generation is course to supply energy, but there's also other benefits that are required for reliability. So the position or the location of the generation fleet is also substantial. Rio Grande is closer to the load pocket on the west side. Newman is closer to the load pocket on the northeast side, and east side is respective to the MPS. So it is an interest for multiple areas of reliability, mostly voltage, that we diversify it if possible.
Very well. Let me go back to, you're not objecting to the suggestion, only to the conclusion. Is that correct?
In this specific scenario, I guess you can say that. I mean, we're always open to suggestions, right?
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
If you would please go to EP Exhibit 6, which is Mr. Martinez's rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
Were you listening to my cross-examination of Mr. Martinez earlier?
I believe so. I was in and out, but yes.
You recall he referred some questions to you?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
So in his testimony, if you'd go to page 15 and the paragraph that begins at line 2.
15, line 2. Okay.
It's going to take me a minute too. what is the difference between reliability required online natural gas-fired resource and other non-reliability required natural gas-fired resource?
Other. I'm sorry, let me read this. Where does he reference the other?
Line 4.
Line 4. Please nuclear and renewable resources can be more expensive than other non-reliability required. So, I mean, I'm not familiar with the context, but obviously non-reliability required would be for non-reliability according to Mr. Martinez.
So you wouldn't make this distinction about reliability required online resources and other non-reliability required gas-fired resources. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the reference is for non-reliability required resources.
Could Montana Unit 1, MPS 1, with 90 megawatts of capacity, could it substitute for Newman 1 with 84 megawatts of capacity as a reliability required online natural gas fired resource?
Not always.
Sometimes?
Sure. If you're looking for a simple supply aspect, then I would say sure. But for the other characteristics, absolutely not.
Which other characteristics, please?
Well, for example, as I mentioned earlier, Newman 1 has poor AGC. So I would not have that as an AGC unit. But the MPS unit has great AGC response. So for that aspect, AGC might be better on MPS 4. But
excuse me, do you mean MPS 1?
Oh, I'm sorry, MPS 1, yes.
Thank you. So that sounds like a reason to use MPS 1 as a reliability required online resource when possible. Do you agree with that?
I think they can interchange, yes.
Very well. That was one of the questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good job. If you would go to his exhibit VM-2R, page 2 of 3.
Sorry, let me pull it up here. VM. That's in his rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I appreciate the hearing examiner doing that. That's probably faster. Thank you. Okay.
All right. Do you recognize this document?
The daily generation report. Yes, I do.
And would you recognize it as being from March 3rd related to March 5th used by the day ahead traders?
It looks right. Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that Mr. Martinez said in his testimony, and again when I spoke with him, that a minimum of 650 megawatts of local generation needed to be online on March 5th, 2022. Do you recall that?
I think so.
Are you comfortable enough with that we can proceed, or should we go back to his testimony?
Yeah, we can proceed. I don't remember the conversation, but we can proceed with it.
And what I'm looking at here seems to indicate that there was 771 megawatts of available capacity. Is that correct?
It looks like it.
And does that suggest that less could be online than what was actually used?
Does that suggest that less could be online? Well, that's the maximum that could be online. And therefore you could use less. Yes.
This goes back to what we were talking about a minute ago, whether or not Newman 1 or Newman 3 or Rio Grande 7 could have been not online.
Okay. Are you asking? Oh, I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Would every one of those, would you agree, is less than the difference between 771 and 650 in terms of their available capacity?
Yes.
I'm asking if any one of those three could have been taken offline and maintained reliability.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, going back to your example, can one of the MPS units replace Newman 1? From a purely supply aspect, sure, but that's not the case for reliability. As I mentioned again from a previous question you answered, the biggest contingency from this setup here is Newman 4. Therefore, that leaves me 2 units, Newman 1 and 2, and to suggest to remove an additional unit from Newman, in that case, I guess you say Newman 1 or 3, I'm sorry, not 2, 3, then that would put me in a severe situation that I am not able to mitigate. So they're not equivalent in that stance, right?
And that also means that Montana cannot substitute for one of them.
Correct.
Is that also correct?
Yes. In that circumstance.
Very well. And I had another question. This is showing copper as being online.
Okay.
And is copper one of the quick start units?
No.
No. Okay. I don't need to ask you more about that then.
Didn't we hear earlier that it was?
Are you asking me, ma'am?
No, Miss Souls.
I thought we had, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Reason I'm looking quizzical there, Mr. Bustillos, is I believe that witness Martinez testified that copper was a quick start. Yeah, but you're saying no, it's not.
A quick start unit is the LMS 100s. So currently we have MPS 1, MPS 2, 3, 4, and Rio 9. Copper is a gas turbine, and it's quicker. I would say it's 30 minutes an hour, but the other LMS units, LMS 100 units, are approximately 10 minutes to full load.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Souls.
It's my understanding that copper may be your most expensive generating unit. Would you agree with that?
I am not sure. It sounds right, but
No.
No.
Okay. I was wondering why El Paso Electric would run copper instead of a Montana unit.
I don't know in the specific instance, but I do know that copper provides an additional benefit. So like I mentioned earlier, Rio Grande is east or west side, I'm sorry, northeast pocket load is, usually focused on Newman. East side, far east side is Montana. Copper is in Central City. So there's lots of additional reactive benefits in there. In fact, I've seen many studies where import capability is minimized without copper load. I'm sorry, copper generation.
Very well. Mr. Bustillos, I think I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wow. He still had 33 minutes.
Oh my.
Do I get a gold star?
You do. Absolutely. Mr. Black. I do not believe that staff had reserved any time for Mr. Postius. Is that correct?
That's correct. The only witness we have cross for is Street L.
Okay, and
Oh,
Mr.
excuse me,
Provencio?
excuse me, and Mr. Provencio, yes, Mr. Rossi
Okay.
will be doing Mr. Provencio.
Very well. Okay,
Sorry. Yeah.
well, good afternoon and welcome to New Mexico hearings, Mr. Bustillos.
Thank you, thank you.
And I think this, just wanted to start out with, I know you have an electrical engineering degree and a master's in electrical engineering. Are you a PE?
I am not yet working on it.
Okay, great. And I wondered why I was so confused, but I think I found out one of the reasons I'm so confused. In page 2 of your testimony, every time I saw the BES, I was thinking about battery storage.
Oh.
And it just wasn't working out for me.
Yeah.
But I see on page 2, at when you're talking about your work history, you indicate that in 2015 that you returned to systems operations as an outage coordinator. In this position, you oversaw and coordinated outages to ensure reliability of the EPE bulk electric system, which is BES. Correct?
Yes.
And just because I've already mentioned it recently, I won't dwell on it, but for future reference, your the information that you put on page 9 of your testimony,
Page 9.
that's so tiny I can't read it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
We want to make that, my default is 10.5,
yes, ma'am.
which is the font that I use in footnotes.
Okay. No,
Okay. No, if I have to get this out to read it,
okay.
it's like, too tiny. I think a lot of your testimony is really technical,
No,
but
I'm sorry.
which is fine. No, absolutely fine, because I mean, your testimony is your testimony, and it's not a criticism. It's just an explanation for how I look at it, and I try to look at it more in the bulk, big picture type perspective. And essentially, what my take on your testimony beginning on page 12, section 4, where you are rebutting, you're putting in rebuttal testimony of Ms. Soul's testimony. Sort of my takeaway from this section of your testimony is that lowest costs might be one factor that's looked at when El Paso Electric is determining which generation type and amount is used, but it's not the primary thing that a piece of information that El Paso Electric uses, correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am. My position is reliability. So I tell people simplistically, when you flip your switch, does your light come on? Then we're doing our job, right? And so primarily, we need to make sure that we have stability at all times and observe risk and prepare the system, invent to mitigate the risk. And so that is the way we operate.
Great. And again, not trying to indicate that I necessarily am completely comfortable with all of the different parts of reliability
Sure.
that you testified to, but I mean, I do pick up on things like that, for example, criticism on page 14, lines well, beginning on line 7, is that you're saying Ms. Soule's recommendations aren't valid because she's not considering NERC standards, capital N, capital E, capital R, capital C. Correct?
Yes. The basic premise, and as I said, is that we can't simply just limit generation to bare bones and not realize that there's a trade-off, a direct trade-off in reliability that severely risks, the system. A lot of actions and mitigations are done, or all of them are done pre-contingent. So when I observe a contingency in a limiting element, meaning, give you an example, if there's an overload that may occur if I lose a particular transmission line, well, I need to set my system up as if it happened already, even though it hasn't. And so a lot of mitigations come from generation, not all of them, but a lot. And so my basis for that comment is that you can just simply take generation offline without observing the reliability components, which are primary.
Right. And then you go on page 18, you're talking about voltage instability.
Yes.
And you're going into reactive power,
Yeah.
and all the other things that you're identifying as being part of the requirements for NERC, correct?
Correct. And obviously I don't want to lean on NERC. NERC is ensuring we do this, but this is necessary to run the system. These are basic. I'm trying to convey that these are basic parameters on running a BES, right?
On running
A reliable and stable electric system.
and then further on page 23, you're talking about interconnection frequency.
Yes.
And spinning of the generation. Again, how I interpret these things are sort of foundational components that have to be met initially. Is that the right way to look at them?
Exactly. Yes.
And so not only do you have to have your foundational requirements, but then you begin on page 26 of your testimony, and you start to talk about contingencies,
Yeah.
which you define on lines 19, beginning on line 19 of page 26, as a contingency is an unplanned event caused by numerous reasons that can adversely affect the system.
Yes.
So I look at these as potential problems, and they can be within El Paso Electric Company's system, whether it be a generation unit or some component, but they could also be external, like
Yes.
a transmission line.
Yeah, and if I can give you an example that just came up recently, I don't know if I'm sure you're aware of fires that are going on, unfortunately, in Ruidoso, and
Yeah.
we had one in Macho Springs, and the Macho or the Springerville area was close, and I think it's no longer a threat now. But a fire external, obviously, we have wood structures, which is the most that goes right to your head. Well, I could burn a pole down, but it really happens much before that in an instance. So in this situation, as you're driving down the street, you see pole transmission lines, and they're three phases, and they're strategically placed with air gaps in between the phases. And the worry then becomes, even before the fire gets close to it, with smoke. So as I said, the air gap creates, almost insulation so that you don't arc over from one phase to the other. But once you get smoke as replacing the air, then it becomes more conductive, as if the phases, the lines were together and they can arc. So in that instance, if we see a fire close and we say, oh my gosh, the smoke is coming close to us and replacing therefore the air with smoke, I have to de-energize the line. And that is an example of a contingency we were looking at, hoping it doesn't happen, but it was imposed upon us, right, by an external element.
Does El Paso Electric own any transmission lines?
Yes.
Do they? But they don't. But they potentially are affected when you talk about loss of a transmission line being a contingency and the N-1.
Yeah.
It could be somebody else's transmission line too, couldn't it?
Oh, definitely. Once you start going to outline layers, a few buses back, other outages or whether planned or forced, have impacts into us. So part of the outage coordination process that I was part of, because you read that, we collaborate with neighbors and say, hey, P&M, we're going to take this outage. We see this affects you. Is this a good time to take this outage? And vice versa, right? Let's say, hey, we've had this planned outage. Well, we'll study, you study, and if there's mitigations, maybe we can come up with them. If there's no mitigations, we'll have to delay. And that happens with forced. They have a forced outage for whatever reason, a pole goes down. It can impact this. So there's a lot of coordination that is done between the neighbors because of that.
Do you rate contingencies?
As far as severity?
As far as severity or probability of occurrence, or?
Yeah. Probability, not really. Because if it's probable, we have to pretend that it is, whether, you know what I mean? But severity, yes, one contingency can be more severe than the other. Another one, maybe, of course, like I mentioned, path 47, if I have one of those 4 lines goes out, that's, I would say, more severe than a more internalized transmission line, which could cause problems, but maybe not as severe as import limitations, right? I may not be able to import as much as I wanted to. And that would be a bad scenario in the summer when I need it the most, right?
So that's what you used to do when you were in the outage, but
Yeah.
yet you still think about it. I mean, you
Always.
still have to worry.
Yes.
You're a worrier.
I really am. I had hair a few years ago. But I don't, and I joke about it, but yes, I don't know if I realize how much stress we're under.
Well, interesting. So if it might happen, you have to plan for it.
I have,
Whether or not it's one of those, and I don't know how you would characterize it, but in my mind, at least recently, I can understand that there might be contingent, it's cold weather, that that cold weather event, Uri,
yes.
that those kind of things can happen. And then like now you're talking about the wildfires.
Mhm.
And definitely those kind of things, unfortunately, are happening.
Yes.
But I wondered if potentially if there's some other kind of contingency, of like all of the plants going down,
Yeah.
in a geographical area that might be, very, very low probability that that could ever occur if you look at them differently or you don't.
Yes, yes. I know we've got more fuel redundancy in Montana, but that was a concern, right? What you're looking at are single sources of contingency points to that. If this happens, it could affect the plant, and so that's definitely taken into account. However, we have a lot of redundancies at the plants now, thank God. But those scenarios have happened. I'm bringing remember one of my worst experiences was a Easter Sunday years ago where, and again, we had the 4 paths and we were hanging on by one. We had lost 3 lines, one to a planned outage, one to a forced outage, and I had to take the other one out as a mitigation. So we're hanging on one line, and that was one of the most wrecking, stressful days because all we needed is like a little gust of wind or a bird or a tree limb or something to take that final line out, and I'm islanded, or even worse, in southern New Mexico, and that's a terrifying position to be put in. And at that point, economics is out the window. We bring every generation on, everything, because I don't want to. God forbid I have a bad experience under my watch. I know. I
Right.
didn't know
No.
this coming, but yeah.
So basically what would happen is when people went to flip the switch, there wouldn't be anything.
Yes, I would. And yeah, in that scenario, if I would have lost the 4th line, again, all you need is a little blip and I'm islanded, and then our emergency procedures go into effect. We have to communicate with the RC, but we're in that scenario, we positioned ourselves so that God willing, we'd have no instability issues to where we would go black. We'd have internal generation sustaining us, hopefully, and then we'd hurry up and try to reconnect to the interconnection with RC permission. But yeah, in that scenario, that'd be the worst probable cause that the light doesn't come on and we go black.
And actually, I was just thumbing by, and RC is reliability coordinator,
Correct.
which for EPE is SPP.
That is correct.
So moving on in your testimony, you're testifying about an MSSC on page 33 of your testimony, and defined as a most single severe contingency, correct?
Correct.
So this is like worst case scenario for a particular unit?
Correct. Correct. And that's why typically it's, well, it can bounce, or obviously it bounces around to the most, the generator with the highest output. And so typically we can always refer back to the PV unit at the minimum.
Okay, so it's only for local generation.
Correct.
Okay, so your most single severe contingency couldn't be having all the units at PV go out at the same time.
No, thank God, no. They don't.
Because I was,
yeah,
I was just thinking, well, you know,
yeah,
having not having any Palo Verde available to El Paso Electric might be an MSCC, but
Yeah.
if all of them went out, there might be other things that would
Yeah.
be worse.
yeah. Probably we're
Right?
probably talking about other things, right? The point.
Okay. And I wanted to know a little bit about this reserve sharing group
Okay.
that you testify to on page 35. It beginning at line 19, you say El Paso Electric has registered as a member of a reserve sharing group, RSG, to which the collective members share the responsibility of providing support in the recovery of the MSSC among each of the participating entities. That's your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, is an RSG different than an EIM?
Yes. The reserve share group is a collective, a voluntary collective to share the contingency of each element. So as we said, let's say the PV unit 211 megawatts. That means in reserves, I have to have 211 megawatts of capacity, available at all times, which is very costly, right? So imagine having almost a block 4, Newman 4 offline, assuming it's quick start, right? Equivalent offline, just sitting there in case I lose PV, right? That's kind of expensive. So these kind of groups were formed to share the load. So if I were to lose my MSSC, we share the responsibility as a collective, and so I'll get 30 megawatts from PNM, and I'll get 20 from TEP, and I'll get et cetera, to get the collective. And in response, we will do the same for others. That way we don't have to maintain that capacity.
So is this like a contractual agreement? And
yes, yeah, it's again, it's voluntary. It is allowed by NERC. And so, it's obviously in everybody's benefit to perform in something like this for cost savings for customers and reliability, for sure.
but it doesn't relate to like SPP. You can't rely on them to get megawatts if you needed them.
No, we don't have the physical connectivity to do that. It'd have to be physically connected so that we can distribute the power amongst our transmission line.
Are there conditions on that? For example, like if it was a fire event and multi-utilities were affected, that they wouldn't have to perform?
There could be, you would have to submit the catastrophe we call, you have to submit the contingency. So in that sense, since you were talking about a transmission line, but we'd have to lose the generation source. So if the loss of the transmission line tripped a unit, for example, then I'm able to claim that unit that has tripped and its equivalent capacity. And if that happened to an adjacent utility as well, they're able to do the same, and we'd have to rely on adjacent members.
And then I think you end up sort of concluding at page 43 of your testimony in response to question 97, is the must-run configuration established based on cost? And you conclude at the end that after talking about the reliability levels, you say at line 16 and 17, once the configuration has been established, then economic decisions can be made, right?
Correct.
So once the foundation of the house is in, then you can put up the walls,
yes.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's just talk a little bit about outages and your testimony on page 49. And that's with respect to question 103. And there's a claim that EPE characterizes outages as planned based on NERC general availability data system, or GADS requirements. And you say no, that's not what you do. Can you just go through some of the different types of outages?
Sure.
And how you characterize them?
So as I explained there, NERC empowers the reliability coordinator, the RC, through standard IRO 17. And they basically say, okay.
I'm sorry, for standard.
IRO-017.
Thank you.
And that standard basically empowers the respective RC to establish an outage coordination methodology. And so, as you can imagine, each RC is different. So our RC is SPP, as opposed to, there's KISO, they have their RC and they create their own methodology. So our characterization of the outages are defined in the SPP outage coordination methodology. And there's a few of them. Off the top of my head, I don't remember them all, but there's planned outages, obviously, forced outages, opportunity outages, urgent outages, transmission operation outages. I'm sure I'm missing a couple there, but they're all defined in that methodology. We do not use GADS as that baseline.
Okay. Sir, I think that that's all the questions that I had for you. Thank you, Mr. Bustillos.
Thank you.
Mr. Wexler, any redirect for Mr. Bustillos?
I have no redirect. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Herman, anything further for Mr. Bustillos?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens?
I have a couple of very short factual questions on your question, management examiner.
Go ahead.
Thank you. How much did this do? I really mean fast.
Miss Stevens, you're breaking up again. Can you start again?
Got it. Okay. So these will be really fast.
Okay.
And the hearing examiner asked you about the most single severe contingency, and she was asking about losing Palo Verde, but in that context, I believe I heard her ask you whether it only applies to local generation, the most single severe MSSC. Does it apply to remote generation as well as to local generation?
Yes, I should clarify that it applies to owned generation. So as the RC acknowledges our shares of PV as part of the MSSC calculation, if applicable, for all entities.
And if it's only owned generation,
yeah,
how do you handle the fact that now and increasingly you have a lot of reliance on renewable PPAs that you don't own, but I guess they're connected to your system?
PPAs, I believe that as far as the MSSC, I'm trying to think, there's nothing that exceeds that we own the minimum 211, I believe.
Are you starting to get to the point that might be a consideration? I'm thinking the Carne project.
Yeah.
I think you have an even bigger one in Texas on the.
I think so. I think our interconnections group could answer more of that, but yeah, I think, as we start developing more and more interest in renewables and things like that, that's certainly applicable.
And would they be subject to this analysis? Or is this ownership? You just use the word ownership.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure ownership is not like a black and white line.
Yeah, and it's part of our portfolio. I don't want to use ownership either. It's part of our portfolio that is under our purview. So it could, I'd have to look at it as in the PPA. I'm not sure. It's a really good question going forward if that would be subject to it. Typically, what I've seen let's take both of them, solar and wind, they're usual strings, but I could imagine meaning the facilities are isolated. So if I lose it, I could lose a portion, but there are some instances where I could lose, like everything, I could lose the whole thing. So just talking out loud, that's a possibility. I'm not certain though.
And it would be a possibility just on the kind of transmission line aspect, wouldn't it? Even if you don't lose all the solar panels, if the transmission goes down, you're kaput, right?
Yes, that's definitely.
And the other question I had is why is SPP Epe'S reliability coordinator? Because my understanding, you just have that Eddie tie, and it's sort of an emergency situation.
When we performed the analysis from when Peak RC, which is our prior RC, dissolved it, I think we saw the best benefits to SPP, and I'm not recalling the full justification. From my perspective, our immediate, well, except for P&M, our immediate neighbors also joined SPP, which is, beneficial.
And who would your immediate neighbors, others than not to be sarcastic here, but who would your immediate neighbors others than P&M be?
TEP and portions of Tri-State. TEP being Tucson Electric Power.
Electric, right.
Yeah.
And Tri-State would be some of the co-op, the electric
Yes.
co-op.
Portion it.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Souls,
Yes, I have a couple of questions.
go ahead, please.
Mr. Bustillo, as you recall, the hearing examiner took you to page 14, and she was asking you about your objections to Ms. Soul's hypothetical scenarios. Do you recall that?
Yes, I'm going back to 14. Okay.
Do you disagree with the hypothetical scenarios offered by Ms. Souls for each of the 5 days for which she offered such testimony?
For each of them? Yes.
You didn't object to Ms. Souls' testimony regarding the actual cost of off-system sales. Is that correct?
I'm not privy to costs.
And you didn't object to Ms. Souls' testimony regarding the appropriate level of off-system sales. Is that correct?
I'm not privy to the sales.
Thank you. Different subject. The hearing examiner was talking to you about contingencies, and you together successfully have me shaking in my boots. If it could happen, you plan for it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then does that mean taking it to its ultimate conclusion? Shouldn't you run everything all the time?
Well, obviously, in certain conditions, that is the requirement. In other situations, it's not. Part of reliability is also not overextending, right? So you don't want to run your car to the ground because you won't have a car, but you want to run it at minimum, right? To make sure that you're able to, go to work, for example. So, yeah, it's a balance.
All right. So you don't conclude that everything ought to run just all the time, just in case. That's not what you were actually testifying, correct?
No. I don't believe that we should run at absolute bare minimum. That's my testimony on that. Yeah.
Very well. And lastly, she took you to page 49 and your discussion about planned outages. I'm trying to get there myself.
Oh, okay, that was the GETS.
This came out of your read of Ms. Soul's testimony. Do you recall that there was a citation with this citing a discovery response from El Paso Electric?
I do not recall.
Do you recall that this was related specifically to a generator outage?
What is the GADS reference?
Yes, sir.
I do not recall.
I'm sorry?
I do not recall.
And your testimony here at page 49, is this about generators?
Question 103?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's not about transmission, it's about generators.
Yes, transmission is TADS. You're referring to
Very
GADS.
well. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bustillos. Appreciate your time, sir. You're excused.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wexler, you have another witness.
We do. We have Mr. Dominguez, and if we could have just 1 minute, we'll
Sure.
shut down. Our witness can get in the room.
Well, while we're waiting, we can go off the record, Mr. Lee. What happened to your office, your annex there, Mr. Herman?
Um, all of my office spaces have pros and cons, and my office downtown it was a little warm, and I had to run home to let my dog out at lunch anyway, so I figured I would wrap up the day here. Although similar to Miss Olson, my daughter just got out of daycare, so we could have a petulant and opinionated 2-year-old running in here at any moment.
Okay. Well, that would be different. You know, I haven't had that. I've had animals, dogs and cats so far, but no 2-year-olds. So hey, I'm going to look forward to that.
You missed the hearing then with maybe it was a pre-hearing with Gideon Elliott had his baby in his lap. Remember that one, guys?
Yeah, I missed that one.
I'm aware of at least one time of that happening.
Okay, it looks like we have a different Linda Pleasant. So you know, hopefully Miss Pleasant's going to get some kind of remuneration for, you know, her name appearing here in our record. Okay, I think Mr. Lee, we can go back on the record, and Miss Olson, you have a witness.
I do. Sorry, I got wrapped up in the conversation and forgot what I was doing. El Paso Electric would call its next witness, Mr. Daniel Dominguez.
Hello there, Mr. Dominguez. Welcome. You're gonna have to make sure you're audible.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Oh, now I can hear you. Mr. Lee, would you please swear Mr. Dominguez in?
Mr. Dominguez, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter no opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And go ahead, Miss Olson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dominguez. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure can. My name is Daniel Dominguez. First name Daniel. Last name Dominguez. Dominguez.
And can you please state your current position with El Paso Electric Company?
Yes, my current position is supervisor of real-time trading and EIM.
EIM?
EIM.
Thank you.
Do you have before you what's previously been marked as EP Exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that document as your direct testimony?
Yes.
And you do not have any exhibits to your direct testimony, is that correct?
I do not.
Was the direct testimony drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And you do not have any corrections to your direct testimony, is that correct?
Apart from the update in title, no.
And you stated your title, and that's different than the title that's listed on page 1?
Correct. On the direct testimony, I was an analyst.
Okay. And can you state your new title again?
Sure. I am supervisor of real-time trading and EIM.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned previously on line 15, it says you're certified as a balancing and interchange operator. And that was true at the time it was drafted.
Correct. Yeah. Since then the certification has expired, so I am not anymore.
Okay. And with those updates, is the direct testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
If you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric would offer EPE Exhibit number 8, the direct testimony of Daniel Dominguez.
Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Dominguez direct testimony, EPE Exhibit 8 as admitted or as verified by Mr. Dominguez? Hearing no objection, EPE 8 is admitted. Ms. Olson?
And Mr. Dominguez, do you have before you what's also been marked EPE Exhibit number 9?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And you also do not have any exhibits to your rebuttal, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same under oath?
Yes.
And I apologize. Did I already ask you, is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Madam Hearing Examiner, EPE would offer exhibit number 9, the rebuttal testimony of Daniel Dominguez.
Any objection to what's been identified as El Paso Electric Exhibit number 9, Mr. Dominguez rebuttal testimony as verified by him here today? Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 9 is admitted. Ms. Olson?
That concludes our direct examination. I tender Mr. Dominguez for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Herman, I believe that you have designated, then undesignated, and now redesignated 10 minutes for questions for Mr. Dominguez.
Thank you, yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dominguez. My name's Keith Herman. I'm with Doña Ana County, and it refreshed my memory, but I believe we have met before
Yes, sir. Yes, we have.
at one of the work groups.
Correct.
Okay. So you were watching my cross of Mr. Martinez and Mr. Bustillos where they deferred a couple questions to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So my questions were regarding security constrained unit commitment and security constrained economic dispatch. And for sake of my cross-examination, I'll just refer to them by short as unit commitment and economic dispatch. And part of your job is to authorize or partake in market purchases over the WEIM, correct?
Uh, we don't necessarily authorize, I guess you can say, those particular transactions. It's a voluntary market. We provide information ahead of time, and then the market is centralized. CAISO administrates it and therefore directs particular solutions, and you can follow them or not follow them accordingly.
That leads to my next question. So those recommendations that CAISO might offer, or the CAISO would possibly recommend either to make sales or make purchases, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when the CAISO makes such a recommendation, does EPE always follow those recommendations?
It depends what we're talking about. If we're talking about unit commitment, I think we look at those a little bit more closely, and those have to be assessed in real time. Sometimes with EIM, it's a little bit different than the bilateral market in terms of EPE's BA is broken out into two different entities. It's broken out into the merchant group, which we are a part of over here with Victor Martinez and me. And then on the opposite side, you have Epe'S group, the entity side. And so a sale sometimes happens to the entity side, which is a fulfillment of the imbalance of load. So we don't necessarily get to say whether, in other words, if you don't follow an instruction, sometimes what you're doing is you're not fulfilling load, if that makes any sense.
Well, first, when you say BA, do you mean balancing authority?
Yes, sir. So RBA, yes, sir. RBA is broken out into two entities for EIM purposes.
And then that last part, that last sentence you said about maybe refresh my memory, but about a sale not fulfilling a load. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. I'll give you an example. If going into a given hour, we've forecasted load to be, and for the purposes of making it simple, let's just say 100 megawatts. Okay. So we go in there balance with 100 megawatts. In real time, the load comes out to 110. So there's a 10 megawatt imbalance. At that point, EIM is instructing us to move a generator up in order to fulfill that 10 megawatt imbalance. That is also considered a sale from the merchant side, a purchase from the entity side.
And that's both that merchant and that entity are within El Paso Electric?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. So when the WEIM issues an instruction for unit commitment, what factors does El Paso follow to determine whether or not it would follow that instruction or disregard that instruction?
Yeah, I think we'll be looking at system conditions at that point in time. More so those rejections of particular instructions happen more so on the system operation side. So if they feel that one of the commitments that they've been instructed to follow through on is going to hurt the system in a negative way and from a reliability aspect, then they will go ahead and not turn that on.
So when you say system conditions, what could that include?
Congestion would be a big one. If we feel like we have enough generation online here locally to sort of fulfill what we see load to be. Congestion, meaning that sometimes the market will start up a unit. The market has to make particular assumptions to see whether they feel like a unit is going to be economical to turn it on. Those assumptions happen, and again, like at the market level, we don't get to see everything that the market is looking at. So we can only kind of like work off of our own assumptions. And so if we feel like our system is already congested enough where we have extra megawatts to be pushing out to begin with, and for whatever reason, the market decided to commit another unit, which we don't feel is appropriate, then we will go ahead and decline that.
And to reiterate, those questions that we're asking were regarding unit
Sorry,
commitment.
Mr. I didn't understand the first part of your question.
I wanted to just clarify that that last series of questions were regarding unit commitment.
Yes, sir.
So would the same apply during a similar instruction regarding your economic dispatch?
I think those are a little bit more controllable in terms of we can follow them and sort of mitigate in very real time. I use the real time, I guess, word or term loosely because real time can mean current, instantaneous. The real time solutions that are being provided by the market happened basically 7.5 minutes ago. So whatever is occurring in this current 5-minute period, those solutions were provided 7.5 minutes ago. So there could be changes that occur within those 7.5 minutes, and therefore we make adjustments accordingly.
Okay, and when you were talking in our last series of questions about congestion, does that also apply during the economic dispatch?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And El Paso's at the far eastern end of the WEIN. So do you experience a lot of transmission congestion?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes, at times, yes. I can give you an example where I think in January, the Northwest was going through a basically like in an energy deficient state. So LMPs or locational marginal pricing, energy prices up on the Northwest were very high, where over here in the Southwest, they were normal. And the reason that we get assigned congestion is because ultimately these megawatts that we could generate here, even though we have extra capacity, cannot flow over to the Northwest freely. There is a congestion on those lines, and therefore us increasing output over here in the Southwest does not aid them anymore. And it doesn't aid us, it just affects our system more.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I'm short on time. I'm glad we were able to get straight to the point. So thank you. I appreciate your time and I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Stevens, I believe that you reserved 15 minutes for
Yeah.
questions for Mr. Dominguez.
Yes,
Go
ma'am. I
ahead.
promise it will not take that long. Good afternoon, Mr. Dominguez. Like Mr. Herman, I think we've been on workshops together, but not with faces. So it's nice to see you.
Likewise.
I'm Deja Stevens for the City of Las Cruces. And this is your first time testifying, isn't it?
I
Or
guess
is it not?
technically I testified a couple weeks ago.
In the QF case, did you?
Yes, ma'am.
I missed it. Well, so I don't need to congratulate. That was in front of the commissioners, wasn't it? So I only have a handful of questions for you. And the first one is, it's true that the company hasn't modified its off-system sales and purchase practices since joining the WEIM, Western Energy Imbalance Market, in April of 2023, right? Correct?
Correct. The bilateral processes remain the same.
And did the company modify those practices and procedures prior to April 2023 in anticipation of joining the WEIM?
No, ma'am. So the WEIM is not we have to basically operate as if the WEIM will not aid us. It doesn't really aid us. It's more of a supplemental benefit that can be received after the bilateral market closes.
I believe Mr. Martinez testified somewhere along the line. I can't remember if it was his written testimony or his oral testimony about practices and procedures being in the process of being updated. Are you familiar with that?
Not 100%, but if he's talking about processes for the purposes of WEIM, then yes.
They are in the process of being updated?
I would assume that we are, yeah, working on it to add into that WEIM processes.
And you say you assume you're working on it. Are you personally involved in that project?
I have written out some things, yes.
I'm sorry, I have.
I have written out some things.
Thank you.
In your current role and in your previous roles at the company, were you personally part of that? Were you or are you personally part of the process of determining the security constrained unit commitment that the two preceding witnesses have talked about?
No, I am not.
Takes care of that. And finally, in your rebuttal testimony, you agreed to provide various Western energy imbalance reports to the commission if the commission so orders. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I think if the commission deems it beneficial to have those reports in order to benchmark us against other WEIM participants, then yes.
And your recommendation was to file those reports in the case number 21-00180-UT docket. Is that right?
A suggestion, but yes.
Would the company be willing to file it in this docket or another docket in case that docket ends up actually being closed at some point when the regulatory asset issue is resolved?
I think I would leave that to people who understand how dockets work a little bit better than I do.
Okay, Doug. That's my only questions, and thank you, and nice to see you.
Likewise.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Souls, I believe you reserved 20 minutes for Mr. Dominguez.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, Mr. Dominguez.
Hi, Ms. Souls.
My name is Mary. I'm Mary Lee Souls. I'm a pro se party in this case. In preparing your testimony, did you review the testimonies of the other witnesses?
No, I did not.
In preparing for this hearing, have you looked at the testimonies?
Yes, I've skimmed. Yes.
Okay. Did you review the testimony, Ms. Souls?
No, I did not. None.
Okay. Would you go to your direct testimony, please? EPE Exhibit 8 at page 8 on line 1, where you reference that EPE voluntarily offers a bid for the resource to be dispatched. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to ask you questions about your discovery response to DAC 0204, which produced a sample of the bids that EPE used in the Western Energy Imbalance Market, or WEIM.
Okay.
Would you?
Examiner, can I ask Ms. Souls to clarify, is she referring to an exhibit or a document that we can look at?
Yes, I will get to that. This is Souls. It's exhibit MLS 23, which is an exhibit in Ms. Souls' testimony. It's titled Bids Used for WEIM. You should be able to find it under exhibit MLS-23.
And at the time that you downloaded this, exhibit, it's pink.
Yes, ma'am. It was originally deemed confidential by the company. And on Friday, they waived confidential treatment. It wasn't clear to me if I should be changing colors and otherwise making changes to this and what they provided. My understanding is it is no longer considered confidential or requiring confidential treatment based on what the company said on Friday.
And I don't mean to cause confusion, but when we downloaded these documents out of Dropbox, it seems like it's just a cover page with instructions and not the actual document. Is that the case for anyone else, or did I do something wrong?
Miss
I can help with that.
Souls, would you like to explain
So
and
this is how I
clarify?
was instructed to do this by Ms. Sandoval in records. You'll see that there's a listing of what's included as attachments and instructions for how to view those attachments. So in what I've downloaded, on the side there is a paperclip icon. I click on that paperclip and it lists those 4 documents that are listed.
The problem is that, have you concluded?
I've
Miss
concluded my
Souls?
response to Miss Olson. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have a free Dropbox, or do you have the one that's limited to the 2 or 3 gig, Miss Souls?
I don't know the answer to that, ma'am.
You don't know if you pay for a Dropbox or not?
I don't know.
Okay.
I,
All I can tell you is that I was confused too, Miss Olson, and I actually had to have our new head of IT, Mr. Woods, spend part of Friday afternoon with me. And what was ending up happening is that when this gets downloaded, apparently Ms. Souls PDF this, and she PDF'd the attachments as the Excel spreadsheets as paperclip attachments. And the version of Dropbox that she sends you to look at them does not have paperclip function. So the only thing I could figure it out. Do you understand what I just said?
But Madam Hearings, this is Anastasia Stevens, Madam Hearing, and I have struggled with these exhibits when they were part of Ms. Souls's testimony. I just opened what's in the Dropbox and it's working for me. And I can guarantee you I'm not paying anything extra. So I mean, if you want like the rock bottom.
You opened it in her Dropbox?
I opened it in what I did was, when you put in your Dropbox, yes, Monday, because I don't trust my computer or myself, I downloaded the whole Dropbox.
Yes,
and my backup, right? And that's why my computer's a mess. But when I just opened it now, having done that Monday, I just went through the process, and the paperclip worked. In the past, when I was doing it directly from Ms. Souls's link, I had to go through multiple steps.
Right. That was the explanation that I got.
But you're not seeing what I'm getting, I guess. It's weird. Madam Hearing, did you go through the step of downloading onto your hard drive or whatever?
I did.
Because maybe, oh.
Yes, you actually have to download the PDF on.
This time it did that. I know what you're talking about. This is not happening to me today, which is.
I guess I would just say we did that and we couldn't get it to work. So I'm fairly confident Mr. Dominguez does not have this document. So if
I've got it, and I'll put it on the screen share.
Yeah.
Okay. But that was the explanation that I got from the IT Brian who helped me on Friday, and you know, my guess was that because the Excel had been PDF'd in order to zip it, because I thought maybe Ms. Souls had a free Dropbox, and this is 10 gigs worth of documents. Okay, and 10 gigs are not free on Dropbox. So that's the only reason I asked that, Ms. Souls, is again, Because if you go to the Dropbox that you send people to look at these, not my Dropbox for the commission, but yours, where all that's there is the PDF placeholder. Okay. Which is actually kind of good security wise, I guess. But I know what you mean, Miss Olson. And, you know, for example, when I was looking at the majority of the confidential costs, other exhibits that haven't gotten to yet, 20 or that cost, the things that I actually ruled are confidential. At the time, I was given access, which all parties had, to the server at Montgomery and Andrews that had the discovery / whatever, had those. And that's how I was able to see them immediately previously. But with that explanation, let's move on to, and again, just confirming this is no longer confidential. Go ahead, Ms. Souls. Is this a document you're talking about?
That is the document I'm talking about. Mr. Dominguez, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
So please explain what this spreadsheet is.
Sure. So these are the bids that we submit for EIM purposes. So these are bids for particular resources that we have designated as being capable of following 5-minute, what they call dispatch operating targets, DOTs, within EIM. Because if you voluntarily provide this, then you are basically subjugated to possibly having to move around and dispatch your units on a 5-minute basis. So what this represents here is each unit's cost structure. That's what the bids represent, is each unit's cost structure. You have startup cost in column H. You have minimum load cost, column I, and then columns K through, I'm not sure if that's the end of the spreadsheet. I want to say no, but so those are the hour endings. And as you go sort of in a vertical manner for hour ending 1, you'll see basically it's that unit's incremental cost curve.
And is this generated for every day, a different one of these?
Yes.
Is this one typical?
Typical of?
Is there anything that stands out that you would say, oh, that doesn't usually happen that way?
I would say, I mean, I haven't really reviewed the data a whole lot, but yeah, I would say it looks okay, I guess, from my perspective.
Who produces the spreadsheet?
This is done through software.
Are you the one that pushes the button to make it do it?
To format it this way, it doesn't come out this way. I formatted one day to come out this way. But
where did the I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we do have software that provides this in a digital version.
Are you familiar with where the inputs to that process come from?
Yes.
And where would that be?
So that same software, we provide inputs for it, and then it calculates on an hourly basis as to what those prices are going to be.
Okay. The resources that are listed here, are they all of the available resources?
Again, if we wanted to bid them in.
How do you decide which ones are on this list?
Depending on the day, how much flexibility we're required. Different hours will have different resources bid in. there's just different assessments that we're making on an hourly basis.
Would you agree that this listing has, for the resources listed, a bid for every hour?
Yes, it doesn't mean that it was that EIM was using it for those purposes, for purposes of dispatch, I guess you could say.
I'm not understanding your distinction. Is this the offer from El Paso Electric?
Yes.
Does EIM then choose which parts of this they may want to execute?
Yes.
And is there any other subtlety to what you were trying to convey about every resource and every hour?
Yes, ma'am. Defects of the software itself. We can, once a bid is created, it creates it for all hours. And then we, on an hourly basis, will go in and say whether we want to actually submit that bid or not. But the output of that software is this right here.
So are you saying that this is not what you provide to EIM? You would what, black out, redact certain cells that you don't want to offer? Is that what you're saying?
I guess from like if we're doing it from a hard copy standpoint, sure, redaction, we would pull bids for particular resources. Again, it's all done via software.
And how do you decide out of this every hour for all of these listed resources?
Based on what we're seeing, loads coming in through, again, how much flexibility we believe we need. And by flexibility, I am talking about some of these security constraints that, Mr. Bustillos was talking about, how much flexibility for regulation, what we believe load forecast error is going to be, what we believe variable energy resource forecast error to be. There's just a lot of different components that kind of go into what we decide the mix to be at that point in time.
Tell me about the column that says startup costs. What does this represent?
Startup cost is a representation of a unit that is offline, and the cost associated with taking that unit from offline to synced and at its, what we call PMIN, its minimum value at which it is stabilized.
And can you tell PMIN from this spreadsheet?
Yes, we can.
And tell me where I would see that.
So let's say for copper, there for outrunning 1, it's 3 megawatts.
And that's what you would consider to be the minimum operating level, is that correct?
It depends, again, Ms. Souls. So if for EIM purposes, you kind of want the full scope, and then you can sort of minimize dispatch ranges depending on how the unit is operating on that given day.
Let's see. Back to the startup costs, there are some of these resources that say NA in the column startup costs.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that indicate?
It indicates that even if EIM wanted to, it would not be able to start up the unit, and therefore we don't provide a cost with that.
Does that mean it's not available to EIM or that it is already running?
It is not available to EIM for startup.
Please elaborate. That I don't understand what that means.
It means so EIM has a scope. The important thing about SCUC or unit commitment is that there is scopes, and we're talking about.
I'm sorry, the important thing about
SCUC, so security constrained unit commitment, is that there is different scopes at which we look at. The scope for EIM is a 4.5-hour window. So some of these conventional units that we have their startups are longer, as Mr. Bustillo stated. It can be 6, 8, 12, 24 hours to start the units, and therefore it is outside of the scope of EIM to start those units. Therefore, making startup cost, it disregards it. There's no point in us calculating it, I guess you can say.
Then let me ask the question again. If EIM was interested in energy from Newman 2, is the principle that Newman 2 would have to already be operating?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. What are the minimum load costs?
Minimum load costs are the costs associated with running a unit at its minimum output for 1 hour.
And did I understand you previously, the minimum output is this lowest value line for each of the individual units?
Correct.
Okay.
About
why
2
do
minutes.
Do costs always increase with increased volume, as this seems to indicate?
That's a function of how CAISO operates the market. So most markets operate on a incremental cost curve, as they talk about it. And so it has to be part of the bid validation process is that it does have to be monotonically increasing on each segment. So yes.
Is that a reflection of El Paso Electric's experience with the fuel cost curve?
Incremental cost curve.
Okay, the incremental cost curve. Does that reflect El Paso Electric's experience?
Yes.
Very well. And then looking at copper, going across from hour ending 1 to hour ending 24, it looks like for each level of output, the cost stays the same. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there are some other units that, like Montana 2, it appears to me that at hour ending 11, the cost suddenly decreased. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
What would be an explanation for that?
Fuel pricing.
Fuel pricing.
Yes, ma'am.
So what happens at
Last
hour
question.
ending 11 that the fuel price changes?
The new gas day starts.
Oh, okay. That is the end of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Dominguez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Souls. And again, I just want to indicate from the record that although it says confidential materials, this is not a confidential document. I'll have to figure out how to get the document to you, Mr. Lee. Like I say, I've got it downloaded, but it doesn't seem to want to let me save it. So,
Madam Examiner, I'm not sure that anyone asked for it to be admitted into evidence.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Ms. Souls?
for whatever it's worth, it is attached as part of my testimony.
Okay.
So at the point of asking to admit my testimony, it will be requested to be admitted.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll put a pin in that one, and you can decide if you're going to object or not. I'm just thinking for informational purposes, to assist whoever's reading the testimony, it might be helpful. But again, we'll wait on that. Ms. Olson?
Good question on that though, because I think it's the same problem that I'm having, and it might just be me not understanding this, but I'm not seeing where the actual substance of those documents, and so Ms. Souls says it's attached to her testimony, but I think you just said something about it being at least 10 gigabytes, and that seems like it doesn't count the confidential costing models. So it sounds like we're talking about an extraordinary amount of data that is not actually in PDF attached to Ms. Sewell's testimony. It lives somewhere that I've been unable to find.
Right, and I think, you know, again, I figured out how to get the information, but I do agree with you that in the commission's exhibit Dropbox, the items that were listed as confidential, the placeholders are just there in order to protect the confidential information. Okay, so since this is not confidential anymore, Ms. Souls, do you have the capability of resubmitting that particular attachment as non-confidential?
You're referring specifically to exhibit MLS 23?
Yes, ma'am.
I can do that. I would tell you there's one other exhibit that is of a similar nature.
I just want to talk about this one right now.
Yes, ma'am. I can make the appropriate modifications to this exhibit.
Okay, why don't you do that in preparation for your testimony as soon as possible? I mean, it's really not my responsibility, quite frankly, to prepare to make sure that you have. It's my responsibility to make sure the exhibits in the Dropbox are correct, but it's not my responsibility to prepare your exhibits for you. So just upon my direction, please make the non-confidential version of MLS 23 available, put it in the Dropbox. And if either you or Ms. Stevens has problem putting things in the Dropbox, you can let me know.
Well.
Okay, Ms. Olson, you know, we'll deal with the others. Like I say, I've given you the explanation as far as I was provided by my IT department, and Ms. Soul's explanation that that's what she was directed to do was to put the placeholder so that there wouldn't be any inadvertent disclosure of your purported confidential information pending my determination of that. I can tell you that Ms. Souls was also directed to provide the information on a flash drive. And it was received by records and is being held in a secure location, unbeknownst to me, but Ms. Sandoval knows where it is, and that's good enough for me. Okay. All right, I've got a few questions for you, Mr. Lee. Am I okay to ask a few questions, or should I ask them in the morning?
No, Your Honor, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Dominguez, I guess, on your promotion.
Oh, thank you.
Analyst to supervisor, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this certification that you don't have anymore, are you going to try to get it back?
Maybe at some other point in time. It's much more useful if you go over to Abel Bustillos' side. On my part, we don't really use it. It's good to know what's going on, but because I am a marketing function employee, I'm not privy to a lot of information that's out there, so that there's no market manipulation. But it is very, very helpful to go through the process of obtaining the certification.
And you might need it if that next promotion over to the other group, you think?
Maybe, possibly.
Okay.
I'd be willing to take it again.
All right. From my understanding of your testimony, and especially here today, especially when you reference in your direct testimony El Paso Electric Exhibit 8. You keep referring to a bilateral financial position and bilateral trading practices. How, number one, who is this bilateral world that you're talking about here?
Yes, ma'am. So everything that's happened that Victor's group and the day ahead side does up until the point where it hits my team now in real time, setting us up for a particular operating hour is what would be considered bilateral. And what ends up happening is most people trade and have these windows in which they trade, let's say day ahead, they trade at least 1 day ahead. On the real-time side, you can kind of start trading from when day ahead closes, but there's going to be a little bit more price divergence from what's going to happen in actuality as sort of like forecasts materialize, and you're getting more and more certain as to what's going to happen within a given operating hour. So bilateral means basically everything that you did to set you up for a particular operating hour. And then from there, EIM kind of takes over.
So in the whole planning and actual offers and sales and purchases, once those things are done, there's actual commitments with those, right? I mean, actions actually occur, correct?
Yes.
But in the EIM, you have planning and you submit the information and you get recommendations back, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you provide all that information, but there's not an actual transaction that occurs yet, is there?
Correct.
Okay. So it seemed like to me it was almost like you're getting recommendations or guidance from the EIM on how you ought to run your system.
Yes, ma'am. But the thing with the WEIM is that we are now a little bit more integrated with our neighbors. And so it's not just the fact that it tells us how to sort of optimize our own fleet in hour to meet a particular load forecast. It's the idea that if someone else is generating cheaper power and has availability to generate it and import it to us, then we wouldn't do anything. They would do it on our behalf, because now the incremental cost associated with generating those megawatts to meet the same amount of load would be less than had we done it by ourselves.
But you actually have to affirmatively agree to the recommendation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you could say no.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Right? So
Correct.
so I'm seeing sort of a two-part process here. You give them the information, they make the recommendation based on your information and the other participating members, and you still retain control, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To accept or reject whatever recommendation.
Correct.
Correct? The interesting thing that I thought I heard you say was they may actually have a recommendation that basically you buy power from yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So there's internal and external recommendations, correct?
Correct. When we receive a recommendation, as you call it, for, let's say, a generator to be increased, I don't know if that increase in output is for the purposes of serving my own load. Well, I say my not from the bilateral standpoint in which we all work together, or if it's for the purposes of serving someone else's load because we were the cheaper generator and can aid in decreasing total overall cost for the WEIM footprint.
What does economic or economical displacement mean? You referenced that on page 8 at line 7 of your testimony?
Yes, ma'am. So let's say we have a 10 megawatt imbalance, which we're talking about, and I can either generate at where I'm at. Actually, no, let me take it back, because it doesn't have to necessarily be an imbalance. Let's say I have a unit that is going to be at an output of 100 megawatts to meet a 100 megawatt load demand. Okay. In real time, what EIM could do is says, hey, it costs you for those 100 megawatts on a per megawatt hour basis. Let's say it costs me $10 to generate on a per megawatt hour basis. Now, if that unit is dispatchable and I can move it from 100 to 90, and someone else can then provide those megawatts for me at a cost of, let's say, $5, it is more economical for me to displace those extra 10 megawatts that we're talking about, and for me to purchase them off of someone else than for me to generate them myself.
Okay. And you've referred to in your rebuttal testimony, El Paso Electric Exhibit 9, to capital C, capital A, capital I, capital S, capital O. For the record, can you clarify who that is?
Yes, ma'am. It's the California Independent System Operator, and they are basically run all of California's assets. They are what Abel Bustillos and his group is to our own BA. They do it for the entire state of California.
And they also are participants in the WEIM?
Many of their internal BAs are, yes.
And the 4 resource sufficiency evaluations that you reference from them on page 2 of your testimony at lines 9 through 11. You believe are appropriate or not appropriate?
They stand in line with basically all of the WEIM participants. For the balancing test, I would consider us to be on the appropriate side because of the fact that we were receiving payments, and the way payments occur for the
I'm
balancing.
sorry, we received what kind of payment?
Penalty payments, or considered penalty payments. And the way penalty payments work is any BA or any entity that is operating within WEIM and that is not able to balance to within their 1% of load forecast, is not able to submit balance schedules, can be subject to penalties. And they put that they sort of collect that in a pool of money, and then they distribute that money out to other BAs that were in compliance with the balancing test.
So you're feeling pretty good that you were on the positive side of that, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. We've made
Okay.
a big effort to ensure that we are passing these tests.
But getting that $137,000 net payment, do you consider that to be and it sounds like there's a lot of work that goes into this, isn't there?
That's just a tiny aspect of it. I think in total, for the year of 2023, I think we brought in something like $12 million for just, like I said, intra-hour dispatch, and that was for the months of April through December.
In sales?
Net, so net benefits.
But still, it's nice to get positive penalty payments as opposed to being one of the others who obviously must have been negative, right?
It's always a plus, yes.
This case that you referred to on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, this case number 21-00180, what is that case?
That is the case in which El Paso Electric was asking for permission to join EIM. I think that's the.
Is
Was
it still
asking for permission, please keep your voice up.
To join.
Was asking
to join EIM.
Do you know if
Thank
the case is still open?
I'm not. I think it is, Mr. More so because we are required to include in their benefits. So as benefits reports are being published by CAISO, we are have been instructed to include that within that particular docket.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's the questions I had for you. Mr. Herman, anything further for Mr. Dominguez?
No, thank you.
Ms. Stevens? Anything briefly? I can't hear you. You're muted.
I'm trying to find the unmute button. There I go. I do have one, I hope
Go
it's
ahead.
a line of questions based on your questioning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Dominguez, the hearing examiner, I commented about the interesting thing about the fact that EPE can be both the buyer and the seller on its own transactions. And thinking back to Ms. Solz's exhibit, how do you assure that ratepayers aren't being asked to pay too much through one of these transactions? Or I shouldn't say too much, more than they would have had the energy been generated outside of the WEAM framework, traditional old-fashioned way?
Yeah, sure. We are looking at transactions. We do have a settlements team that sort of looks at these things too, but on a real-time basis, my team is looking and monitoring as to what the solutions are doing and if they make any sense. Ultimately, the idea is that if there's a market clearing price of negative $10 and we're being asked to increment our output, then it kind of doesn't make sense internally. And so you have the ability to sort of audit those results with CAISO via their system. But ultimately, we are looking to see that the solutions make sense in totality for us. If they don't make sense, then we, subscribe tickets over to CAISO system to ask for it, an explanation as to what's going on, possible, assuming we do find the results to be uneconomical, a credit back, I guess you can say.
And as far as the bids that you put into the WEAM, whether they're taken or not, are they, how closely do they adhere to your best estimates of the company's own incremental costs? Which is a nice way of saying, is there some gamesmanship in there, or is it right off the books?
You're not, so for purposes of so that you're calling it padding bids, which is if we're actually generating at $5, do I add in a buffer? We don't do that because ultimately the mechanism by which market prices clear, all generators, all LMPs get paid out the same price. And then they are assigned a congestion component. And so therefore, if you are padding bids and you say, I can generate at $10 and markets clear at $5, excuse me, let me rephrase this again. You're actually generating at 10, you pad your bid to 15, right? And the market clears at 12, then it's going to import power on your behalf, right? And but you should have generated it at 10. So at that point, like it becomes uneconomical. The reason why WEIM is not a massive money-making machine is to sort of claw back dollars on a basically 5-minute basis. The idea is that we are solving these imbalances. It is the final refinement to solve imbalances at the most economical price possible. It is a long game, I guess you can say. We're not looking to make a ton of money off of this. That's not the idea.
Do you know enough about the fuel and purchase power clause adjustment factor accounting to, address whether those in the field, in the trading market, considerations do get reflected in the cost that goes through the fuel clause?
No, ma'am. No, I don't.
That's not so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Souls? Anything further for Mr. Dominguez?
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Black? Just give me an audible there.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dominguez.
Thank you.
You're excused. Ms. Olson? Anything further from El Paso Electric on the presentation of its evidence?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric rests its case.
Very well. Let's go off the record here a second then. And so basically we'll start tomorrow morning with Mr. Truthway, then Mr. Stridell, then Mr. Provencio, then begin. I didn't write down my calculation that I had done earlier, but based upon the estimates that I have for people, it looked like to me that it was going to be like 8 or 9 hours for the remaining witnesses. So if people stick to their cross-examination times, I just want to warn you ahead of time that there's not enough hours in the day because we will not go late tomorrow. We will conclude before 5 or 5 o'clock. Due to my consideration for the court reporter. And so that means if wherever we are, if we're not finished with the remaining 5 witnesses, then we're going to have to come back Monday morning. Come back on Friday morning. Okay. And I know you're unavailable, Mr. Herman, but I think you said you would make accommodation to have somebody else, or you will have finished your main responsibility. And so I just put that out there. Anybody else, if there's any other discussion on this, just wanted to tell people that. Mr. Lee, we can go back on the record, brief discussion on scheduling for witnesses for tomorrow. We have 5 witnesses remaining. I had hoped to conclude them by tomorrow, but that may not be a possibility, and we may have to come back on Friday morning. And with that, we are recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I will send you the exhibit.
Judge, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that a definitive ruling was made that I was aware of, but I take it EPA Exhibit 11 was not admitted, has not been admitted and will not be admitted. That was the one that was moved by Mr. Wexler.
I thought that exhibit was.
It was
admitted.
provisionally admitted. It was not admitted.
I did
But from-
not, and you're right, I tentatively or provisionally admitted that, Mr. Lee, subject to my consideration of whether I believe that was the one that I was considering whether or not it had any unfair surprise. I'll put that on the record in the morning, if that's okay, or you want me to reopen the
No,
record?
that's fine.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I just need to know for purposes of production of the record.
Yeah. Yes, sir. So that provisional, subject to further ruling. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am. Thank you.
And then as far as two exhibits that were admitted today, or the one exhibit that was admitted today, Ms. Stevens is going to provide the version in the Dropbox. Then I'll confirm that with you, Mr. Lee.
And I'm
You
sorry,
bet,
I
Judge.
tried to do it. I wasn't quick enough to do it during a break.
Okay. Very well. Anything else, sir?
No, Judge. Have a good evening, folks.
Okay. You all have a good evening.
Did you find out about your dog?
Don't know if she's going to make it or not.
Still?
No. Didn't realize that she was bit last night when the snake tried to bite me, because the dogs were inside. But yeah, apparently they like to put that anti-venom in like within the first 4 to 6 hours.
Oh dear.
So, but thing about it is, obviously she was tough. She, got bit, came in and laid down in her bed, didn't say a word. So
Maybe it's that it didn't have as bad of a reaction or something.
well, unfortunately, the doctor stopped looking after the first bite, which she found, which was to her ear. And apparently the ear is very vascular, so it's not good to get bit there because it immediately goes into the bloodstream.
Did her head?
So yeah, well, yeah, that's what I noticed at 5 a.m. this morning is that, that she's a bagel. She's a part beagle and part basset. And her little muzzle was huge, as was, her cheeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like look like almost kind of like a cow head on little dog. So yeah, we'll just see, it's just, we live in New Mexico, right?
Yeah, that's scary. But in my experience, the anti-venom is pretty helpful and hopefully hope for the best for her. Poor thing.
Well, thank you. Same to you with parasites and illness there, Miss Wilson. Hopefully not to be put together.
Yeah.
Very well. Thank you all, and we will